all you, Torn.
Hello, everyone. My name is Torn or Torn Talks Creativity. Welcome on in to the 2-year celebration of A Fairy Tale for Adults by the wonderful people here on the screen as well. We have Crystal with us with our bears. Also, Pixel. Is that a nut? Sorry,
No.
I didn't mean to scream. Oh, sorry. Hold on. One moment.
Let's go. Let's
excuse
go.
me.
Yep. No, we
We're
gotta do
not
this.
ready
We
yet.
gotta do
I
this.
thought we were ready. We're not freaking ready. Hi,
It's fine.
fam. Hey, everybody. So we all have our bears, which actually that was not planned for the record. I don't know if we want to introduce our bears too, but apparently we also have our nugs.
Oh yeah, let's
Oh.
go. There's a Dorian around here somewhere as well. There's
Yeah,
like a
we got
little
a Dorian.
plushie somewhere in this house, which
Okay,
is phenomenal.
okay.
In a battle nug.
Yes, welcome on everybody. I am so excited for this. I was telling Pixel and Crystal before we started that I just with everything going on right now in the world, and especially in the country that we're in, I needed a fairy tale. Like I needed Kiki's delivery service, but for an age-appropriate person like myself, not 13. And this could not have come at a better time. So welcome on in, everybody, and I hope y'all have a similar experience. I was telling Crystal I listened to it this past day or so outside in 70-degree weather. The sun was shining, the wind was blowing, the trees were going, and it was beautiful and it was wonderful.
so
and I was like,
magical. I'm sad
so
you didn't get transported to Karstiem, but you need a stone circle.
Look,
That's just
I know we have questions prepared. I know that because I did it. I'm not gonna lie, that's one of them. I was gonna ask later. But how does this happen and how do you get there? Anyway, welcome on in, everybody on Twitch and YouTube. We are so happy to have you here. As far as me, y'all probably may not know who I am, but I've been working with them a little bit in the last half year maybe now, with a game and stuff. And I'm really happy and very honored to have been asked to do this. My name is Torin. You can call me Torin or Torin Talks Creativity across the internet. And I am so I don't know if we want to necessarily do this, but Crystal, do you mind if you want to do a quick little introduction on yourself?
Yeah, let's do that. So I am Crystal. I'm the co-founder of the Tales Network. I'm so excited that we found Torrin. So we found Torrin so randomly. Torrin responded one day to our casting call for a TTRPG show, and now we've just claimed Torrin, and Torrin has to be our friend now forever and ever and ever because we love Torrin. Torrin will also be in one of our upcoming audio dramas, Vampire Beginnings, episode 7, that we are currently working on. She is playing Mona, who is fucking wild. It's great. Mona has like no chill. It's fucking great. I can't wait for you to hear. And then Torn also plays adorable Beth in The Last Stand in the upcoming Forgotten Season 3. So I'm just shoving some love on Torn because I love Torn so much. I am the writer and director of A Fairy Tale Full Adults, co-founder of the Tales of the Forgotten Fiction Network. I also voice act and do all kinds of things. And I am so excited that everybody is here celebrating A Fairy Tale for Adults with us. This is 2 years ago today. 2 years ago today, and I'm not going to talk much more about it because I know Torrin has questions and stuff. So I'm just excited. I've never named this teddy bear, but this has been my comfort teddy bear for so long. I've had this teddy bear for years and 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 years. I probably had this teddy bear for like 30 years now. So this is
dang.
Just not to like age myself, but this is my little homie. Just my little homie.
No, the funny thing is, I wasn't going to talk about this, but this Care Bear is over 20 years old.
I love
and
that.
I was like, I'm not going to admit that, and now I can.
Yes.
A time bear that I can admit is over 20 years old. We don't need to talk about it anymore. Thank you, Crystal.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Comfort Bear of 30 years. And our other guest with us over here, Pixel, whenever you recover from giggles, if you would like to give us a quick intro of yourself.
Pixel or Hannah. I'm co-founder of the Tales of the Forgotten. I love sound designing, and I'm sure you've heard some examples of some funny or spicy sound design. I'm also an aspiring polyglot and linguist. I do that on the side as well. And this poor guy, this is B. B's been through some shit. This is B is, I think, because I got him from my granddad, and then he belonged to my sister, and then he ended up to me. So this is actually a 40-year-old bear. He's 40 years old, and you can kind of tell because, like, behind him, he's got some seam issues over here, and some other. His little eyes are getting a bit white. He needs some glasses. So
I now feel no shame in that this bear is 20 years old. Thank you both so much.
You are so welcome.
Like, squishes cheekies. Does it have a name, Pixel?
It's
Does
B.
the bear have a
B.
name? B. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I read B and I was like, wait a minute. No. So also, you have a Nug. Does the Nug have a name? For anyone who's not a Dragon Age fan, you have joined the best, maybe worst chat ever because we all love Dragon Age a lot.
A lot.
Anyway,
much.
sorry. What was the next name?
It does actually have a name because this Nug was the first Dragon Age merch I've ever bought for myself, and I actually named it Rin after a friend of mine that I might have led astray with a certain romance.
Tell the story. I need her to tell the story.
I was like, now I need to know the
No,
story.
now she has
For the
to tell
record,
the
this is
story.
King Nug. I don't care anymore. Tell me the story. King Nug can just hang out my armpit.
Before Torn, you've played like all 3 of the games, right? And Veilguard, maybe.
Literally, my chat, if they were here, they'd be like, Dragon Age activated. I will talk about it for literally 4 hours. So please, yes, the answer is yes. The really long answer is yes.
Love that.
My time with Dragon Age has been nothing but a Greek tragedy. Because
Oh no!
I started with Origins. My first ever run was City Elf, romanced Alistair, but did not harden him.
Okay, for anyone who doesn't know what that means, I know that sounds weird. It's a mechanic in Dragon Age Origins. Don't be weird about it. I mean, well, maybe later, but not today.
Yeah. Wrong show.
But
Wrong
I
show.
got you. Okay. Let's go.
So he breaks up with me in front of everybody. So you know how that goes. That doesn't work out.
Yes.
Like, no,
Not
I'm not
good.
going to be your mistress. And then Dragon Age 2 comes along. First playthrough, I romance Anders. He does what he does.
God,
I kill
okay.
Anders.
Yep. Nope, that sounds right. Okay.
Dragon Age Inquisition rolls
Solus.
around and
Is it
you
Solus?
yep. But after the 3rd tragedy, I was so hurt. I was so sad. I think I yeeted my controller after the breakup happened. And then after I finished it, I think 2 days after I finished it, one of my friends of old, Rin, said, "Hey, I finally picked up Inquisition." And she's like, "Who should I romance? Can you give me any recommendations?" Something possessed me.
Oh, she did.
Something
She
inside of me.
does. Oh, she did.
I do not want to be alone anymore with my suffering. So I said, and I quote, "If you see a bald elf, he's a pretty safe choice."
Okay, now hold on. I was with you until the very last line. Don't say he's a safe choice. What? That's a straight up lie.
Went straight dark side. She went straight dark side.
You could have just said he's an interesting choice. That's vague.
I just something happened.
Thank you, chat. Wow.
And then fast forward until that happens to her. I get a text in all caps, and all it says is, "You small titty having bitch."
Damn. I would say that's overkill, but given what you said, I'm good with it.
Right? Deserve
so
that.
rough.
She deserved that.
It's the epic saga.
Oh my god. Well,
So that's why the
good
Nug
news
is named Rin.
Named after the friend
almost
that
named him-
betrayed.
that you wrecked. I almost named him Schmooples for Liliana. Come on.
Aw.
Liliana.
Oh my
But-
god, I love Liliana
But
so
the
much.
good news is here, we have our stuffies. I don't know what y'all call them. Stuffies is for me.
Yeah.
And hopefully y'all do too, especially after that tragedy. Which is on the level with the world right now, let's be honest. I mean, to me anyway. So hopefully y'all do too. Because as much as I love talking about Dragon Age, as Clang, my friend in chat, will attest to, and I talk about it all the time, we are here for a fairy tale instead. And an actual fairy tale, not one that will rip your heart out. Well, maybe it will, but in the good way.
I hope. Maybe.
The good way. Yeah, the good way.
Yeah.
Crystal, I can't tell you how many times I yelled at you.
That's really fair. That's really fair.
Like I was being a good, host. I was taking notes. I was
Sure.
like, oh, I need to ask you about that. I'm curious about this. But then it's just intersected with, Crystal, how dare you? In like all caps and like underlined. And many times I wrote, ow, my trauma. And so it's tragedy in a good way, but has a heartfelt story along the way, and maybe ending. I don't know. We'll find out. But yeah, that's why we're here today. And I just want to say real quick, chat, thank you. I do see y'all here. It's wonderful to have you here. And while we're going, to give you an idea of how this is going to go, we're going to be here this whole time, just listening, hanging out. You get to watch our facial expressions the whole time. Mine are, I've told, great, because I can't hide anything. My face, how I worked in retail, who the hell knows. We're going to listen to an episode, pause in between if we need to, and then after the episode we'll chat. I have some questions for both of these lovely people and some of the voice actors if they stop by. Mostly, how dare you, and where did you find the audacity?
Really fair.
But
Really fair.
we'll go
Really fair.
with that.
These are all fair questions. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, with how many times I had to yell like and go oh while I was listening, I feel it's fair.
It's so fair.
So we'll
It's so
do
fair.
that.
It's so fair.
Listen to the whole thing and then have questions in between. Chat, you're welcome to ask questions as well, so that we can ask those. I'll keep a little eye on chat. I'll be chatting with y'all through it, and I hope you have your stuffies, your comfy clothes. I've got my sweatshirt on, and then snackies. I don't know about y'all, but I have popcorn, dark chocolate and peanut butter cups,
Ooh.
and then water and spritz. Yeah,
That's
well, not spritz. What the fuck is
fancy.
this
I
called?
have-
Spindrift.
Oh,
Hannah made some
nice.
amazing burrito mix that I have that I'll be munching on.
Ooh,
So it's
that
quite
sounds
Yeah, it's
good.
delicious.
I've got coffee.
Yeah. So
We'll get you food later. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah.
Sounds good.
I know. I think.
But yeah.
Do you have any
Yose, are we
questions you
ready?
want to ask before we start episode 1 of A Fairy Tale? Anything?
Ooh.
Anything you want to? It's okay if you don't. We can wait till the end. It's okay if you don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe not preemptive because I was kind of reactionary. Let me put it that way.
Mhm.
But I will ask just one thing. And it's more of like kind of a sneak peek, if you will, a little bit. But we do have one real good quick question in chat. How long is 4 episodes in hours? So if I remember correctly, it's like 20, 30, 40, 30. So
About- yeah,
few
about
hours
that.
almost.
Yeah,
Shy of
so-
that.
Mhm. So we
Yeah, so,
plan to
as
be
far as
here
the
till
intent-
about 9:30 ish, but that was like based on like how much we chat. So
Yeah. So plan for that if you wish, and it's a good time to also like have your headphones on. You can watch your reactions if you wish, but if you need to like walk around and do some laundry or something like that and just have good feels in your ears, that will work as well. There is one particular line at towards the very beginning, I'll say, that I really thought was super important. And let me grab my question so I don't muck this up too bad. But let's see. How do I phrase this without us getting into it? A very general question, and this is to both Pixel and Crystal, of course, and then chat too. I'll let us kind of expand upon this as we're going through. But in general, do you think we carry the in quote wrong things with us from childhood to adulthood? So things like, as an example, a lot of adults I've personally dealt with, and I say this as someone who's in software development and also retail and things like that. Adults I've dealt with tend to not mature in the ways like to communicate, express their thoughts and emotions in a rational manner, if you will, etc. And they leave behind, the whimsy and the willingness to be fun and silly and all those things. So, in general, do you think we carry the wrong things with us into adulthood? It's my general question for you both and everybody.
What a fucking great question. Torin nailing it already. Babe, do you want to go first on that one?
Gotcha.
Beggar of a fucking opening question.
It's a
Sorry, I
banger,
mean,
y'all.
yes,
It's a
thank you. You're so
banger.
kind.
Banger,
Oh,
banger,
no.
banger.
Hey, y'all got me with my feels for the last
no,
many hours.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Sorry,
I
go
mean,
ahead. Go ahead.
I think for at least me personally, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm definitely gonna have to probably say yeah. Yeah, because I think over the last 2 years I've been trying to like maybe stifle the more toxic aspects of adulthood and then bring back more inner child stuff so I can just have that whimsy again, like go outside and just see it in like 4K instead of dulled down like a Colin type of way. So I've been
Poor Colin.
Oh, Colin,
We
I have
pick on
so
him.
many thoughts.
I know. We're going to pick on Colin so much tonight. I just know we are.
so I think definitely a little bit, but I think it's always time to fix it.
Yeah, I love that. Crystal.
I think it's never too late, but I think it depends on how you grew up. I think because we're all on TikTok now, and so we're seeing all the new parenting that's happening, and I know that's probably triggering a lot of us seeing stuff that's being, and I know for me, I am an eldest daughter. And I think that should just say a lot, right? So yeah,
immediately sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you said something earlier, Torrin, about like just emotional stuff, and I think that emotional maturity and how we are allowed to speak our emotions is huge. And one of the things that I think that depending on how we grew up, we lost in childhood, just being able to say something and express something and have it be okay and not have to feel like you have to justify your feelings and emotions. So I think that's huge. I think that's really one of the biggest ones, especially when we talk about emotional maturity. It's literally just being able to say like, hey, this is not okay, or hey, this is okay. And I know I'm currently going through a whole like boundary setting lesson that is fucking wild. So, yeah.
Also triggered.
I know that triggered. So,
and as we know, we have things that are decades old. So there you go.
There you go.
Not too late, y'all.
There you go. But you know what? I think those of us who are artists are also bringing some of the beautiful aspects of our childhood back, and into our art and how we play. Whether that's we're all role players here, right? So we're playing tabletop. We're adults playing make believe because we still love that kind of thing, and we still love getting to step into all different kinds of characters and have fun with our friends. So I think there's aspects that we don't lose, and then I think there's aspects that we as children were never taught or never allowed to do that makes us not great adults. And then that's where the adult part comes in, that it's up to us to figure out how to honor those parts of our inner child. And that's hard work, man. That's hard work.
So much fucking
it's
work.
So hard.
Real quick follow-up with that. Hold on. I'm not getting all of you yet. Also, I see y'all in chat. Just from real quick from Twitch chat. I think sometimes the things that can stick with kids the most are the negative events and emotions, and that shapes you. I definitely agree. I know Crystal touched on that too, of course. And at least for me, also sorry, YouTube chat triggered.
I know.
Short answer is yes. Yeah. Also, hi Tara. I know I've yelled at you in chat, but how dare you with my emotions? Tara is one of the voice actors that you're going to hear today, and how dare? That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to let y'all figure that out and fill in the blanks for yourselves. But for me, personally, I would agree in the way of just it can be how you grow up. It can be how resilient you are and how you try to carry some whimsy and fun into everything. So, things aren't darker when you get older as much as possible, right? And so at least for me, the way that I try to channel that maybe is to create cozy, comfy spaces in everything that I do as a creator. And that's at least my mission, and due to that, like it's definitely a byproduct of everything we just talked about. And so as far as both of y'all, I know with Tales and everything, is there a particular mission that y'all hope to have from that, or a particular aim you had, at least maybe specifically with this story, to try to do that? Like what in your words is kind of maybe the follow-up or the fallout of that kind of thinking or that kind of experience?
Go ahead, babe.
No, you go ahead. I'm thinking.
You want me to go ahead first? Okay.
I'm thinking.
With
I guess what are you hoping people learn today or hear today? Yeah.
I hope you rediscover your inner child today, and I think that's what I wanted with A Fairy Tale. I'll tell you the quick story is, here's how we picked our narrator, because we had two great options between Zoe, who is incredible
That
as
narrator, sorry.
I know, right. Y'all about to get triggered.
We'll get into it. Sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
there is a particular line that when I was doing callbacks, it was between actually Zoe, who is currently Daniela, and Ren, who plays Ethan. Is that the child's name? I don't know names of my own fucking characters.
Yes.
Thank you, Ethan. Okay, yeah, it plays Ethan. So it was between both of them auditioned for the role of the narrator, because when we first put it out, the narrator had no gender. It could have been either one. We were just listening.
Right.
And so when we did callbacks, there was a particular line I had them read, and I chose it based on who hurt me more. When they said this line, how much did I go, what the fuck?
I'm not gonna lie. I probably have a very specific question about this very line.
I know.
For the record, everybody.
Yeah. We're gonna see. I can't wait to see if it's the same line. There was
I had to pause. I had to pause, and I was like, "Ow!" It's literally when I wrote my notes. Ow, my trauma. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
I love that answer though. I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So that's it. Like it was really just a story. I'm like, I wanted to write a fairy tale that was for all of us who needed to remember that the world actually is a magical place. Like it really fucking is. No matter what religion or belief you have that you subscribe to, like there is something really fucking magical about where we live. And we knew that when we were kids. We fucking knew it. And then the older we got, the more we lost it. So this is literally, I wanted to write a story about that, about rediscovering that. But it had to be really real. It had to be, it had to be about two very adult people that are going through some shit. And then I thrust them into this fucking world and I say, figure it out.
Heal yourself. All
Heal
right, thank
thyself.
You.
Immediately. Heal thyself.
Thank you, therapist, I think.
It's gonna hurt your feelings, but it should. But we hope it hurts your feelings in a good way. Exactly. In like a good way.
You broke your arm. Well, I guess we gotta break it to set it. Like, wait, what? No, I love it. Oh, it's great. Sorry, I derailed it. But Pixel, same question to you. Just, is there a particular aim, given all of everything we talked about before, that you're hoping that people hear in this, or take away, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, because even though I make fun of Colin a lot, I really do, but I do see like where he's coming from, because I did grow up in a household that did have a lot of Colin's viewpoints on things, and
Yeah.
like having to unravel all that through the years has been like an interesting ride. It's been up and down a bit. So I'm hoping like uh I'm hoping that someone watching this can feel kind of how I did, because I don't quite remember when I started to try and find my whimsy again. So I'm hoping like fairy tale for adults can be that thing that just got to sit in their brain and like ruminate and just became that thing of like, I don't want to do this anymore. So I'm hoping that fairy tale could just be that happy change for someone in the long run.
Oh, excellent. Well, folks, YouTube, Twitch folks, you heard it. And if it doesn't happen, then we can just yell at them, I guess. No, I'm kidding. That is the aim. I will tell you again, I listened to it to prep and everything, and was just happy to listen to it overall. And I will say I felt that was achieved for me personally.
Oh,
and
yay.
I got to bust out my camper and like have a good time and stuff. So
Yay.
hopefully everyone else gets that too, and has a very lovely Friday evening with it. So with that, shall we start episode 1? Are we ready?
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Heck yes. I am so excited. And I'm so excited for y'all to see my face when there were so many moments of going, and admittedly, mostly when Colin talks. So just be ready, folks. But yes, we will listen. Sorry, my Southern's coming out.
It's coming.
We're going to listen
Girl, let's
to
go.
episode 1. And then we'll then pause and chat a little bit.
Love that.
So everybody, I hope you're ready.
Gonna change some stuff up here.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, Torrin said we're doing live reactions.
In the
I'm like,
meantime,
oh, okay, let's do live reactions. Hell yeah.
I'll say in the meantime, chats, if y'all want to tell me, what are your snacks?
Yeah.
Do you also have stuffies? And you better. I mean, sorry, that sounded threatening. Please get your stuffies.
All right, are we ready?
I'm sure Daniela would say the same.
Yeah, Daniela would absolutely say the same.
It's like, you better have your stuffies.
Oh man, Daniela, the narrator, right? Oh, I've got questions and accusations. And how dare! I need paddles. I should have made paddles.
Y'all should be able to hear it now. You just gotta do like.
Okay, let me click.
Hello?
Make sure
Hang on. All right, I'm gonna redo. I know. I keep starting and then we keep talking, and chat's probably like, "Shut the fuck up!"
No, you're good. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
No,
There we
you're
go.
fine.
I'm
You're
going
fine.
mute.
You're fine.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Enjoy episode 1.
Here we go. Okay. Let me know if y'all can hear it too. You should be able to.
Yep.
Let's go.
Hello, I'm Daniela. What's your name? Well, it is wonderful to make your acquaintance. If you've got some time, I'd like to tell you a story that happened not so long ago. Are you ready? Good. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Meet the Crofts. In my dream, the angel shrugged and said, if we fail this time, it will be a failure of imagination. And then she placed the world gently in the palm of my hand. Story people. Once upon a time... No, wait. You're an adult. That's not catchy enough for you. One moment. It was a dark and stormy... No, that won't do either. Just a second. Colin Croft wasn't the type of man you'd see behind bars. Neither was his wife, Nia. In fact, the Crofts were not the type of people anyone would ever accuse of wrongful parenting. Regardless, that's exactly what the charge was against them. It was a very serious charge, punishable by... Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll start at the beginning.
Allie! Ethan! Let's go!
We're coming, Dad.
What's all that stuff?
Stuff for our experiments. Dowsing rods and a few crystals and an electromagnetic...
What's a dowsing rod?
It's used to measure the Earth's energy field. I want to see how strong it is around the stones.
The chambers are on ley lines, too.
Exactly. They probably have some untapped power.
Colin's amusement with the conversation deepened the laugh lines around his mouth. I dare say he was a handsome fellow, the lines of gray decorating his black hair like the tinsel on a holly tree. And always one to keep schedules, he ushered his children outside and locked the front door.
Powers, huh?
Don't say it like that, Dad. Don't you know about quantum physics?
They walked over to an SUV where Nia Croft was standing, talking on her cell phone. She smiled at her children and mouthed, "I'll be right there." Colin glanced at his wife and tapped his finger against his watch in an attempt to get her to hurry along before he got in the driver's seat.
Is that what you're learning in school?
No, they don't teach us about that type of stuff in school. We just memorize and regurgitate facts that we'll never use again in our life.
They should, though. It's way more interesting.
Hey, regurgitate is a big word. I bet you learned it in school.
Totally missing the point, Dad.
I know. Well, look, as long as your independent research doesn't interfere with your homework, you keep doing what you're doing.
Allie pulled out her cell phone and put in her headphones, the telltale sign that a teenager had had enough of parental wisdom. Ethan had long since stuck his nose into his copy of Yes magazine. He was 12, 4 years younger than his sister, and unlike Allie, had given up trying to convince his parents that their worldview was incredibly limited. Adults thought they knew everything, or at the very least, more than their kids. Ethan was of the opinion that while that was true in some cases, something happened to adults that sucked out their imaginations. It was like the adult rite of passage to stop believing in the fantastical once they reached a certain age. Ethan was determined that neither he nor his sister would ever get like that when they grew up. Did you make that promise to yourself as a child? Did you keep it?
Ready. Let's go.
I thought we said no work today.
It wasn't work. Hey, you two back there. Ready to have some fun?
Oh, yeah. I got the dowsing rods.
Cool.
Though he wanted to, Colin didn't ask who Nia had been talking to on the phone. They were 6 months into their separation, and he didn't feel like he had that right anymore. The family lapsed into a comfortable silence as they made the 45-minute drive to their destination chosen by their children. In case you were not aware, scattered across New England, there are hundreds upon thousands of miles of ancient stone circles, walls, rows, and chambers. The Croft family SUV finally stopped just a few yards back from 2 of these chambers. A stone wall ran alongside them to the east, right on the edge of the forest line. It was a pretty enough sight, with the multicolored leaves of fall hanging from the trees and scattered over the ground, decorating the earth.
So cool!
The young lad put his magazine away, now his nose pressed against the window. The moment Colin turned off the car, Allie and Ethan scrambled out and raced over to the chamber. Colin and Nia, as adults do, were slower to get out of the car, taking the time to watch their children's excitement with affectionate amusement. Colin tucked his hands into his jeans pockets and stole a glance over at his wife. She looked good. She always did. But more than that, she looked happy. She looked content. It was chilly and her dark-skinned cheeks were rosy because of the wind. Her dark brown eyes were lively, much more so than they'd been the last 2 years of their marriage. Or so he thought.
So, what's his name?
We're not doing this today.
I'm not doing anything. I was just asking.
You're never just asking, Colin.
I promise I won't beat him up.
I tell you, it was positively precious when he was rewarded with the slightest twitch of her lips, a telltale sign of her amusement. She gave a tiny shake of her head, looking away from him and back at their children.
Jacob.
Colin's jealousy flared. Oh dear. It made his shoulders square and his jaw set. Colin nodded curtly, and because she was right, it really wouldn't be fair to the kids if they did this today, walked away from her. Nia sighed. They act like children sometimes, adults, especially when they're hurt. And like children, Colin made an assumption that wasn't true. But Nia hadn't corrected him either, and perhaps she should have. Who knows? Let's continue.
Guys, you gotta come see this!
The doorway was typical but short. Nia and Colin had to duck passing through it. They were able to straighten to their full height when they got into the chamber, but the ceiling was still low, so much that there was maybe an inch between it and Colin's head. There was nothing remarkable about the inside of the chamber, except that it was a lot cleaner than either Nia or Colin had expected. But that was a passing thought. Sunlight streamed in through the one window, spreading the light perfectly. The stone walls were smooth, the floor sprinkled with only the occasional leaf that blew in through the window. Ethan held his dowsing rods crossed lightly over the top of one another and was walking slowly around the perimeter of the chamber. Allie held her video camera and was panning around in a circle.
How cool is this place?
Very cool. Getting any readings?
Here, give me the camera so you can get in the shot.
Wait, you and Mom have to get in the shot first, Dad. I want to take a picture too.
Colin and Nia walked to the middle of the chamber. There is sometimes an awkward moment when 2 people who haven't touched each other in what seemed like a very long time are forced into intimacy. Not because they don't want to, but because they do. And, as adults are prone to do, they've overcomplicated something so simple. So, there they stood, nearly shoulder to shoulder, their smiles a little strained. Ethan glanced at his parents and could sense how uncomfortable they were immediately. Children are very in tune to those sorts of things, in case you didn't know. Like children often do, he decided to make it worse.
Get closer, Mom and Dad.
We'll block your light if we do.
Seriously? If you two don't get closer, I'm going to banish you to another realm where you're permanently stuck together.
Allie and Ethan didn't realize it, but the moment Allie said, "banish you to another realm," the chamber did what it's meant to do, which meant that Nia and Colin Croft disappeared. Chapter 2. No, but seriously, where are we? You think the only people who are people are the people who look and think like you. But If you walk the footsteps of a stranger, you'll learn things you never knew you never knew. Colors of the Wind. To be teleported for the first time is an incredibly odd sensation. It's a full-body tingle that's somehow just a little different from the way it feels when your foot falls asleep. It's followed by a bright flash of light in front of your eyes, causing you to blink, and then bam, you're somewhere new. The first thing Colin and Nia noticed was that their children were no longer in front of them.
Allie? Ethan?
Nia was the first to realize the chamber was different. There was the same window behind them, but it was dark out. Inside the chamber, there were rectangular-shaped crystals embedded into the stone, and they were glowing, providing the room with a warm, soothing light.
Colin?
What just happened?
I don't know. Allie! Ethan!
If they needed more proof that they were not where they had been originally, here it was. Night had suddenly fallen, an almost full moon hanging low in the sky. As Colin and Nia exited the chamber, it was easy for them to see that the landscape was nearly identical because tall, gleaming silver rods stretched a good 7 feet above the ground. Circular-shaped crystals sat on their tops, glowing with the same soothing tone as the ones inside the chamber. It wasn't quiet. The woods around them were alive with wildlife. But Nia and Colin noticed that while some sounds were familiar, others were not. In between the cricket's hum and the true katydids, there were voices and giggles, but they were faint and sounded to Nia and Colin almost ethereal.
Ethan! Allie! Is that you out there?
That's not them, Colin.
How did we lose daylight?
Where are we? And where are the kids?
Now, usually when faced with the sudden disappearance of one's children, parents are highly upset, frantic even. Colin and Nia, while concerned, were not at that level of panic. That was because instinctively, on a level they were not yet ready to recognize, they knew their children were fine. Before either one of them could answer the other one's question, they heard voices echo out from the chamber. A second later, out walked a very handsome man with long, straight blonde hair, a pointed nose, and Colin and Nia realized with some amazement, pointed ears. Very pointed ears. Elf-like pointed ears. With the man was a young boy, no more than 8 or 9, that shared his father's remarkable features. He was looking up at his father in pure, childlike excitement.
That was great practice, Dad.
You did exceptionally well. Your mind is getting stronger every day.
It was then Callanan noticed Nia and Colin. At first, he looked surprised, but not for the reason you might think.
Oh my goodness. Well, hello. We usually don't see you in these parts.
Kapui, I thought I'd have to travel 100,000 miles to see you.
Now, Thalion, don't exaggerate. Humans don't live that far away.
At this point, Colin and Nia were both thoroughly confused. They looked at each other, then back at the couple. Colin frowned. His first thought was that the man in front of him was obviously a lunatic. Nia, on the other hand, thought the man must be playing with his son and was loath to break character, whatever that might be.
Excuse us. I'm Naya. This is my husband, Colin. Did you just come from inside that chamber?
Well, hello, Colin and Nia. I'm Callanan, and this is my son, Thalion. And yes, of course we did. It's the fastest method of transportation around here, and it's high time for Thalion to exercise his mental muscles. Didn't you come from the chamber?
Transportation? That chamber?
Yes, that chamber.
And your son knows how to operate it?
Very well. He gets better every day.
How is he able to do that?
With his mind, of course.
With his mind.
Yes. How else would he do it?
With a button or a control panel or something more realistic, maybe?
Calinon was beginning to grow uncomfortable under Colin's disapproving eyes. He took a step back from Colin and Nia, drawing his son closer to him.
Are you two feeling all right?
I'm fine. It's you I'm worried about. Seriously, I need to know how this thing works so I can get back to my children.
Well, I told you how it works. I don't understand why you won't listen, and your children should know how it works. If you're not teaching them, you're in violation of the law, you know? Humans don't get a free pass.
My elementals instructor told me humans got banished to the upper islands because they were arrogant and mean. Is that true? You don't look mean.
You're... what?
Nia, who realized the situation was wildly spiraling out of hand, smiled and stepped forward to use her body as a bit of a buffer between her husband and the strange people in front of them. She smiled at Calinon and Thalion.
Excuse him. He's had a long day. Thank you for your help.
Calinon eyed the two of them suspiciously now. His son tugged impatiently on his hand.
Come on, Dad. I don't want to miss the new moon ceremony.
All right, Thalion. Namaste, you two.
Calinon took his son by the hand and led him down a lighted trail that went into the woods.
What a nut job.
You're not helping the situation by calling him that.
I couldn't ask that question in any clearer English, Naya. Why would he think that?
It doesn't matter. We've obviously gone somewhere. Let's just figure out how to use this thing.
That's ridiculous. We couldn't have gone anywhere.
Look around, Colin. Did you see these light posts earlier? Or how about the ones in the chamber?
It's impossible. How could we have gone somewhere else?
That's the million-dollar question of the day, isn't it? I'm going back inside to try to figure out where the control panel or whatever is.
Yeah, you do that. I'm gonna go walk over to the SUV, get my cell phone, and call the kids to find out where they are.
Yes, do that.
Nia turned her back on him, walking into the chamber. Colin stood there for just a moment. He gave his head a hard shake and stalked off in the direction he was certain he'd left the car. Funny thing about fear-based certainty against an impossible gut instinct. One always wins out over the other. Guess which? At any rate, Colin walked and Colin walked. Sometimes in a straight line, sometimes in a circle. He backtracked. He stopped and started and walked forward again. But try as he might, he could not find the location they'd left the vehicle. It was as if it simply didn't exist anymore. Nia wasn't having much better luck inside the chamber. She searched the walls, the floors, and the strange lamps. She pressed on stones, ran her fingernail into crevices. She even kicked the wall a few times when her frustration got the better of her. But try as she might, she could not find the chamber's control panel. Though in two different places, Nia and Colin gave up their searches at the exact same time. Nia dropped her back against the wall, her arms folded in front of her, a deep, frustrated frown on her face. Colin began his walk back to the chamber, stomping a bit like a frustrated child. And at that moment, inside the chamber where Nia stood, the Malak arrived. The Malak were the police force of Maketh, the place Nia and Colin journeyed to. Rest assured, it is not so far from your own dimension. The walls between dimensions are much thinner and easier to traverse than you might imagine. The Malak appeared human, but were deceiving creatures, capable of shapeshifting into the animal they most resonated with. The two that appeared in front of Nia were wearing immaculately pressed dark blue uniforms. What gave away that they were not human were their tails. Curved, bushy tails like you'd find on a Siberian husky extended from their backsides. A space was made in the uniform to accommodate their physique, of course. Nia was quite startled at their appearance because they literally just appeared. There was no warning. One minute she was alone, the next she was not. To be fair, there was some warning, but if you didn't notice what to look for, it would be easy to miss. When one is about to teleport oneself, the space in front of them ripples ever so subtly, taking on a water-like quality, a translucent ripple in the fabric of space and time. Nia blinked several times, staring at the men in clear shock. They didn't look nearly as surprised to see her.
Are you the human known as Nia?
Well, poor Nia just couldn't find her voice. Once she got over the fact they appeared out of nowhere, she noticed their tails. And when her brain confirmed that what her eyes were seeing was correct, that was more a shock than poor Nia could take, and she fainted. Thankfully, Malak are very fast creatures, and the one without a mustache caught her, saving her from a painful bump on the head. At that moment, Colin walked into the chamber.
I have no friggin' idea where the damn car is!
What a scene this was for him. Two strange, stern-faced men sporting unfamiliar uniforms, and tails no less, were standing there, with one of them holding his wife.
What the hell are you? And what did you do to my wife?
Are you the human known as Colleen?
Get your damn paw off me! What did you do to her? Naya! Naya, are you alright?
Calm down, human. She fainted is all.
Fee the love of... I asked you a question, Ooman. Are you Colleen?
What? Yes, I'm Colin, if that's what you're trying to say. What? Who are you?
By order of His Angelicness, Raziel, overseer of the dominion known as Maketh, you are under arrest for the crime of wrongful parenting.
Excuse me?
If I were you, I'd be keeping my oath shut right about now.
It took Colin a moment to translate what the Malak had just said, and in that time, Colin, Nia, and the Malaks disappeared.
I hope you've enjoyed listening to A Fairy Tale for Adults.
Anyway, that's episode 1.
Oh my god. I love it so much. That was episode 1 of A Fairy Tale for Adults, everyone. If you enjoyed it. And now I'm going to grill people. No.
You should. You should absolutely grill people.
So this wasn't one I actually prepped, but now I have to ask that I'm re-listening to it. I love the detail actually here of the two. Is it Malaks? Malak? I don't know if it's a K or
the Malaks.
X there.
Yeah, the Malaks. Yeah.
Malaks. I didn't pick up on it the first time, but now that I've listened to it again, I love the description that one is a husky. So I don't know if the voice actor may have to answer this question, but I love the idea because a husky, if you've ever owned a husky or been around one, they go, ah! They are singers. They are very loud. So the idea to have one of them going Colleen, like it, are they related or did I just make that up?
So this is very exciting. So both the Malaks, both Charlie and Barley both have tails. They both look like huskies.
Yeah.
And it was so I owned a husky. Was my first one of my loves of my life for 17 years. I had this dog, and he actually was not a howler, which was hilarious. I had a husky that did not. I know. I swear it was a Angel. Angel had husky tendencies in other ways, but anyway, no, that was on accident. I just wanted this particular character to just talk weird because I figured that not everybody in this dimension would just talk normal. So I just wanted this one to just come out with some actual nonsense. And then I didn't realize what I had done to the poor voice actor. So now Joe, who is an incredible, great friend of ours, like literally like how the hell, and he just did it. He just nailed it. Just leaned into the ridiculousness of it. So he did so good.
Yeah, if I remember right, we didn't even really give him any direction. He just when they were reading the lines, he just launched into that.
I remember him going, how the hell am I going to say this? And I was like, I don't know. Just, give it a shot.
How do you interpret this?
Literally.
I love it. Oh my God. Because I loved when I listened to it the first time, I thought it was wonderful because hello, Joe. I'm assuming that might be you.
That is Joe.
I don't talk normal. Well, and Joe, maybe you can answer this too. Not that I'm supposed to be grilling you, but like I when I listened to it the first time, I love the detail where they're from another world. So they wouldn't say Colin. Like most of us would read Colin and be like, oh, that's the name Colin. We've heard this before, right? That's in quote normal for us. And so I love that detail of Colleen, and changing just even the pronunciation, not necessarily even what I'm going to call the husky inflection. But
that's what it is now. It is now the husky inflection, 100%.
Yeah, husky inflection. Yeah. I'm gonna add that to my repertoire and put that on my resume. Thank you.
Do it.
But I love that detail, and then having the juxtaposition of the other Malax there, and almost like that nonplussed, like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. I love the dichotomy of those two. And so yeah, Joe, was your inspiration Huskies? That's my question for you. You don't have to answer, but that's what I'm telling myself. That's my own
I love this
justification in my brain. So real quick question at the very beginning. I mentioned this before we listened to the first episode, where I was like listening to it, and there's one line where in my notes I was like, stop, and just like yelling. And so what was the inspiration? This is literally what I wrote, y'all. What was the inspiration for the trauma weapon? Did you make that promise? Did you keep it? So if we remember, just to recap, where Crystal ripped our hearts out at the very beginning with the narrator, talking about, did you promise yourself to keep your whimsy, your belief, your imagination, your creation, and creativity? Did you make that promise? Did you keep it? Where we all just died inside. Yeah, so what was the inspiration for the trauma weapon, y'all? I'd like to hear some thoughts behind that one. In the opener and then the first 10 minutes.
So that's the line that scored Zoe the job. That's the line that I had them read.
Yeah.
And whoever hurt me the most got it, and Zoe hurt me the most, so that she got it. But because I wanted to know, because the whole, like, we talked about it earlier. The whole purpose of fairy tale is to kind of like, hey, you have an inner child. How much have you repressed that inner child? And I think we all did this. Right. We all had that moment as children where we were like, adults don't know shit. I believe in magic. I'm out here, with my imaginary friend doing whatever. And then eventually, some of us, I don't think all of us, I think a lot of the creatives here can relate that we didn't quite lose it, but I think there were moments where we forget, where we didn't necessarily keep that promise to ourselves, where we got caught up in all the crap that happens when you're an adult. So that there's a lot of if it makes you feel better, Danielle is really calling out me, and then by association you. So
does it make you feel better that we share trauma?
Right.
I don't know.
Trauma's better with friends.
Right.
No. And it's funny. I say this unfortunately a lot, where I'm just like, I'm glad that you don't get it. To those people that don't get it in certain moments. Yeah, like I'm glad you don't get it. But at the same time, I feel like this is a very interesting question to follow up with that. So I don't personally remember times when I was younger where I had like an imaginary friend or anything like that, but I do remember the moments where I had to start choosing different things. Like I had an eyebrow ring, as an example, quick example. I had an eyebrow ring when I was in college, and then I had to opt to take that out for jobs. And so little things like that. And I know eyebrow ring is not whimsy. Don't take that the wrong way, everybody. but that moment of,
it's a moment of self-expression.
I gotta grow up now.
It's a self-expression thing too. Yeah.
Right. But also just a moment of, I need to conform to this box.
Mm-hmm.
I can't go work for government contractors with an eyebrow ring. And choosing those moments. So is there, not to make everyone cry, but is there a moment that y'all can remember either do you remember the last time you talked to your imaginary friend or some other childhood moment? Or do y'all remember a moment where you had to start, making that conscious choice of accepting the box or getting into the box and leaving behind something, either whimsy or, about yourself, that kind of helped fuel this? I can rip out hearts too.
Listen. Here's what I am, quote unquote, the failure as the eldest daughter, because I left the box. So I think that's actually my trauma, is that I kind of still refuse to grow up, and to kind of to my detriment, because I didn't start out taking anything that taking any of this art stuff seriously. I started out in corporate America. I started out in literally like managing departments and doing one of the most serious, stupid jobs that you could absolutely do, right? And then got fired from that job because I picked a fight with HR. And you can't do that in a corporate environment, but I'm kind of like a very real person, and you're not going to walk into my office and just talk to me some kind of way and think that I'm not going to talk back to you that kind of way. So, and that doesn't really work in a corporate environment. So I got fired. Right. So, but then after that,
also HR is not your friend. Real
Not
quick
your friend.
slip in. HR is not your friend. Be careful.
Be careful.
Sorry, go ahead.
Not your friend. Not your friend. Right. If you need to keep your corporate job, don't get into a fight with HR.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. So, I mean, I remember those moments, but I'm still like, kind of stuck in how do we balance the whimsy and our inner child with being quote unquote an adult, especially, not to get deep, but especially in a world that does not value what we do in that way. In that, it's a corporate job versus, you make audio dramas
in the capitalistic way.
In the capitalistic way. You said it. So yeah, I remember. I mean, I remember those moments, very, very distinctly, where it was like, no, this is what I want to do, and not being able to figure that out and how to do it, and beating myself up a lot because I've never felt like an adult, like not fucking ever. So.
I'm starting to strongly believe that nobody does, and that they just lie.
That's
just me.
Right.
But Crystal, same question to you, and I especially just, is there a time you remember as a kid, that last time you talked to your imaginary friend, or the last time you played pretend, or anything like that, or again, when did you start choosing the box, if you will, of either corporate America, capitalistic society, or I want to be an adult now. Sorry, I'm making fun of myself because I've said this to myself. It's fine. Go ahead.
It's fine.
I think the most clear thing that I remember is actually the last time I talked to my imaginary friend, because I was itty bitty pixel, right? And I think we were in my room, and I was like, I had like a thing of like those plastic building blocks, right? And I forget what I was trying to make, but I remember I was talking to my imaginary friend. I don't remember what we were talking about, but in the other room, my uncle was visiting, and he and my parents were talking, and I could overhear them talking about how they thought it was weird how I talked to my imaginary friend all the time, and they were actually,
Sorry.
and they kind of, sometimes not the nice religious household, but like they were a little on the concerned side that I was actually channeling. So after I heard that, I felt some kind of way, and I noticed the next day I didn't see my imaginary friend anymore. So yeah.
No,
Wait.
and I
have a story.
So
you go first, but I remember
please do.
I have a story. So I realized
please
with a
go.
moment. So I don't quite remember how old I was. I think we're middle school, around there. But I grew up in the Bible Belt, so all up and down the East Coast as well. So
same.
Yeah, I think
But southern.
I think I think we were in Virginia at the time. I think we were in Virginia at the time. Kind of like Alexandria area, Richmond area, so people get an idea of like the culture, right? And I was at school, and apparently at this time I was really into talking about portals and dimensions. And it had concerned school officials, who called my mother to tell her that I was walking around talking about portals and dimensions. And I remember being called into a counselor's office, and she asked me to tell, and I remember drawing it. I was like, yo, this is what a portal looks like, and you go places when I literally was like, I gave her an entire presentation on this. And after that, I remember that I got in trouble with my mom, and I had to go see her weekly because I was talking about this too much. I'm not kidding. I was literally like, I don't remember how long it lasts, but I remember that I had to be in this counselor's office like once a week. I had to go see her because I decided that I was just talking about portals too much.
I so want to ask, I'm like, do those portals look like archways? But
yeah,
just a moment, like, wait a minute, is this a very interesting retelling of what Crystal knew long ago?
I know, right?
But I find it very interesting, and I specifically wanted to ask about, your imaginary friend stuff, because at least for me, I don't remember an imaginary friend. Like, I don't remember ever having that kind of whimsy. Don't make me cry. I don't feel bad about it now. No, but like, I was more the kid that was like outside all the time and playing in the sun and stuff. And I personally don't remember that. And so I really wanted to ask more of like questionnaire style. Like, so Pixel, you said you did, or have at least a memory of the reaction to it, maybe necessarily, not the actual imaginary friend, or do you remember your imaginary friend, like what they looked like or who they were?
Oh yeah, like
Can I hear about it?
can't, yeah, because I can't. A funny thing is, I can't quite remember like their face, but I remember they were a boy my age with a red sweater and black hair. And that's all I can really remember. So, but I can't recall their face. Oh, and his name was Chen, like Chen.
Oh, I love it so much. Oh, and I asked that question mostly just, and I asked this of chats too here. Like, again, I don't remember that. So I'm like, is this a shared experience? Do people know that? You know what I mean? Like, some people go, I remember being 4. And I'm like, how?
Right.
Like, how do you remember being 2? Anyway, but I was just mostly curious. And then I love that. But do you remember what the portals look like, Crystal? Like
Spirals.
when you were a kid? Like,
Spiral.
are they the same?
Like the Fibonacci
spirals? Okay.
spiral. That's what I was drawing. That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was. I might have been on this. I don't know. I might have been on this, but that's literally what I remember. Yeah, that's literally what I was drawing. Like,
and when you zoom out from the spiral, there's an archway and there's some crystals.
So no, I'll tell you, the inspiration for the stone circles was I was I'm like a big fucking UFO community is so fun sometimes.
Love it.
Yeah. Listen, conspiracy theories were fun until fucking magma showed up. Okay, let me just put it to you that way. It used to be a really good time. We were talking about shit on
now
the moon.
Now they're scarily real.
Right now, everybody has lost their mind. We used to just be talking about whether or not there were aliens on the moon, and now we've got people who won't get a goddamn vaccine.
It's like that, and now we're hoping that we were right.
Right now, I'm like,
please.
God, please. Right. So anyway, some friends of mine did an episode on the actual stone walls and stone chambers that are actually all across New England. Like this, you can go to these. Like these are actually there. There's like miles and miles and miles of them. Like I think even Bob in the chat said that they lived by him too. So, I was just like, imagination. I was like, I wonder if they go somewhere. I wonder if you could. I wonder, because I'm always just so curious about that. I'm like, I wonder what they use those for. And it's probably something like real boring, like whatever. But I'm like, huh.
There were walls around it, and that was a door. Like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I'm like, that's no fun. Anyway, what it actually does, right? That's
that leads me to a question that I wasn't going to ask till later, but this is a very good time to ask it. So the inspiration you're talking about a little bit about the archways, just in the stories and parts of this in general, I'm going to ask a lot of these just for the record, but to start us off with, the portals. So it was more like an ADHD kind of inspiration, or was it something you want to talk about more all the time? You know what I mean? Like where you're like, this would be fun, or no, I have a full plan. I have the whole thing laid out. Like the idea of the portals and the magic and how this world works, was that more of a ADHD, this sounds fun? Or was it a, you saw this as a kid and they're everywhere, so they got to mean something,
right.
Like what does that mean? And asking yourself, a million questions.
I'm a Scorpio, so we think everything means something, and not everything means everything. So that's a hard lesson for us to learn. But I'm also not an outliner, so everything was kind of, I knew that we had to get these two parents accidentally to this world, and I just love the idea of teleportation. I love the teleportation. I love the idea of teleportation. I think that's super cool. I've fallen down many rabbit holes about how maybe if you hit something with the right kind of sound, you could pass through it. Thanks, Fringe.
The resonance.
Yeah, right.
I know we're French fans. Okay.
Right. So just fun. Go ahead. Right. Fun shit like that. So I just love the idea of, because kids are just so, kids don't have preconceived notions. Kids don't have beliefs that keep you from believing in something, this, that, and the other. So, I'm also a big proponent that I think science is magic. I think they're very much intertwined. I think a lot of times, not to get like too woo-woo, but I think a lot of times that things that we can't understand, it's just because science just hasn't caught up yet, not necessarily that things aren't real. And kids don't care. Like, kids don't care. Kids see the world in this very kind of just like open, kind of as it is. Kids just kind of do that. So it was very easy for me to say, well, a child's just going to say, I'm going to banish you to another realm. And if this thing does have any, it's just going to do what it's supposed to do. And they're gonna go.
Voice activated. What?
Yeah, right. Literally. Literally. Like, oh.
I love that part. And to your point of science, because I have STEM background, and I
love that.
As an engineer, previous engineer, like that's kind of how most engineers think. I feel well. A good. Let me say the good portion. Where it's fascinating. You want to see how the world works and how things interact and how they come to be. And I just want to say, just as a note, not a question necessarily, but I love that Ethan is sciencey. Just as a fellow nerd, I love that he's just like, I've got these, and the dad's like, what? Like, Colin's going, what do those do? And Ethan's so excited to use them and test the world.
Yes.
Like, I love that, and that very much like not even new agey kind of thing, but in a science way. I thought that was super cute.
Yeah.
So like my question, I guess, for that is just, was there a particular inspiration for Ethan and his little sciencey? Is it kind of what you're talking about, or was there any specifics to Ethan's creation, if you will?
I thought it was just a fun thing for him to just whip out some freaking dowsing rods, because I think kids do that, right? They want to experiment with stuff, and I feel like if you delve into the quote unquote good side of New Age spirituality, which is wild now, but whatever. Anyway, that's kind of what it is. Like, nobody will tell you this is the way to do the thing. People will tell you to take it for a test drive. You want to know if something works, right? Do it. See, and I know that scientists might call that a peer review, like we're just like, go try some shit and see if it works for you. So yes, Ethan walking around this thing with his dowsing rods to see if he can get readings of the Earth's magnetic field to see if it's different here than somewhere else was just kind of how I see like science and quote unquote magic intertwining. Like, I think some cool article came out too at one point that we had found teleportation or something weird was going on Earth, and scientists were just speculating whether or not we could teleport in certain places. And I'm like, where? Somebody tell me where and what time, so I can just go.
I'm in.
I'm so in. If you need some volunteers, I volunteer as tribute to just go stand in the place where maybe we could get teleported somewhere. Yeah, like fuck it, whatever.
And that's such a funny dichotomy, because like for me, I'm like, ooh, am I gonna recombine correctly?
Right.
And I don't know if it's maybe the science brain or I'm too much of the adult. Like,
no, it's probably your science brain, and that's a good question to ask, because I also saw The Fly as an 80s child. But at this point, I'm kind of just like, fuck it, let's just walk through some shit and see what happens.
Oh gosh, and the older I get, I swear I get more like that, and I'm sure all of us do, where we're just kind of like, okay, that could be bad, but maybe.
But maybe.
So the other question I have for you, Pixel, I love the music, and it's so just the parts, especially with the narrator, Daniela speaking, it's so just like I'm not a music person, so forgive my non-technical terms here, but the very much just almost like chimes, if you will, or like the I'm so good at this, y'all. Just like it makes it yeah, I don't know if it's whimsy, but it might, like, my brain, I'm more of a picture kind of person, so it just makes me think of like little fairies and pixies going tick, 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 and like running around everywhere. Yeah, I was gonna ask the process of like, how do you do this? Yeah.
Because when you hear like certain melodies, you're immediately like transported to X location. So like there are just certain chimes where you're like, that's a fairy circle right there. I think my problem with not problem, but like with Fairy Tale, there was a lot of music that was like that. So I had a really hard time picking and choosing. So I'd like send Crystal things and be like, decide for me, because this is the general tone I want to use. Pick something. Because I think my favorite track we used, I don't remember how I found it, because this was before we started recording for Fairy Tale. This is like after I had looked at the script and I was on, I forget which one of the sound places I used to get stuff, but I've heard the track we use for like transitions, like whenever Daniela is speaking. I found that so randomly. And when I heard it, I'm like, that's the shit. I want that.
Give me.
I can
I
I
love
can
it.
hear cricket narration in my brain as I hear this before I even knew what Daniela's voice was.
Mhm. I
So
love that so
like,
much.
yeah.
Oh my
Because
and the
some
thing
of
is, like
these
I said, I'm
tracks
not a
were
music person.
yeah. And like some of these tracks were like very hard to side one, but that transition music was like immediate. No, that's it. That's the one.
It shall be used. It doesn't fit anything. I don't
Yes.
care. No. I love that because, like I said, as a music person, I say that I'm a music person as I danced for like 10 plus years. I can sing, but give me an instrument and I become a caveman. It is horrible. I can't even play a recorder. So like the feel of music, I guess, might be it. So do you have a music background, or do you kind of do a similar thing where it's more the feel of music rather than the technical thing? And this kind of goes with the magic and the adulting anyway. But what is your background with it?
I actually used to play both the violin. I dabbled with the flute, but I can't remember what that one's called. It's the silver one that like goes this way when you hold it. I can't remember what it's called. But
The silver's the one.
Yeah.
yeah, so this
Like
is
real
silver one.
person
I don't
ass.
remember what it's called.
Is that not the flute? Isn't that the
But,
flute?
I think it's just flute
I think it's a
because
flute.
there's
Yeah, it's a
different
flute.
ones that where you
Any music
but there's
people?
different
Piccolo, sure.
yeah. The problem is there's like ones where you hold this way, but with the flute you hold this way. So I don't know if there's like a different one for it. But I used to play that a little bit, and then I also had an ocarina that I played with a
Nice.
lot too. And I just like I listen to a lot of music every day because like for my particular I don't know if it's the same for y'all, but like for my particular brand of ADHD, music helps me focus a great deal with whatever I'm doing, whether it's working, studying, like language study, or if I'm doing something for Tails, like a lot of the times I'll have something very low in the background if I'm like picking out lines or something. So, and I think that probably because I'm not like officially trained or anything, but it's just like I'll hear like I think with how much I listen to, I'll hear certain things and I'll immediately equate it to X things. So it's kind of like maybe not language necessarily, but like just working off of vibes, being really in tune with like the vibe of some kind of melody. So I think with that helped with having a small instrumental background, and then having uh music being so integral to my mental health. So yeah.
No, absolutely. And I especially loved the dichotomy and talking a little bit about that. This is more a comment, but I love the dichotomy of that kind of fairy music and like I said, I'm more of a pictures person. So I saw like fairies and like the twinkles when they were going through the cave when that music was happening. And then I loved the switch with the guards. The calling like that.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And it was almost like circus music, it might be the better way to I'm not sure what you would
Right.
call
Yes.
it, but
Yes.
it's a
'Cause
real
I was
quick change that you really have to listen to. Sorry.
for that I was looking for like a combination to either I remember I was thinking of haunted circus when I was trying to find like some kind of track, but then my brain was like,
Yeah.
no, aliens, UFOs.
Aliens. Like if I had my hair more wild.
We need to do that.
Oh.
Aliens. I love that guy.
Like the black could be aliens. Let's find something, and I found
Oh
something.
my god. It was perfect and it was so funny. And so you mentioned that you listen to music all the time, and I do the same for my neurospiciness. Or I can't focus. My brain it's not enough. Yeah, it's not enough stimuli for me to focus and actually do something until I have something combating, my thoughts. And
Mhm.
so I have to say, just as in general, I love the way that y'all did this because the story's beautiful, of course, and then the music, it helps the neurospiciness. I don't know if it's ADHD or whatever it may be, but like having the tones and things and the changes, and it made my brain immediately go, there's a new attitude here when the two guards show up.
Yes.
And I love that it's the attitude from the POV of the narrator / the couple. Because Naya is unconscious at this point. And then Colin's like, what is this? And it's almost like there's a couple discordant notes in there, and it gives you the vibe that I think is trying to translate. And I just loved it. It was so good.
And I also like
Mhm,
real
yeah.
quick, just as a side note,
Yeah, of
is like
course.
gaming also shapes a lot of like what I do for like sound design for Tales, especially with like Don't Look very much, especially. But a game that I play all the time, I want to give them like a reward or something for their usage of music, because you could be doing something and there'll be a transition during your gameplay and the music will change, and it's very fascinating how they use that too, because so I used a little bit of that inspiration with I think every Tales project for having to transition a mood, because I loved their work over there. So
I love that. And you're right. And I know probably most of us all play games in here too, but like that's when when the battle music starts and you're like, what? Like it wakes you up. And
Yeah.
you know, that may not even just be an ADHD or thing, because I remember I was reading something like if you're doing audio dramas, have like some kind of sound at least every 4 minutes or something, because it cues you back in from just verbal talking. Because like, you know, if people are talking a lot or narrating a lot, you kind of drown out and you're like, I'm sorry, what did they just say?
Right.
Versus having chimes where your brain goes, new stimulus.
Right.
Like a groundhog, like yes. But I love that, and especially with games and battle music too is very similar. Just like you're playing, what was I playing? I was playing Pikmin 1 recently, and I had never played it as a kid. Talking about childhood memories, I was like, in my aging 30s, like Pikmin 1, I never got to play this as a kid, and I'm running around these little tiny adorable, you know, alien things, and then I hear faster paced music, and immediately I'm like, what? What's happening? Where is it? Where is it? And like start looking for the enemy. It was so funny. And oh man, I love it. I love the vibes of that. But I really appreciate that with this particular audio drama too, where it helps, I think, keep the whimsy, you know? Because like like just in general for us, kids stories and kids shows are more like that, right? Where the sounds are ever changing and then they're ever playing. And yet with, you know, adult themed things or target audiences, it's usually like gravitas or serious. It never really gets to that level of like the discordant stuff for the cards.
Right.
So like it's so well done. One last question, because I know we don't say too long over time, but I really love the idea, and I kind of wanted to hear the process and your thought processes behind this for this. Like a lot of us maybe listen to audio dramas and it feels very much like the audience is just outside it. You know, they're not part of the story and you're kind of just an observer window, if you will, like in a submarine or something, like what's going on over here. So I love this choice that y'all made of there are chapters and the narrator is bridging that gap for the audience and then the story going on. And by the way, the narrator Zoe,
Zoe's
S tier, so good,
so
and just
good.
draws you in. Oh, it's so good, and being able to have the nuance of like matching the energy of the characters so that it brings the audience in with it to that energy. I love it. Anyway, so was it super important to have like chapter 1, chapter 2, and make it more like an audiobook kind of thing experience, like a mix of the two, I guess, rather than just an audio drama where you're watching a play or listening to a play?
I just wanted to try something.
Was that even a
Yeah, I just wanted to. So it's something that we're always going to do with Tales is that we're always going to try shit. And then whether it works or not, we'll never know but we will always try shit. And so Fairy Tale was originally just going to be a short story. And then, you know, in an ADHD fashion, I one day decided that I was going to make audio dramas. And I was like, hey, I've got this story that I never finished. I could turn it into an audio drama. And the story had fucking footnotes. So it actually helped too with like, it was literally, it had like fucking footnotes. Like Danielle would say something with a little asterisk and you go down to the bottom and there would be like lore about the fucking world.
Yes.
Which another author actually did for real. And I'm like, get off my fucking wavelength, bro. But yeah, we're just trying shit. Like we're literally, I was like, you know what? Why not? Why not have her read this because she's reading it to you? Narration is important to me, and I know a lot of audio dramas don't do it, and I know it's not the audio drama standard to have a narration, but I'm not one of those people that appreciates theater of the mind to the extent that I don't know what's happening. So right. I love the medium. There's so many audio dramas that are absolutely incredible, but I am sometimes frustrated because I'll be listening to this incredible fucking audio drama and I hear sounds, but I don't know what these sounds are. I don't know who's fighting who's throwing what lightning bolt where, and it just like kind of takes me out of the story. So, and I don't know if that's like my version of neurospiciness, that I don't really appreciate ambiguity in that way. Like I don't want, like, that's not how I want to use my imagination when I'm listening to something. So we'll always have a narrator in some way, shape, or form. I think we're kind of evolving into how much narration we need and how much I can have my voice actors, and as we get better at sound design, like tell the story for us, you know, in a kind of show don't tell kind of way. So we're always kind of working on that balance. But with this, I wanted, that's exactly how I wanted it to feel. I wanted to feel like you got like Daniela on your shoulder and she's reading you the story. And that's how I wanted you to feel when you were doing this. So it was like, yeah, fuck yeah, chapters, why not?
You know, and I love that because that's kind of always like some not hot topic, if you will, but like something that's brought up a lot of why people that aren't gamers don't understand why gamers love it so much. And a difference of when you're watching something or a show or something like that, you're just an observer.
Right.
And when you're a gamer, you are in the game because you're controlling a piece of the narrative, right? And I think maybe that's why I'm so like my brain zoned in on this so hard. And being an audiobook narrator, I love that this show in particular is drawing the person in.
Yeah.
It's not like you can really wash the dishes at the same time while you're listening, like maybe you do with other audio dramas, because you're gonna miss it. And the narrator's just kind of like, give me your hand. No, come back. We're going into this. And I really, really thought that was a very wonderful way that y'all did this with both the music, again, with maybe the neurospiciness of like new change, what happened? And then the narrator, Zoe, again, fantastic job. Oh my God. As a voice actor, I'm like, I need to pick up my shit.
I know, all the time. She didn't get to read with Tara and Rob. So, and that's actually why that she says Naya's name wrong, because we decided how to say Naya's name in studio after I'd already gotten Zoe's lines, and I was like, fuck it, we're not changing it, whatever.
It's Naya now.
She says Nia, and everybody else says Naya. I'm like, you know what? We're new. It's fine. We're indie. Fuck it.
You know, I love it though, because I can at least, this is just me rationalizing, because that's what I do. Don't talk about my neurospices. It's fine. I can see how that might work later, and I won't reveal it, but y'all should pay attention. It's really, really good. Anyway.
That. But yeah, Zoe's incredible.
The reveals.
Zoe could read me like a freaking box. And you know what I found out about Zoe? Yeah, she could read like Tara, she could read me the weather. And she was incredible to direct as well. And I love them being so patient with me, because I think Fairy Tale was second audio drama that we did. Maybe, I think, did we do Fairy Tale before Don't Look? I think Fairy Tale was the second one that we did. So I'm still learning about stuff. And a lot of times with Zoe, I didn't have a lot of notes for her. I don't have Tara's here, and Tara gets mad at me all the time because I don't have a lot of notes for Tara either. And I think it's just because I am brilliant at casting, and I always put Tara in roles where Tara can just become the character, because Tara is like Toni Collette in that Tara just becomes things. And so Tara's got some ad libs that I'm sure we will talk about. And I'm curious to see if you know the moments that Tara just was so in Naya that she just said some shit. And I was like, this is incredible. I'm going to just let this. I was like, yes, be Naya right now. And Zoe was the same way. And Zoe apparently plays a lot of villains. And I'm like, what?
Oh, I could hear it though.
Yeah.
Because you know those villains that bring you in? Like Zoe has a wonderful voice and tonality where I'm like, yes, what did you say?
Right.
And like we'll like get closer in the headphones, and I could totally see the spider kind of villain where it's just like, yes, you're totally fine, I promise. like you're already in the net and you're like, how did I get here? Yes, I do see Tara there. Tara, by the way, I've got questions for you.
Hi, Tara. Thanks for coming.
And they're mostly, where are they? Oh, I have them underlined just so I can find it. Just a general question. And Tara, you don't have to answer this, but just as an example, it's so Tara, how was it wrecking my emotions? Cool. All right, moving on. And just how was that? Was that good? Cool. All right. But no, it was absolutely fantastic job. Just as a note, I swear it's the last note, and then we can jump into episode 2. But I really love the dichotomy of the adulting of Naya versus Colin. it's so fucking well done, both of you. Like, it's so well done of, moms trying to keep the children in the children bubble as much as possible. Like, hey, don't talk about the dowsing rods that way, or like, trying to maintain that kid appropriateness for the kids versus Colin, like, oh, I know y'all saw my eye rolls, but oh my god, the whole like, that's a big word. You learned that in school, did you? And I literally in my mind, I'm like, shut up, Dad. So many times you just hear me, like, probably see me to go, or like eye roll. But I really loved, and I know Tara and Rob did a fantastic job of this, but just because they're both adults, you know what I mean? Like, they're both adults, they're both trying to just do their jobs. We'll hear about this more later, but trying to stay on track of the capitalist box we're all stuck in. And I have to just put it out there, Rob, Tara, y'all did a great job of showing the different ways that we try to rationalize that for ourselves, and the willingness to be whimsy versus the don't forget the rules and the bounds, and we're stuck. Yeah, anyway, so I loved it. It was great. Yay. So, any quick last notes or questions or anything before we move on to 2?
Oh, we're just gonna keep the trauma train rolling.
I'm ready. Let's go. Let's get more trauma.
Get more snacks, get more drinks, and get more plushies.
That's right.
I'm gonna send you something later, Torin. Okay, sounds good. All right, let's go on to chapter 2 of A Fairy Tale for Adults.
A Fairy Tale for Adults, pulled from the forgotten archives of the Tales of the Forgotten Fiction Network. Episode 2.
I like nonsense. It wakes up the brain cells. Dr. Seuss. That strange, tingly feeling, the teleported somewhere one, made Colin uneasy and let him know something just happened. The Malak with the mustache gave Colin's shoulder a none-too-friendly shove.
Go on, out with ya.
Colin glared at the Malak with the mustache. His name was Barley, and did as he was told. He knew immediately that they were in a different chamber because the exit hallway ceiling wasn't low or as narrow. This one was quite wide, nearly double the size, in fact. More importantly, when Colin stepped out of the chamber, he could no longer deny he was not in his world. This chamber was in the middle of the Justice District in the very busy city known as Karstium. Karstium is about 10 miles northwest of the forest of Stormall, where the Crofts found themselves moments before. Karstium was cleverly built on top of 2 proud, towering, rock-like hillsides. The River Agrium, a narrow, beautifully pristine body of water, ran between the 2 hills. It was a breathtaking view at the top of those rocks, to be certain, and strong, polished steel bridges connected the busy population. The dwarves take it upon themselves to keep the bridges shiny, as they tend to like shiny things. Unlike other areas of the city that are alight with color and the creative power of imagination, the buildings in the Justice District of Karstium are quite stern-looking. They are tall, silvery gray, dome-shaped, and built directly into the hillside. The Crofts and the Malaks stood on a walkway made of black granite directly in front of the courthouse and stockades, both in the same building that was marked by the gigantic justice scales hanging above the entranceway. 2 other Malaks stood still as statues in front of the entranceway, eyes straight ahead. It was a busy place, to be certain, as more of the Malaks went to and fro on various assignments. Occasionally, an elf riding a bicycle zoomed by, most likely a messenger, and tiny creatures, mini-fairies and pixies, whizzed overhead at speeds too fast to be seen.
What in the...
It was at this moment Nia began to come around. She slowly opened her eyes, looked at the Malak groggily, and... The poor Malak was startled, you see, but thankfully didn't drop her. He did, however, put the now struggling, squirming Nia on her feet, and Colin rushed over to her, framing her face between his hands.
Calm down.
Oh my God. Colin? Where are we?
I don't know.
Costume. Poor things. You used the chamber by accident, didn't you?
It doesn't matter now, does it? Get them to their cells.
Wait, what? Cells? Why? Where are you taking us?
Apparently, we're being charged with wrongful parenting.
What? Why? What for?
I wouldn't say much more, ma'am. Not until you've seen Raziel. Anyway, please, come this way.
Sensing that he was the reasonable one, and that Barley would use force if need be, and knowing that neither of them knew what kind of force could be used upon them, they silently agreed it was best to just do as instructed. So, holding tight to each other's hands, they followed Barley. The inside of the Justice Building is absolutely huge. The ceiling, a good 20 feet, dome-shaped. Tall, white columns. A giant stone staircase straight in front of them led to the offices of the Malak on the second floor. To the left was a huge doorway, and a sign above it read, Courtroom. To the right was a narrow corridor and a set of stone stairs that descended deep into the hillside. The Malaks took them down the stairs on the right. The jail cells were extremely clean, even though they were kind of, well, medieval. You know, bars and all that. But there was no one else down here. Crime wasn't really an issue. The most serious thing that happened in the last decade was when two small fae folk got into a tussle. Colin and Nia were put into the same cell, though Barley did shut the door a little harder than necessary before walking away.
You just holler if you need anything. I don't imagine you'll be waiting very long.
What are we going to do?
I don't know yet. We'll get out of here, though.
How could they accuse us of wrongful parenting? They don't know us.
They're obviously a bunch of lunatics.
Don't say that out loud, Colin. We have no idea what the laws are here.
All right. Unless you know how to pick a lock, escape isn't going to be likely.
Oh my God. Kalanon.
What about him?
He told us if we weren't teaching the children how to properly use the chamber, we were breaking the law. Don't you remember?
You can't be serious.
Look around, Colin. Obviously, they are. The kids must be having the time of their lives with us gone.
Maybe they'll figure out how to use the chamber and come rescue us.
That would be something.
This timing isn't great. Us being stuck here, I mean. Allie wanted to talk to you.
About?
Pronouns.
Pronouns?
She's they.
Oh. All right.
That's it? You took it better than I did.
Oh, God, what did you say?
I promise I wasn't an asshole. I just wanted to know why.
What did they say?
They don't want to be confined. Allie said they felt more comfortable being a they, and they don't want to be bound by gender. Ethan thinks it's cool.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, me neither.
Shit.
What?
I'm scared for Allie. Especially now with the way the country is. Who else did they come out to?
I don't know. We hadn't gotten that far into the conversation yet. Shit. You're right. I was still processing. I hadn't even thought about other people.
I don't want to restrict them being who they are, but what if they tell the wrong person? God, I haven't been keeping watch on what's going on with any of that politically. You just hear about the bills.
Hey, we'll figure it out, okay? We'll figure it out. And if that means we move to keep Allie safer, we do that. Whatever it takes.
Dear listener, I think it is important for you to know, in this moment, Colin and Nia moved closer to each other. And they are holding hands.
Colin, what about other people's kids? I mean, I wasn't paying attention to all that. Not really. I was just busy, but now it's affecting my kid. What about the others?
We do the best we can, Naya. There's just so much going wrong right now.
I know, but we've been oblivious for too long. We've got to do something. I mean, we're lucky, privileged even, that if we need to find a safe place for our kids, we can. What about everyone who can't?
You're right. We get out of here and we figure out what to do. You know I don't have any problems arguing with people or getting into trouble.
The first day I met you, you were getting into trouble.
Okay, but I'm not the only one who likes causing a scene. You remember that PTA meeting?
Which one?
The silence is comfortable. A shared look. A moment of connection. Their hands grip each other's tighter. It is the approaching footsteps that pull them away from each other again, back into their situation. They look away, hands released, and stand as Charlie unlocks their cells.
He's ready to see you now.
Who is?
Judge Raziel.
What's your name?
Charlie, ma'am. The grouch that was with me earlier is Barley.
Charlie.
What did you expect my name to be? Rufus, maybe? Because of the tail, right?
I didn't know what I thought. I'm sorry if I offended you.
No harm done, ma'am. You're not from here. I imagine this is a little hard for you.
Do you know where we're from?
Of course. Everybody here knows about the third dimension. We've all been there at one point or another.
In my world?
Yes, ma'am. Most of us migrated to here from there.
Well, then we can't be expected to follow the laws of this land if we're not from it.
It's a bit more, complicated than that, but Raziel will explain it, I'm sure.
The courtroom was the most familiar thing the Crofts had seen in the last 2 hours, but that's where it ended. The room was packed. At least 12 rows that could hold about 20 people apiece sat on each side of the aisle, and above them was a balcony. Naya and Colin stared back as much as they were being stared at, because all manner of creatures sat in the courtroom. 2 humans being put on trial was a big deal, you see. And word traveled fast, as it does in Karstium, that the 2 humans were from the third dimension. Charlie brought them past the gate into the front, placing them at their table. Sitting across from them was a jolly-looking fellow with a full head of white hair and long white beard. He wore a pinstriped suit that fit well on his rather round figure. His thick fingers were laced over his chest, comfortably napping.
Who's that?
That's Mr. Kringle, the prosecuting attorney.
Mr. Kring... Tell me his first name isn't Chris.
That'd be him, yeah.
You mean he's not?
I know you haven't seen him much in your world. He works as a prosecutor here part-time. And he can manage it, because we don't have much need for trials here. There's maybe 1 or 2 a year.
What's this place called?
Well, Karstium is the biggest city in the overall dominion of Maketh.
How many cities do you have?
Oh, not that many, just another 3. It's not a very big dimension.
All rise for her angelicness, Judge Raziel!
Awestruck would be the proper way to describe the expressions on both Naya and Colin's face when the towering figure of the angel came into view. Her wings were blue, matching the color of the Mille Lacs uniforms. She wore a silvery gray robe that draped around her more like a toga, exposing the large muscles in her arms.
Be seated.
Naya sat. Colin, well, dear Colin remained standing. That boy.
Your Honor, I think there's been a misunderstanding.
Oh?
Yes. You see, we're not from here, and in our world...
Ignorance is not a viable defense, Mr. Croft. In the third dimension, isn't it your responsibility to know the laws of a different country when you visit?
Well, yes, but I don't see how that applies here.
That is your problem.
Your Honor, we can't be held liable. We didn't know your world existed, let alone that the chambers could do that.
That's not entirely correct, Your Honor. I've got a witness that will testify Mr. Croft's children, Ethan and Allison, attempted to tell their father the significance of the chamber, even pointing out the fact that it rested on ley lines.
This is ridiculous. I can't be expected to believe in the imaginations of my children or based in any fact.
Mr. Kringle slapped a hand on his forehead and just shook it. Colin's answer caused another uproar in the crowd, an almost simultaneous gasp of disbelief. Raziel narrowed her eyes angrily.
Perhaps you should learn to do just that, Mr. Croft.
Let me get this straight. Ley lines and their intersection points resonate a special psychic or mystical energy, a fact that has been documented by multiple intelligence sources in the third dimension. And you think they only exist in your children's imagination?
It's pseudoscience.
Oh, is it now? Then explain how you came to be here, Mr. Croft. Go ahead. I'm waiting. Please, dazzle us with your intelligence.
Your Honor, what my husband is trying to say...
I'm well aware of what your husband is trying to say, Mrs. Croft. Do yourself a favor and shut him up, because he's done nothing to help the charges against you.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm afraid I'll have to add them to my naughty list, Your Honor.
This was quite the big deal in Karstia, and a hum fell over the audience, causing Judge Raziel to bang her gavel.
To the matter of the charges, Your Honor.
Yes, that. Mr. and Mrs. Croft, have you at any point during your children's lives taught them how to ground themselves into the crystal core of Earth?
The what?
I think that's a no, Your Honor.
Have you begun encouraging them to learn about the energy systems of their own bodies?
You have got to be kidding.
Manifestation, co-creation, aura reading, meditation, pineal gland exercises.
Why would I teach them those things? They have no value in my world.
There you have it, Your Honor. The prosecution rests.
Your Honor, I think you're missing the point. Our worlds are not the same.
Oh, they aren't?
No! I mean, have you ever even been there? Look, maybe in this place there's such a thing called magic, but it doesn't exist in my world. I am a good parent. I teach my children what they need to survive in a dog-eat-dog competitive marketplace that is occasionally sprinkled with good people. That means they need to go to school, get a job that hopefully makes them happy and pay the bills. Aura reading or whatever isn't going to help them do any of that.
No. What you've taught them is to reinforce a system your people know is dying. And the very reason that system exists is because you allowed someone else to create that vision for you.
This is impossible.
Your angelicness.
Speak, dwarf that made the spear of Odin.
Your Honor, the children of the third dimension are beginning to see, and we know that they will rebel. Still, they need the guiding hand of their parents, and these two are lost. So perhaps a quest is in order.
I'd be happy with the quest, Your Honor.
Why can't you understand that our worlds are different?
You speak in an ignorance I find very distasteful. Tell me, human who believes that rules that govern the universe don't apply to his tiny, sad life, will you take the punishment or the quest?
We will take the quest.
What are you doing, Naya?
We have to get home, Colin. Do it.
Fine. What's the quest?
A cheer went up around the room. You see, the people of the 3.5 dimension were always very pleased when their brethren accepted the quest. Though life is never boring in the world of instant manifestation and connection, getting to watch those stuck in the mundane prepare to embrace the reality of the fantastical is terribly exciting. Raziel slammed her gavel again, eliciting silence. A mini angel came flying over to the podium, struggling with the weight of the parchment that was 10 times her size. Because she was a very proud creature, she handled her task admirably. She dropped the parchment onto the podium and unrolled it so Raziel could read.
By order of Justice Raziel, authority of the city of Kastium, Colin and Naya Croft, gods and co-creators of third dimension, for the crime of wrongful parenting, you are hereby ordered to find the missing unicorn.
The what?
Interrupt me again, and you won't see your world for 100 years. You are hereby ordered into the forest of Stormal to find the missing unicorn. Return the unicorn to this court, and you will be returned to the world. Fail and wander the forest for all eternity.
This is insane. How are we going to find a creature that doesn't...
Wisely, very wisely, Naya slapped a hand over Colin's mouth.
Thank you, Your Honor. When do we begin?
now.
What the? How?
Before the Crofts could blink, they were no longer in the courtroom. A thought and a poof, and they found themselves outside yet another stone chamber. This one on the edge of the thick forest. The trees were tall, leaves there thick, allowing in only small pockets of sunlight. The Croft could see paths, maybe? But there were many of them. Some went straight, others went to the right, to the left, others zigzagged. Why, it even appeared that one went up. Yes, up.
All right, you two, here's a map.
Colin and Naya jumped, not realizing Charlie was behind them.
Oh, sorry. Here's a map of the forest. Didn't mean to scare you there. The only waypoint marked for you is this chamber here, so when you find the unicorn, you'll be able to get back to it.
Right. I'll take it. Thank you, Charlie. I don't suppose you know where we should maybe start, do you?
You'll figure it out, ma'am. I'm sure of it.
Thanks, Charlie. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Tipping his hat toward the couple, the Malak went back inside the chamber and teleported away.
Why did you agree to this? How the hell are we going to find something that doesn't exist?
You're joking, right? Charlie has a tail. There was a goddamn dwarf and an angel and a friggin' pixie and about another dozen mythological creatures in the courtroom. And you really think in this forest into which we were teleported, we were just 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, I don't know, because time, I don't even know if it exists here. I don't know. But I don't know. Do you think the Jeep exists here? Or do you want to find a unicorn, which probably exists here? Which one is it, Colin? What do you want to do?
Colin paused, because, well, his wife had a point. But that's the thing about adults. When faced with the fantastical, they will hold on to any shred of normal, icky mundane they can, for a variety of fears. But when you release those fears, if you open your eyes a little differently, dear listener, you could see something else. You could feel it. Something magical.
Whatever. Let's just go and try to find it.
Yes. Let's. Follow me.
Naya paused, and using her intuition, even though she didn't realize that's what she'd done, she chose one of the paths that zigzagged. With a childlike angry stomp of his feet, Colin stomped after his wife. And thus began the Crofts' quest to find the missing unicorn.
I hope you've enjoyed listening to a fairy tale.
Naya's so done.
I love it so much. Are you serious? Like, oh shit. You know, the moment that question drops in, you're like,
I fucked up. I love how hard Colin is trying to hold on. He's trying to hold on so hard.
I just love that question of, you think the Jeep's here? Like, I just, like, I don't know why that gets me so bad. It's so freaking funny. But yes, that was episode 2. Yay! It was so good. Oh, it was so good. I actually have more questions. I'll try to keep it brief.
No,
but for this one,
ask as many as you want. We're having fun here.
yes. Y'all, it's working. They're trusting me too much. So definitely have to ask first and foremost. I love this. What was the inspiration for the magical world names, like Maketh? Which, by the way, I personally adore that so much. Like, it's called, like, the world is called Maketh in this part of, or dimension, sorry. So just, you know, was it just the sounds cool, the, you know, something that lived rent free in your head forever, or, you know, what was the inspiration?
I'm gonna be real with y'all right now. Me and my brother got high. So Macon, Cars DM, and Stormall all came from my little brother. All came from my fucking brother. Not even kidding.
Damn.
I didn't know that.
Brain.
Wow.
Yes, that all came from him. Yeah. Because I think when
That is amazing.
I wrote this so long ago. So when I was writing it, I think we were just all high one day, and I was like asking him to give me like the Kapui, him too. That was him. Like literally just gave me some random ass names for this world, and we incorporated it. Yeah.
Well, and it's so, now it makes more sense because it's so like I don't want to say it's so inspired, but no, I love that it's like just the type of story it is. You know what I mean? Where I mean, I'm not going to reveal what happens in the next couple episodes, but it's so aptly named in such a wonderful way. As far as just the characters we meet later. Again, I'm not going to spoil it, but like it's just it fits so well, like a nice little puzzle piece. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if you're a puzzle nerd like I am, but like when you put the puzzle together and the piece goes in, you're like, yes. It's just, but it's so, I don't want to say simple. You know what I mean? Like you could have had some, of course, fantasy name that has 8 different
syllables,
like syllables and apostrophes. Like, it could have been so much more complicated. And like, how do I spell that? As you ask your DM 8 times in a session.
Sure, yeah.
And make it this so like, evocative of fantasy things or like, stories like that, but then so simple at the same time. I loved it anyway. Had to ask. Also, another random question. There was mention in the courtroom, or while they're going into the courtroom, that there are little crimes and, not big crimes, and there are very few of them in Carcium. My lore brain immediately attached onto this, and I'm like, what were the crimes? What did they do? And how did it end? Is there enough lore here? I want to know. I gotta know who did it. No, not who did it, but like, what are the kinds of crimes that Carcium sees where Santa's like, nope. Ignati was forever. I just love that so much for some reason. So I was just curious, what kind of crimes exist in Carcium, or what would you throw in there?
I think it's like little fights. Like I imagine 2 like fairies getting drunk one night and like just throwing down in like a bar over like something like silly or something, or like probably like property dispute lines. Like, how like in our real life, like your tree will be growing over your neighbor's yard or something. I can imagine like a dwarf being like, get your shit out of my fucking, and then Santa's got to get involved, and now they're in court, and Rezia's like, my God, what is my life? Just it's all probably just really silly. There's probably like, I don't know, somebody didn't get their package when they wanted to get it, and now they're wondering, somebody stole it, or not even stole it, but some kids probably running around with it playing somewhere, like
because a streamer.
Right. It's all just very like non-serious in Cars DM. Like, it's just
great. My God. I love this. So from chat, Tara, would fairies throw shoestrings around the kitchen while people are making spaghetti constitute as a crime?
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say no. No, I think that sounds fun.
Clearly going on the naughty list. Going on the naughty list.
Like it wasn't already there?
I know.
No. And I love scamming the tooth fairy with fake teeth.
Right. Stuff like that.
That's just cruel.
I know,
like,
right?
This is my job.
Right. Like, oh my God.
That's like a Carcium felony right there.
I know.
I feel like that's totally like, some this is mean, but some Karen walking into some place like, I want to do this. Like, lady, I'm just doing my job.
Right.
I was built to collect these teeth. What the fuck is this denture?
Right.
Like, and just throw it out. Like,
Accurate.
No, I'm sorry. You have a set number. Like,
right. For real. No. Like, no, stop it.
I can't give you more quarters.
Right.
Sorry.
Literally.
Oh man. So a bit of a more serious question. There's a part in here where they're talking about the kiddos, and I believe Naya says something like, I bet the kids are having a blast without their parents there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, like that just breaks my heart. For the record, I don't have human children. I have fur babies, but it just, it breaks my heart because it's just like, oh, why would that be the first assumption? You know what I mean? Versus like, my kids are probably freaking out. They don't know where their parents are, et cetera, et cetera. And my question is just, do you think that's a common assumption of parents? Like, do they feel on some level that they're, whatever it may be, like overbearing or something like that, where their kids would be happier that they're not there? I know that's a weird question, but I was just curious.
So I love this question because nobody's ever asked us this question, and I love that you came to this question with that empathy from the parents. But I, as a child, Yes, because I had a very firstborn daughter, Gen X mom, Gen X/Boomer mom. She's like right on the cusp, but I'm like right on the cusp. So everybody, y'all know how y'all's parents were. Did y'all not have more fun? Right? Did y'all not have more fun when your parents were not around? So like. That's kind of where that came from, just Naya's recognition that, yeah, if they're gone, then the kids are having a great time because there's not, anybody running around telling them what to do, kind of like the Peter Pan syndrome or whatever.
There's no rules.
Yeah. I mean, eventually you're going to be like, damn, I'm hungry. Where's mom? But until you get to that point.
Like, oh, damn, it's getting a little dark outside.
Yeah.
Well, and that's kind of an interesting thing, and I'm gonna credit this to Daniela, the narrator. Sorry, Zoe, but I think when I was listening to this, because of course when you're a kid, and I can empathize with that. Obviously, we were all kids at some point, unless you were a robot created. I don't know, but yeah, like popped out of a test tube as an adult. But as a kid, of course you're trying to learn how to be an adult in certain ways because you see the freedom that your parents have or the adults around you have, and you're like, I want that freedom. I'm 6. I know how to take care of myself, and it's like, Timmy, you would burn the house down. Right. Yeah, and then that continues as you get older as a teenager. And I want to credit Zoe with this because when this line happened, I was like, oh, like, Naya, why would you say that? Your kiddos love you. Like. And I think you typed it in there, and I think Zoe, Daniel, played by Zoe, did this so well. You're cheering for the parents because the narrator is such a hard shipper of these parents. Like and we talked about this a little bit. It's so good, and we talked about this a little bit in the first episode discussion, but like drawing you into the story and connecting the audience with the story. Because like it could be very easy where you're like, Colin, shut the fuck up. Like, and don't get me wrong, that still happens. Right, but like, but that moment of like, and I think you should know, they're standing close together and they're holding hands. Like it's so effing well done. Like I love, and of course that's to the writing of y'all. And then like I think in that moment the music was out too. I can't quite remember. I think it was silent.
Yeah.
And so you're really like you don't lean in because you're not watching it or anything like that. You're listening to your headphones.
You
but
might
you're like,
lean in. It's fine if you did.
That's true. I did. It was a visceral reaction. I'm sorry. Like, when did you just say? And it was so well done. And I think that's why it happened in that discussion where she was like, our kids are probably happy.
Yeah.
Because they can do whatever they want. And I was like, don't say that. These are your grandparents. Anyway.
I love that.
I had to ask.
I love that. Yeah, Danielle's the ultimate shifter. Zoe delivered that line so well. So well. She's like, and they're holding hands. I was like, yes, they are.
and the whisper too, you can hear, like, as a voice actor, if you're listening in that lens, it was so good to hear just something that a lot of voice actors talk about is proximity to mic. And being able to, when as a viewer hears this, you could tell when the actor gets closer and like maybe turns down the gain a little bit, and it's just like, I think you should know, and you're like, I'm sorry, what? I should know, what should I know? And like,
tell me
like conveying that. Yeah, what is it? Such tea. And anyway, it was so well done, and just the whole ecosystem of the story coming together in that moment. And that's why I'm like, anyway. There's another part in here, and this is a bit more of a serious question, but I really, really, really loved that conversation part, and especially before that, or it might have been the same time, Colin talks to Nia about their child, Allie. And so we talked about this in chat a little bit too, but now even more than the 2 years ago that this aired, this is a super, super important part, at least in my mind, of a small glimpse of trying to listen, understand, and accept that people might be different. Because there's different layers to this, right? Like you have some people that are just kind of like, I'm fine with gay people as long as I don't see it. And it's just kind of like, okay. And then versus these two, where it's like Colin, number one, I love that Allie confided in him for this. I think that's super sweet and shows a interesting dynamic of those two at the moment. And then taking, like, knowing and understanding that that's such a big thing. That, hey, we're stuck, our kids are lost, holy fuck, what is happening? Also, this is really important, Naya, and you need to know this. Like, we have bigger problems right now.
Right.
And in our world right now, as things have gotten more intense, obviously in the last 2 years since this is aired, and just the last few months, my question: what would you hope the conversation for parents looks like right now if their children are learning and exploring what their identities are? Because I know we're older, and even for me, I'm trying to figure that out for myself. And again, I don't have baby humans, but the empathy I feel for parents, like I can't even fucking imagine right now. Like how do you talk to them about this? And I thought it was a very interesting dichotomy of Colin, again, accepting this sort of. He struggled with it, admittedly, but coming around to it, and then, oh god, when Naya was just like, "What? Who have they told?" Oh, it just broke my heart into shattered pieces. So I'll reiterate the question. Just what would you hope the conversation for parents looks like right now, especially with growing intensity of what's going on? And I'm alluding to a political bullshit if you didn't pick up on it. Yeah,
we're very open about how we feel about things here at Tales. So
Yeah.
I think Hannah's going to have a really awesome viewpoint on this, but I will say that this conversation was inspired by JV, the gentleman who plays Santa Claus. And I can speak about this because he actually did speak about this when we did the live listen when this episode aired. But representation, so important to us. But I'm also somebody who wants to write what they know. And I do not know about the lived experience of a trans person or a parent, but JV did. And JV's child, in typical kind of child manner, I think did this over like a text message, was just like, it's just like, which kind of speaks to like, but what was really kind of heartbreaking about that conversation was how scared JV and his wife were then. And that's what inspired.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, it's okay if you do. And that's kind of what inspired Naya's fear in that. And so what I hope parents take away from this is this perspective. If your child is comfortable enough to come to you and admit this sort of thing, you have done something right as a parent. And I hope you understand that. I really hope you do, because it is, I don't think parents realize the things that their child carries that they do not say because of how you treated them or because of how they have viewed the world. So if you have been designated a safe space that your child can just drop that shit willy-nilly, or maybe comes to you and their voice trembles, you now have a responsibility to them to just be open and understanding and trying to understand. I don't think Colin's question was unfair when he wanted to know why. I think for a kind of a Capricorn logical mind, I think that's not an unfair question for him to ask, because I think Colin probably had a moment where he like was thinking, but then he was accepting. For all of Colin's faults in the way that he is dragging, really not trying to admit that he's in a magical fucking place. And I think in episode 3, you kind of figure out why Colin's trying to hold on to his mundane so hard. But I just hope parents realize how important this conversation is, but I also feel a lot of empathy for them because everything is really terrible right now. And there are places in the United States where you have to say to your kid, you can't say this out loud. Like, you can't just be out and open about this because we are in this place. And Naya said it perfectly. She's like, for us, we can just pick up and go somewhere. Well, what about all the people who can't? So now what do we do? And that's a hard question. That's not a question right now that has an easy answer. And Colin was right. He's like, there's so much fucking going on. And then your child just is trying to just communicate that they're different, that they're feeling different, that they want to feel a certain way. And that should be the end of it. It should just be like, you came home with a nose ring, or now your hair is blue, or like, it should just be that easy. Yeah, that's what it should be.
Well,
but now it's not.
Yeah. Sorry, I go hint, because remember the eyebrow ring I talked
there
about?
you go. Yeah.
So for everyone's background, I'm from Alabama. And I know you can't really see it because I'm holding this teddy bear, but I got tattoos everywhere. I have a lot of piercings. The Alabama's kind of, I have a lot of piercings. Yeah. So the eyebrow didn't go down well, y'all. Don't get me wrong, I didn't care, and I still had it. But imagine if I was like, "Hey, parents, I'm non-binary." Anyway, continue. Sorry,
but it's real. So
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
it's real. It's really real.
I just hope parents treat this with care. And to all the transphobes who left us a comment that they didn't like this part of the show, I don't give a fuck. Thank you so much for listening to A Fairy Tale for Adults. We appreciate your support. And I bet that you still finished it, even though you hated that moment. I bet you did.
Thank you for encouraging the algorithm in our favor by leaving a comment.
I appreciate it. Please keep leaving messages about how much you hate it, so other people. Please do.
You know, review it again for another 2 years and another 2 years and another 2 years. Just think, you really got to get it off your chest.
Yeah.
Anyway,
every once in a while.
And I know we were wanting to hear your answer for that, Pixel, as well. Of just what would you hope the conversation with parents looks like right now if their children are learning and exploring what their identities are?
I think because for me, so I'm not non-binary, but I was able to view this in a different lens of being or having a situation of where I got to come out to my family, and hilariously, it was in the same time frame I was with Crystal as well. And I think for parents who maybe listen to this and maybe they have kids and maybe they have or haven't come out yet, I would want them to be what I didn't get. I would want them to be a sanctuary, so to speak. So a lot of parents, unfortunately too many, are the real world is so hard, it's not going to coddle them. I want them to be prepared for it. Well, that's fine and all, but you still have to be that safe space for when they're come home from that hard world, they have a safe place to be. So I think for me, I would want that. I would want parents to take that away and really sit with why can't you be that space for them, and just really dig into that, because and that just goes even further beyond coming out as non-binary or as gay or as bi, but you can apply that to so many things to just make both yourself and your child just happier. So at the end of the day, I just really want them to take from this, just be a damn sanctuary, be that parent in every sense of the word. So that's because I'm selfishly, that's what I would have wanted, but I would want.
That's why the
other
question is,
people
what
to
would you
want
want?
too. Yeah.
Well, and that's why I asked that question that way, is just, at least for me personally, getting a little too TMI here, but I never told my parents and I don't speak to them. And there's a very good reason for that, to Pixel's, point here. If your or if your parents are your first bully, you're never going to find them to be a safe space to then tell them things later on. And so even if they're having conversations like your parents are having conversations, or parents in general have conversations like this, because they're doing it privately. I mean, given there's a big courtroom of people, right? But they're taking this moment to just talk to each other about it and prepare each other. And I found it very interesting the way that Colin did it, because I don't know if Colin necessarily maybe, hi Tiani, if Colin necessarily thought that Naya was going to respond badly. Because it's so interesting to this point, Naya has been very open about everything and just accepting hey, I've got a more urgent purpose than worrying about smaller details. So I found it just really interesting, this conversation of Colin being oh, well, you accepted it better than I did. I'm I kind of expected Nia just be okay, cool.
Right.
Because Nia's there's magic. We have to find our kids. Accept this bullshit so we can go this way.
Right.
And not saying coming out is bullshit, nothing like that, but I just thought that was a really interesting point, and especially something I really thought we should spend time to talk about, so thank you both.
No, absolutely, because I also there was this memes are hurting me now. I'm finding all the fucking memes are just hurting my feelings. Whatever, it's fine. I'm being forced to grow up and heal my inner child and shit. You're welcome. I wrote a fairy
we're
tale.
millennials.
Yeah,
we operate on memes. Come
literally.
on, original memers.
Yeah. Literally do.
Anyway,
but there was one that basically said, and I felt this so much that, and I'm paraphrasing it, but it was pretty much I don't want to be hard around you. And that's so huge, because I think a lot of us, we have that where when we go home to what should be our sanctuaries, we can't, the softness isn't allowed. It's not there. You still have to be hard and tough, and we don't have those safe spaces. even in our own homes, sometimes with our own families. Like, that's just not. And listen, I get why. I know boomers got a bad rap. I know that y'all was supposed to be hippies and y'all thought that y'all were going to be the generation that got to play video games and make money, but you weren't, and now you mad about it. And I get that. Fucking go to therapy, because the rest of us are.
Yes. That's how you break generational cycles, y'all. Weird. It's like it works. Nah. Anyway, so, but no, really, I think that's a really important thing. And even just the three of us sitting here, you know, it sounds like we all had very different experiences of just even that specific conversation or trying to find home, right? And that kind of goes along with so, and I think it's important to break up. Go with me, everybody. I promise this has a point. But being able to find whimsy and be whimsical and have creativity and, you know, feel free and happy to explore it is also, I think, based in finding home, right? And y'all were mentioning safe spaces too. Like, even if it's not the home you grew up in or with the parents you had or, you know, whatever it is. And even just trying to find that whimsy for me has been TTRPGs the last few years. You know, I think that's probably shared with all of us too, and most of the audience, and audio dramas and voice acting, right? And so it's a really important thing to bring up. And so again, if you're just listening to this, and you know, maybe you're in this position, maybe, you know, whatever side you're on it, it's important. And I really loved how y'all did this, and now that Tara's back, I can say it. Tara, you did a great job. And Rob, you did a great job. I thought it was really well done. You're welcome. So to another part of this is just a random lore question I have to ask.
I love this.
Did Calanon rat the parents out? Yes. Were they the witnesses? Yes, knew it.
Yeah. Calanon was absolutely the snitch.
Yes. My next note says, I knew Adam wasn't to be trusted. So for context, Adam was the BO for Calanon.
Yes.
And he and I have played in a game together. It was very funny. Anyway, I had to.
He is our Pedro Pascal, because in almost every show he plays a dad. Almost every. There is one show that I'm not kidding. There is one show that he is in that he is not a father figure. No, two now. Actually, two now. But he's like.
Dante should not be a father figure.
Yeah. Oh, well, not counting the TPRPG 2 shows, but I actually have him playing a villain in Vampire, which is going to be hilarious. But like in Legacy, he was a dad. Like, yeah, he's literally like our Pedro Pascal. He's like daddy. So it's great that he was the snitch. Yeah.
I love it. Oh my God. Because I even have a note here. I was like, because how did the judge have proof? That's what I asked myself. And I was like, how did they have proof of that? Anyway. Oh, I love it so much. So good. One of my other lore questions. How or what inspired the core list of what you're supposed to teach your kids? Because Raziel lists off these things of ground themselves into the crystal core of the earth, learn the energy systems of their own bodies, manifestation. I was writing it down this is fascinating. What does this mean? And so I was wondering how, or how did you cope with this list of it sounds like the core things of what children in Maketh should know. You know what I mean? How did this list come about? Also, what are they? I love the core crystal core of the earth. I don't know what this means. I want to find out. Anyway. I'm a lore nerd, if you didn't know.
I am very, very woo-woo. Very, very woo-woo. I am a practicing witch.
Love it.
These are all things that I think if you want to visit the magical realm of Cars DM in real life, maybe you should know, because then maybe you can go. So it was just those. I mean, it was things that are so completely opposite to what children are taught. And I'm sure there's a lot of very adult things that I could have put on there, like emotional intelligence and, very other important parental things. But I was like, no, in this instance, Raziel is going to come at them for not kind of indulging in things that kids are telling them that they're important, because Raziel is hitting them back with, something that I think all adults, we have kind of done. And I think that we are, not to get too deep in it, but we're kind of being punished for now, is we did let somebody else tell us what the vision was. We've let somebody else steer this ship. And not to place blame on any marginalized groups or people, but we did. We as adults said that, we talked about breaking cycles. We didn't break cycles. And listen, it's no fucking joke to break a cycle. I am currently in the middle of trying to break fucking cycles, and it is terrible. I would not recommend anybody do this, but you have to do it. So there's a point where if your son is saying to you, hey, I'm learning about quantum physics, there are two very sciencey people in here, and listen, I'm not a sciencey person. Like I said, I'm just woo woo as shit. I think there might be aliens on the moon. Like, take whatever I'm saying with a grain of salt. Let me just be so fucking for real right now. But there is something really interesting about that particular science, right? So if your child is it's just more like if your child is saying, hey, I'm trying this, encourage it. Science says meditation is great for you. Have you ever taught your child how to do that? Because shit, as an adult, my ADHD ass, do you know how many times a day I need to fucking meditate? Jesus Christ. Do you know how much tension I'm holding in my body right now, and a lot of the other stuff is just, it's fantastical. Maybe one day we'll find out that I was right, or maybe one day we'll never know, whatever. I don't know. But it was mostly just to kind of hammer in like this point of you're not letting your kids be kids. You're not supporting that. You're not encouraging that. You're literally just thrusting them right back into the wheel and expecting them to run it instead of teaching them how to get off of it. And that's so fucking huge. And that's where nothing is ever going to get better if we just keep doing the same thing. So,
right.
And now we're in a very messy spot where we have to figure out how to do that. So, or we could just go to Cars DM.
I just read this chat message. I didn't have a kid, so I can meditate. Honestly, though, you're not wrong. No, and I do want to throw in there real quick. Like, I am going to say I recommend you do break the cycle. And I know we're talking just how emotionally fucking hard it is, so don't do it. But at the same time, please do. It's rough. It sucks. It hurts. I hurt a lot every day, but it is. Yeah, all the time. But God, it's so important just to even not necessarily for your own kiddos or anything like that, but just for you personally. Sorry, I'm doing a PSA. This is my soapbox. And like it's important.
Yeah.
It's super important just to help yourself, if nothing else, because then it perpetuates itself, right? Of even just the people you talk to, the people you interact with every day, and just having some fucking peace of mind. Just do it, y'all. It's important.
How you talk to
Pixel,
yourself.
let me ask you though.
Sorry, I didn't mean to keep triggering everybody, but yeah.
Oh, my trauma, stop. Right between the ribs. Pixel, let me ask though, if you could add to the list, what would you think other than the I love this list so much. Ground themselves into the crystal core of the earth. What does that mean? And learn of energy systems in their own bodies. What would you add to the list? What
basically, it was a fancy way of saying go touch grass, hug a tree.
Now I'm just imagining toes. I'm just like, yeah. Sorry about the toes. All right, anyway, go ahead. That was a weird comment. I didn't say it.
That's hard. Well, actually, no, it's not hard for me. I have an answer. So, because like I'm, many people in my life will tell you that I seem to be decently gifted with plant care.
Okay.
So I think I would add something like that to the list, like herbology or just the science of plants in general and what they can do for you, especially medicinal plants, because there are so many that can do incredible things, and a lot of them you can find in your everyday medicines now, that they use some chemicals that you can find inside of them, and it just compounds onto them as well. So I would add herbology to the mix. It's so much fun. It's herbology is way more than just herbs. It's medicinal, it's veggies, it's ornamentals, it's flowers, all that fun shit.
Hell yeah. So I also am a green thumb. I can guarantee not to the level you are, but and I say that because I'm like, look, I'm good, but I'm not great, okay? But the only save the seedlings. Sorry,
they're very young. That's why I had to do it.
Because they'll get flooded. The thing is, didn't even question it. I was like, "You're right, do it." My brain immediately went, "They're taking the seedlings to Isengard." Anyway, but one of the only things I carried with me from Alabama, I live in Washington now, Washington State, big move. But my plants, I had a few plants. Those are the only things that came with me. Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. There's of course other stuff, but like, was like this is in my car as I drive 2,500 miles. It was in the side seat with me. Was my plants. Oh my god. And oh, I love that so much. So, Crystal, if I know you made the list, but if there's anything that you would want to add to the list, what would it be?
Do I want to add anything to this list? No.
Also, chat. What would you want to add to the
Yeah,
list?
chat. What would you guys want to add to the list? Tara, what are we adding to the list? Good questions. Y'all think about that.
I stumped him.
So good of a question.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just learning about energy systems of the body. That's usually when you're getting into certain practices, that's one of the basic things that you begin to learn about. Like, it might not be the first thing, but it can be the first thing. And when you do that, because you have to, this is going to sound very cliche, generic, when you start to go within and you become intimately aware of yourself, then you're also taught how that intimate connection connects with, or how that allows you to connect with other people on a multitude of levels, not just through body language or through, your speech, whether, you're somebody that speaks with your mouth or if you're somebody who uses sign language or whatever. You begin to learn about the different levels of your being as a person.
Nice.
So, yeah, so it leads into a lot of different things. So
And I have a follow-up question for you, because this is literally my questions where I was like, Tara, and I'm gonna relate this just to voice acting because I think that's kind of one of the ways that voice actors we kind of learn how to find the character is you find, you know. It's different in TTRPGs in a little way because you create the character, right? So there's always probably a little bit of yourself in a character, or you're trying to find out how other people think. So you make a character that's opposite of you, and you have to start seeing things from that character's point of view, right? And how would they react versus how you would react. And even in voice acting, when a part is written where you're trying to find out what the writer meant with this character, and intro to voice acting. But when you have scripts and everything, you only have a few lines of a character when you're auditioning. So you really got to figure out what that character means other than the unfortunate description that they give you, like 5, like they're smart and sexy, but shy. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, if they're smart and sexy, why would they be shy? Anyway, so, y'all know what I mean for voice actors.
They never know.
And also,
what
if
they
you're
want.
not, you're wanting to.
The best piece of
they never
coaching
know what they want.
advice that I was given was they don't know what they want. I was like, true.
Yep.
No.
And to tag off that and what Tara said here, that's kind of how a good way to try to find the character within yourself too. How can you as a person relate to the character you're trying to play and find a little bit of a an opening there where you can really start to understand them and work with them. And so, Tara, my question to you, now that I've gone that incredibly long explanation, what parts of you do you see in Naya, if any? And how did it help you bring such a wonderful character to life? That would be my question now that you're here and you have to answer. Ha ha ha.
So how am I mean, I do see quite a few different similarities with Naya. So I don't have children myself, but I have 6 nieces and nephews and that I've helped to raise.
I was like, oh
ever
God,
since
same
I
thing.
was little. And then also just in general, I just appreciate children. And I feel very strongly that we need to protect children at all costs because children are often they're often sometimes not even, people don't even want to see them, let alone hear them.
Yeah,
And
they should
they're
be seen, not heard, kind of
Mhm.
BS.
That bullshit,
right.
Yeah.
And
and they're completely dependent upon us or dependent upon adults. We were once children, completely dependent upon the adults that we were around, and now that we're older, there are other children that we don't even know that are also dependent upon us. Right? But anyway, I'm digressing because oh boy. So anyway, so Naya has 2 children, so that was easy to connect to because I understand what it's like. Maybe not from the me having birthed a child. I don't understand. Well, I don't have that firsthand experience, but that does not lessen the love that I have for, kids or whatever. So I was able to connect with that. And also, Naya is, oh, I was like, what is that noise? Crystal, I'm hearing a noise.
Always.
But
Anytime you're talking to Tara, there's some noises in her.
Listen, it's not a voice. It's the it's the
fairy
tea kettle.
tale,
I'm gonna go
not
turn it off in a second. But so with Naya, she how do I explain this? So she's not necessarily like, oh, gung ho, this is, like we're here, Carcium, la la, like she's still very much grounded in a way, but she's not delusional to the point where it's like, yeah, we just teleported, and I see a completely different world around me, and I'm just going to be in denial about it because my ego is just so big. Like she's not that person. Right. That's Colin's job in the story. So I think for me, I'm very similar in that way. I've had a lot of different experiences where my first thing is you just go through the process of process of elimination, and at the end of the list, if I can't think of anything else, then okay, I'm going to say, well, then of course it has to be XYZ, whatever it is, and her goal, she's trying to balance keeping Colin on track because he's clearly being distracted by being like, oh, what is this? Oh my god, like he's clearly distracted by all that, and I feel like I would be the same way. So I was able to connect with Naya in a few different ways with that, and yeah, and I guess from having played Reed in Legacy as well, Reed was at first I was concerned because her and Naya are both, they're similar in some ways, so I had to find a difference between them. And I was like, well, right, Reed's a smuggler, so Naya's not smuggling anything.
That's a little gray, like yeah, moral gray, got it.
Right. And so that once that dawned on me, like, oh yeah, duh, Reed's a smuggler and Naya's not. So that helped me to find a difference between the two of them within myself. And I was able to find like a comfortable space for Naya to sit, where I can connect with Naya and not be concerned about Reed, being in the shadows or whatever, because Reed's not in the story. Right. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
it does. Yeah.
That's a bit.
Absolutely. And I love, and this might be a bit of an assumption here, just, again, finding myself in a character that I'm not playing, but Naya seems to be very good about finding a priority or bottom line. I don't know how you want to look at that. I was mentioning this before, but Naya's very good about, like, I think kind of you're touching on this. I can accept that this world is magical and shit is AWOL because I have to get back.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Like not necessarily like, oh my gosh, there's fairies and we just saw Santa. Oh, not like that. But like, look, Colin, shit's weird. Like by the way, I know I said this before and I know you probably heard it, but the whole like, you think the Jeep's here? Killed me.
Ad-libbed. That whole section. Ad-libbed.
I knew it. Mm-hmm. I called it. That whole part, like, oh my gosh. And I love it because you can just, that's why I love voice acting so much. I'm sorry, I'm going to nerd out now.
Please.
But the moment, Tara, that you said, are you kidding me?
or like you can just tell when people just drop in and they're in it. Like you have become the character, and I loved it so much. I could hear it, and I was just like, "Get it, girl!" Like
The way she
funny.
deadpanned,
The
"Are
whole
you
part.
serious?" Rent free in my
Oh,
head.
so good. And I loved it. And this is so, you're so welcome. And I love it because especially it's not, because Colin doesn't have weaponized incompetence. I'm not going to say it like that. But that whole just like, if I don't look at it, then it's not real. And it's like, no, bitch, you need to face this. And I loved that drop in of that whole section because of it. You know, I feel like we're probably all can relate to that in this call, and probably in the the audience too, of just, you can't ignore it. It doesn't go away, you know, and talking about overcoming generational stuff. But yeah, oh man, it was.
Yeah,
I was clapping. I know people could hear it.
His whatever too
That's
was so well
hilarious.
delivered. Rob did that so well when he was just like, whatever, let's go find it.
Yes,
So, like,
yes, he did.
He did that to y'all. Oh,
And-
the two of y'all were so good, so good.
It's always so great working with Rob, but it's funny because Crystal hadn't finished the whole story when we were even doing sessions together, and so I don't know how much Crystal remembers, but I was like, Crystal, how much of Colin, like how much is left of him acting like this, because I can't, like,
Yeah, look,
Tara's
Tara-
having a problem.
Right, yeah, Tara was having a hard time finding Naya.
Tara's having a
yeah.
difficult.
And listen, it's I think what I love so much about Rob's performance is Colin is because we clown Colin all the time, right? But he is that logical side of us. Like, he is that.
Yeah.
He is that side that doesn't want to let go of this. And I think for a lot of people, when we step out of our box, what does that look like? And some people don't have the courage or the strength to do that. You know, because because this box has kept you safe. Like he said, his viewpoint of the world is not incorrect. It is not wrong. His kids do live in a dog-eat-dog world. They live in capitalism, and he knows that. You know, and he fucking knows that.
Yeah.
But he's not. But you know, like we just talked about, you can't keep continuing the cycle, even though you're trying to protect your kid. Like, it's coming from a quote unquote good place, but it's the kind of that understanding that it's doing more harm than good. And the only way he gets there is to go through this himself. And it just takes him a minute. He's just like,
that denial is strong.
that denial is strong. Because, right, what does that say about you? You know, like, woo, he's like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know in that moment, like right in that moment where she's just like, are you serious? When she drops that, it's more so, at least for me, when I didn't feel, well, the Naya that lives within me, she didn't feel like she needed him to believe everything. She didn't need him to be like, oh wow, there's fairies. You know, she didn't need him to be super excited about it.
Right.
Yeah,
She needed him to acknowledge that we're not at home. If he would have just said, okay, we're not at home, I don't feel like she would have been so frustrated with him. But it was because he was just like, dude, you were just arguing with an angel,
Right.
and Santa Claus said you're going to be on the naughty list.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Right. What more
don't know.
evidence do you need? Like, that's why I
Mhm.
loved your ad lib there. I love how she was just like
So good.
did you see everybody in that courtroom? You think there's not a fucking unicorn in this forest with everything in this fucking courtroom? Are you kidding me right now?
Also, the path goes up.
Right.
Like it goes up. Like, oh my god, I loved it so. Oh man, it cracked me up so much. It was so good. And sorry, Jinx. God, the moment that I read we must break out the guillotines. Anyway, but oh god, it was just so good. And I was that moment, Tara, just kind of like, this is Tara now. This is not necessarily Night. This is Tara now. Like, are you kidding me?
I feel like it was Naya, but infused with a lot of Tara. Yeah.
Because I don't know if you play TRPGs a lot or you know what everyone's experience is. But even for me, I have to have some kind of not separation, but there are times when like I'm in a game with someone and I'm just like, Torin, me, loves this. Character hates it. You know, like I have to.
I feel
kind
that.
of-
Yes. Yes.
so hard,
yes.
right? Okay, I just did a game last week where I had that exact moment where I was like to the players and the DM especially the DM especially at the end of the thing, I was just like, okay, Torin, me, great job. Oriana, what the fuck? What have you done here? Like, and so that's why I was asking the question. I'm just like, you know, again, when you kind of drop in and you know you're in that moment, it's just like, you know, I don't know if this is the same for y'all, everyone on the call, and of course the audience, but like, if you've been in that kind of situation, I don't know. I love those moments where it's kind of like, now this is me in the story in a way, or it's like, you know, you're 60% you and 40% the character, and it feels like it's just such a good amalgamation moment, the epitome that you have become. I don't know if you have thoughts on that. Just curious. Like, yeah.
I love that. Listen, I'm writing shit for myself, and you all are just along for the ride. So I love that you're enjoying it so much. I'm not even kidding.
And we're like, buckle in, let's go.
You guys are my kind of weird, and I fucking love it.
As we all have teddy bears.
You're right.
Oh, I love it.
So good.
Oh my goodness. So my last question for episode 2 here. My main question. So how do I get to the 3.5 dimension and stay there? Like, how do I get there? Like, is there a list? Like, give me the quest, please. I need a little light bulb above you. And like, I need to press X and get the quest. Thank you.
I have been opening up wardrobes to try to get to Narnia. I'm a really woo-woo person, and I too am trying to figure out how to get to Karstiem. So, and Maketh and the 3.5 dimensions. So I don't think it's that far away. I don't think it's that far. But I think we can get there. I just don't know how. But listen,
We gotta keep trying.
Listen, if we ever do like, you know, Hannah and Crystal go on an adventure, right? And then we say that we're going to New England to check out the stone circles, and then you never hear from us again. We got there, and I promise we're coming back for you guys.
Hell yeah. I'll take it.
I know how to get there. So what you have to do is you have to go to, like, it could be a park, or if you're in a forest or something, probably an old growth forest would be best, right?
Right.
But then you have to find you have to find a couple of trees that feel like a gateway.
Oh,
right?
Shit.
So they feel like a gateway, and then you speak it softly. Or you can think it, or you could just, like, you know how the Care Bears like emote things from their chest. Like, you can do that. You don't have to speak the words.
Like this?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. And so whatever, you have to speak something that is a truth of your heart, but it has to be absolutely true. And it has to be true to the point where you kind of, your eyes water a little bit. And if your eyes water a little bit, you catch the tear with your finger, and then you walk to the center. Or if you're in a wheelchair or something, if you have somebody helping you, you move towards the center of the gate. And then you put the tear on the ground, and you just say thank you. And then you pass through, and then you'll make it through.
We're all gonna go.
Terry,
do this
you're
now.
not my favorite person. Yeah, you're my favorite person now, and you have to say thank you. And talking about trees, can't imagine where this was going.
Great fucking segue.
Oh,
that
thank
was.
you.
Segue.
You got me.
Hey.
Thank you, and you're wonderful. Let's jump in, everybody. Refill your snacks, refill your water, your beverage, your adult drink, whatever it may be. Grab your teddy bear, and let's jump into episode 3 of A Fairy Tale for Adults.
Are you tired of listening to ads and just want the story? Well, with the Tales of the Forgotten membership, you'll get ad-free episodes of all of our shows, like this one. And you'll be supporting the creators and stories you love. Go to talesoftheforgotten.com/membership. But since we like to spoil you, a Tales of the Forgotten membership also offers bonus content like character audio files, artwork, exclusive shows, first looks at scripts, and a whole lot more. So go to talesoftheforgotten.com/membership or click the link in the description.
Pulled from the Forgotten Archives, A Fairy Tale for Adults, Episode 3.
Oh, hi. Welcome back. Don't worry, you haven't missed much. Colin's footsteps aren't quite so stompy now, but the silence between the Crofts isn't comfortable, and the path that the Crofts are walking down doesn't make much sense to them. I might be biased, but the forest of Stormall is one of the most beautiful places ever. Trees of all shapes and sizes, though most are tall and majestic. Their canopies thick and colorful. They've been a part of this world for eons. Oh yes, they are that old. But back to this trail. At one point, the zigzagging path looped all the way around a tree, and then another tree for no discernible reason before it continued on deeper into the forest. You can just imagine what that did to Colin's expression. A little over an hour later, Naya stopped, leaning up against one of the trees to take a break and consult the map.
They didn't even give us any supplies. How long is this going to take?
Colin.
Well, nothing makes any sense here, Naya. The path that loops around the trees? I mean, look at this. Why is it just weaving? Why? Why doesn't it just go straight?
Maybe it's gay.
Colin stopped his pacing and arm flailing and looked at his wife. She slowly raised her eyes from the map to meet his gaze. And then...
I'm sorry. I don't understand how we're here, how any of this is real.
Well, we're in a different dimension, and I don't know how to begin to wrap my head around that.
You're handling it a lot better than I am.
I'm focusing on the problem, on what I can, because the other way lies madness.
Don't go crazy. Not here. The Mad Hatter might appear.
Did you just make a joke?
Yes, I did. But also, not ruling that out, because this place is...
weird. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything on the map?
My map skills are admittedly rusty, thanks to GPS. And this looks like it was drawn by one of the kids.
Oh, that good, huh?
Come look at this.
Is that a river?
Maybe. So this is the stone circles, okay, where we came in.
Mm-hmm. And this is the trail we've been taking because you took the path on the right.
So that means we're kind of close to the river.
So if we continue gaily forward, yes, I think so.
Unicorns need water, right?
Smart lady you are.
Naya smiled at Colin, and Colin smiled back. Oh, they even held each other's gazes. Slowly, Naya looked away, rolling the map back up. Colin cleared his throat, took a step forward.
I wonder if we'll get looped around another tree for the heck of a...
Oh dear. Poor Colin didn't notice the tree branch on the ground, the one that was inching closer to them. The branch wrapped itself around Colin's leg and hoisted him into the air.
Oh my God, Colin!
Naya moved quick, looking everywhere she could think of for a switch or a lever or something. She was also mindful where she was stepping, paying closer attention to the ground and the trees around them. What neither of them could hear yet was the very loud conversation the trees were having.
What's this? What is this? Oh, it's a human!
Human.
A human!
A human. Ah, yes, I remember. With our leaves and deep within our roots, we heard. They are on a quest to find the
Unicorn! The unicorn! They don't deserve to see the unicorn.
Maybe not. I heard some things I would have rather not.
The other one.
Tell us.
What about the other one?
She's pretty. I like her, but she was mean.
What?
Mean.
Ah, she was mean. They both were.
I remember. It's a shame.
Do you think they will?
Remember.
They will, in time.
Hey, can I shake him? I want to shake him.
Why?
Yeah, well, if he giggles, then I will let him go. Agreed?
Agreed.
Yes, agreed.
What the? Stop shaking me!
He's not.
Oh my God, Colin!
He's not laughing.
Colin, hang on!
He seems distressed.
There's nothing to hang on to!
He didn't giggle, he didn't laugh. Can you believe it? That's so sad.
He's a grown-up, don't you see?
What?
Sometimes they live in misery.
Oh.
But wait, there's something else.
Yeah, I sense a laugh.
I feel it in my roots.
Me too.
And you?
I do. I sense it too. I will let him down.
But they first must speak from their hearts, lest they want the unicorn to run away when it sees them. And they become trapped here forever.
It stopped. Oh, it stopped. You're okay. Whew. All right. I can't see any lever. Colin, do you have a pocket knife?
Nope. Left it in the damn car.
I don't have one either. And
what's so funny?
It's not funny. It's not. It really is not. But, you kind of just got flung around by a tree.
There's got to be some kind of contraption or something somewhere. Maybe I can try swinging to grab the base of the tree.
It was a sight, poor Colin, wiggling around like a fish out of water, trying to generate some kind of momentum to move himself. As soon as he tried, the young oak tree, a playfully mischievous one, began shaking Colin again.
Whoa, 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 stop,
Somebody!
stop,
Help!
stop.
Someone help!
Okay, it stopped. It stopped again. Crap. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't move.
Yeah. I guess it doesn't like it when you do that.
It? You mean the tree?
That's what's holding you.
It's got to be a trap attached to some kind of lever. Someone has to be here doing this. Trees don't just grab people.
Colin.
What?
Think about what you just said.
That it's a trap?
Trees don't just grab people.
They don't.
In our world. And where are we?
Oh, for the love of... You stupid tree, put me down!
Probably not how you should talk to the tree that's got you suspended above ground. Just a thought.
You know what? I'm so done with this nonsense. But just leave me here. Go find the unicorn, whatever.
I'm not going to leave, Colin.
You already did. Should be easy.
Excuse me?
You know what? Forget it.
Hey, we both agreed to this break. We agreed for ourselves. For the kids.
6 months is a pretty long break, Naya.
Yeah, it is. Glad you noticed.
You think I didn't notice?
I don't know what I thought. You didn't come after me.
What? You wanted me to chase you?
That's not... No, that's childish. That's not what I wanted, okay? I wanted, I don't know, to feel like my absence mattered. That we really were better together and not apart. But I don't know how to fix anything. Not you stuck in this tree, not our marriage. I don't know.
Do you still want to?
What did you say? I can't hear you.
Do you still want to? Our marriage. Us.
Do you?
I mean, yeah, if you do. I know the fighting got not fun. Not like when we usually are, but I notice when you're not there. And I miss you. And I'm sorry if you thought I was just okay with you being gone. I was just trying to
figure things out.
Yeah.
I miss you too.
Yeah? Well, How could you not? I'm clearly quite a catch, judging by how this tree is treating me.
How are we going to get you down?
I don't know. Ask nicely?
Okay, go for it.
What, me?
Yes, it's got you. Talk to it.
Just talk. To a tree.
You act like you've never played make-believe before.
That wasn't my deal when the kids were little. It was yours.
Right, but when you did play, you were good at it.
That's what fathers do.
Not all fathers have the kind of imagination that you used to have.
Entertaining the kids is a whole lot different than talking to a tree.
Well, what else is there? I mean, you used to play the piano.
Let's not bring that up.
Fine, but we have to try something. So you just need to lean into it. Whatever this is, this world we're in, it's magical. It wants us to teach the kids about magic, whatever that means. You can't logic your way out of this.
When I find whomever is controlling this tree through a perfectly logical mechanism, I am going to give you the biggest I told you so.
I'm not holding my breath waiting for that.
Fine, fine. Hi! Tree? Can you put me down? Please?
It was a good attempt, but nothing happened.
See? Not working.
You can't just say one thing and give up.
What do you want me to do? Make it rhyme?
Do I look like the expert in getting the magical tree in the magical forest to let my husband go?
Actually, yes. You're the one who used to be a writer.
Let's not go there.
Fine.
Fine.
Here in the forest of Stormall, the trees know all.
Oh, that's so bad.
Yeah, not my best work.
What kind of magic do we use in this magical forest? Colin, I know you don't like to talk about it, but what was that song you made for Ethan when he couldn't sleep?
Naya.
Didn't it go something like...
The moment the soft tones of Naya's humming filled the air, the leaves on the branches began to glow.
Did you see that?
What? See what?
You have to open your eyes.
I'm getting a headache being suspended like this.
What was the song?
I don't do that anymore, Naya.
Colin, please. Just one bar. Hum it.
Fine. Fine.
And this time, there was no denying it. The leaves on the trees began to glow again, brighter this time.
Oh my God.
It worked. You see? It's magic. Colin, you have to sing to it.
I'm not singing to it.
Do you want to get down or not?
I don't know what to say. I never wrote any words to that song.
Tell me what you see. Hey, just look at me.
This can't be happening.
Well, it is happening. So, try it, please.
Okay. Tell me what all of this means. There's magic in the tree. No, I can't.
Why?
I can't do this.
Human? Why do you resist belief?
What does it say about me? As a dad, as a husband, none of this is a dream. There are things I thought I let go, but seeing this, I don't know.
It's okay. Just breathe. Just breathe.
As his words were carried to the trees, gently, ever so gently, Colin was lifted upright. And what a sight he could see.
Naya, the trees, they're glowing. I can see them. I can hear them.
Yeah, me too.
Tell me what all of this means. Is this what happens when you believe?
You have the answers you need.
You always did, and you always will.
Is this what happens when you believe?
Do you
Do you believe? Around them, the forest was alight with the trees gently swaying to the music created by Naya and Colin. And once more, gently, of course, far more gently than when he was scooped up, Colin was placed back on the ground. Naya immediately hugged him, and Colin tightly hugged her back, the tears running unchecked from his eyes.
Oh, it's okay, Colin. I got you. I got you. It's okay.
A short while later, after Naya and Colin had a moment to collect themselves, they began their quest again. The trees were no longer glowing, but Naya and Colin were positive they could hear the soft singing whispers all around them as they walked. And they're walking hand in hand.
What's funny?
I'm just wondering, do the trees in our world sound like this, you think?
I have no idea, and that's really weird to entertain that thought. We know trees can communicate via their root systems, so...
Who's to say they're not singing to each other?
Look, if this is a ploy to get me to sing to trees when we get home, it's not happening.
Oh, really? Still in denial.
I don't know what I am, but I'm not ready to give the forest a concert.
Yet.
Colin didn't answer, but there was a very suspicious smile on his face. Still hand in hand, I might add, Colin and Naya continued down the zigzagging, sometimes looping path until they heard the faint sounds of conversation. And maybe even someone crying?
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I don't think that's the trees.
Someone in trouble?
Maybe? Anything goes here, apparently.
Come on.
Slowing their pace and being a bit more cautious, Colin and Naya moved closer to the sounds until, abruptly, a clearing appeared. One moment there were trees and more trees. The next, as if someone simply pulled aside a curtain, a beautiful clearing appeared. The grass was wavy, though not too tall, An abundance of butterflies flitted about, the smells of honeysuckle and wildflowers carried on the playful breeze.
Naya, are those?
I think so.
Sitting in a circle in this beautiful field was the weekly meeting of imaginary friends. It was a very important meeting. It was run by Sparks the teddy bear, a wonderful old bear who was missing one eye and looked a little rough around the edges. But Sparks still had all their stuffing, so don't you worry. Seated with Sparks was a stuffed rabbit with a long ear that looked chewed on, and a small stuffed pig wearing a crown so clearly it was the princess. And sitting next to the princess was what looked to be an old cougar.
I'm just so sad.
Aw, hey. Your feelings are valid.
They don't talk to me anymore. All I do now is sit on the shelf and get dusty. I really miss them, and I'm worried about them too. Their parents are separated. They're coming out as non-binary. I want to be there for them, but they won't. They won't talk to me anymore. It's like they can't hear me.
All around the group, there were sympathetic expressions and small nods of agreement.
Friends, unfortunately, when we do work over there, we know one day this will happen. The day they no longer believe they can talk to us, or that they can hear us.
It's not fair. Just because some stupid adult tells them to grow up, they cast us aside. I was there for them when they cried at night, when they were scared. I played with them. They were my friend too, and they just stopped being my friend, and they didn't even say goodbye.
I know. It's a sad day, but you have to think of the good times.
We had so much fun together.
Even after everything that happened so far, this was still very strange to Colin and Naya. But the longer Naya looked at the stuffed pig and heard the emotional words, the more it began to jog something in Naya's memory.
Oh my God.
What?
I'm going to go talk to them.
What? Why? Naya, wait.
Hi. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Are you Allie Croft's, friend?
Colin and Naya were unprepared for the fearful expressions that appeared on every single stuffed animal's face. Some clutched at each other. They were so afraid to see the pair.
We're so sorry. We didn't mean to scare you. We promise we won't hurt you.
We don't usually see adults at these meetings.
I know. Actually, I don't know, but I'm sorry if we're not supposed to be here.
We were just following the path.
I know you. You did this. You made Allie not talk to me anymore.
Me?
Yes. You were mad at her, and I quote, "When are you going to start acting your age?" And then she did, and now...
Damn. I'm sorry. Really.
Where we come from, we didn't know that...
I mean, you're alive over here, sure, but you can't be alive over there, in my world, right?
Well, that depends on whether or not you believe we are. Over there, when you're young and the world looks the way it's supposed to, with your minds open to everything, even things you folks might think impossible, you can hear us, and we can hear you, and everything's wonderful. But after a few years, it stops, because you stop believing.
That can't be right. Magic isn't real over there.
You don't get to tell me I don't exist. Not here, you don't. You're mean and I don't like you.
Easy now, princess. Look, Mr. Colin, magic is real everywhere. It just has different rules in some places. But it's real as you and me.
Wait, how did you know my name?
I told them all about you because Allie told me all about you.
She talked to you about us?
Duh. Friends tell each other everything.
What did she say about us?
Well, friends don't snitch either, Mr. Grumpy Pants. And I'm mad at you because you're the reason I might have to leave.
Leave?
Princess means they have to return here. And soon, because Allie doesn't believe in them anymore.
Oh. Does Allie know you're leaving her?
Oh, now you care, mister. You have to grow up.
So, when kids stop believing, you come here?
Usually.
I used to have a frog. I named him B. Did he come here?
Let me think. Oh, yes. Yes, I remember. Only once. Then he returned.
He returned?
Well, he said he wanted to watch you grow up, and it didn't matter that you didn't believe in him anymore. He said he loved you, and he wanted to be there in case one day you changed your mind.
But I never changed my mind. What happened to him?
I'm really sorry, Miss Naya. If he never came here, and you stopped believing in him over there, he likely passed on. It's hard for us to exist in a place that doesn't believe in us, same as it is for you. But for us, eventually we just fade away.
Poor Naya. A truly devastated expression came to her face, and she sank down in that grass. And because it's what they do, what they love to do, the circle of imaginary friends stopped being afraid and instead came closer to Naya, a little closer still, until every one of them was hugging some part of her. Colin sat behind his wife, and while this was still hard for him, he couldn't help but remember a friend he'd had what felt like so long ago. And there was an old, childlike ache in his heart, as Colin wondered what happened to his friend, too. I know, dear listener. You're an adult. There's fact, and there's fiction. But even you need someone to believe in you. And maybe you know the pain when no one does. And that doesn't mean that you have to believe in everything for it to exist. But there are some things, some very, very important things, that small, gentle parts of you wishes you could experience again. You could. You absolutely could, if you just believed. Welcome into the group now. Colin and Naya sat with the imaginary friends for the rest of their meeting. They listened, they laughed, they even cried, yes, even Colin, as their imaginary friends told their stories of friendship and loss, of fun and laughter, and the sadness they feel when it eventually stops. When the meeting was over, one by one, the imaginary friends took their own paths into the forest. Some to stay in Karstium, others to return in hopes their friends will believe in them again one day. Do you know where your friend is?
Princess,
Yes.
don't give up on Ali. Not yet. Please.
I'd never leave Allie. She's my friend.
Thank you, Princess. And look, I'm sorry. I didn't know how it all worked.
You mean you forgot?
Yeah, maybe I did.
Well, do better, Mr. Adult.
So, where are you two going?
We don't really know. We're trying to find the unicorn.
We think if we start down by the river, we'd have better luck.
The unicorn? Oh, the quest. Good luck.
That's it. Do you know where it is?
Yep.
Can you tell us?
Nope.
Why?
Because you only see the unicorn when you're ready. And well, maybe you are. We'll see. Good luck.
With a tiny wave of their stuffed arm, Sparks the teddy bear disappeared.
How? How can they just disappear? It's wild. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, I was just thinking about B.
You didn't know, Naya.
Maybe I did. Maybe on some level we all do, and we ignore it. You know what? Never mind. Let's just try and find the river.
Naya stood up, and once again, Colin offered his hand. Without hesitation, Naya took it, and once more, the Crofts followed that nonsensical path through the forest. They walked in silence, and were disturbed no more by the magical beings of the forest. It wasn't until abruptly, well, for them, time is an odd thing in Karstium. Night once more fell over the land. Luckily for them, tiny glow bugs fluttered about and brightly colored mushrooms dotted the path, making it easy for them to see. Their map reading skills were proven correct because the peaceful sounds of a river announced its presence before they saw it.
Think we could drink from it?
In a magical forest.
What could go wrong?
Don't worry, dear listeners. You don't have to hold your breath. Nothing goes wrong, yet Colin and Naya took handfuls of the crisp, cool water and drank to their heart's content.
I don't see a unicorn. I don't see any tracks either. Not that I know what unicorn tracks look like.
Naya didn't respond. Her gaze wandered over the forest, and she laughed when a tiny glow bug landed on her nose, winked at her, and fluttered away. But her laughter died off quickly, and a pensive, almost troubled look appeared on her face. Colin was quick to notice.
What's wrong? Oh God, is it the water?
No, I'm fine. Except, I'm not fine. Colin, look at this place. They're right. Raziel, God, Kris Kringle, they're right.
What do you mean?
Don't you see? We've never once asked those kids what their vision is. We've never taught them how to manifest it or whatever the hell that even means. We just push them into a system we know is rotten, and sometimes it's even downright evil. We don't show them a better way because we don't even know. And we're too proud and too tired to look because we're the adults after all.
The system is in place, Naya. They've got to exist in it. What else are we supposed to do?
We taught them how to navigate it, but we didn't encourage them to make it better, to make it different, or hell, to make something else completely. We never said, yes, it is bullshit, it's all crap, and we'll help you find a way to change it. Why didn't we say that? Are we that arrogant we can't admit we've allowed this monster to be created? And we've made a terrible mistake?
Come on, what does that say about the life we've made? That it's all shit? That we're mindless drones?
Aren't we? That's all we aspired to. A lousy, mundane reality. It doesn't look anything like this forest, but couldn't it? I had dreams. They were vivid and exciting, and it had nothing to do with spending 8, God, sometimes 10 or even 12 hours a day in a box, watching adults act like mean, bratty, spoiled adults.
We did what we had to do for them, for our children. Those boxes pay the bills. There's nothing wrong with the life we built.
Oh, God, Colin. You and I, our family, it's good. It is. I love our kids. I love you. But we settled, and not with each other, with everything else. We settled because we didn't know what else to do, and we didn't look for the answer. We were too busy. The problem got too big, and we thought we could vote it away or whatever other excuse we made.
What else were we supposed to do?
I don't know. I don't. But just because we don't have the answers, it doesn't mean that they're not out there. Someone has them. And at the very least, we've got to encourage the kids to be better. Not to be us, but better. I don't want them to just exist in the systems of our world. I want them to go zigzag, and we've got to help them build something that works. I mean, isn't that what we're supposed to as the adults? Instead of just reinforcing the thing that's broken?
Zigzag, huh? Gaily forward?
Right. Do you ever play the piano anymore?
Sometimes. Not recently. I've been busy at work.
I loved listening to you play. Shouldn't have stopped.
Wasn't gonna pay the bills.
You don't know that.
Couldn't get up on that stage, Naya. I just couldn't.
She looked at him, and when Colin met her gaze, he couldn't get his breath. It is startling, scary even, when you see in someone's eyes how much they believe in you, especially if you don't believe in yourself.
Yes, you could have. Your fear would have made you better. It did make you better. It gave you presence. And when you forgot you were afraid, you were breathtaking to watch.
I wasn't ever unhappy with you. You know that, right? I love you, Naya. And maybe you're right. Maybe when you stop doing the things you love to do and all there is what you think you have to do, what's left? What happens to you?
You weren't the only one that gave up on their dreams.
I found your story. The one you threw away.
Did you?
I read it. It's good. It's really, really good.
Thank you. It wasn't going to pay the bills.
You don't know that.
Yeah. You're right.
Colin slowly looked around the forest. He could still hear the trees and their quiet songs. He swallowed the lump in his throat and drew his eyes back to his wife. In that moment, in a forest of colorful mushrooms and tiny glow bugs and singing trees and imaginary friends, she'd never looked lovelier to him. Colin grinned as an idea came. He held out his hands to her. Naya looked at him curiously, but she put her hands in his. Colin pulled her into his arms, felt the soft intake of her breath, and heard her little gasp, the one that comes from being pulled into a warm embrace.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Page 22.
The story she'd written. There was a scene. Naya laughed again, but this was a delighted, emotional laughter. She pressed closer to him and laid her head on his shoulder. Colin curled one arm snugly around her waist, pressing a little closer, and began dancing with her.
This doesn't happen to us.
Which part?
Dancing. In a magical forest.
And yet,
here we are.
You may think the colors that suddenly lit up in the forest were some sort of magic existing only because Colin and Naya are in a world that is different from yours. But that is not why a simple forest with trees and grass and brush and uneven earth came to life. It wasn't magic that made the fairies feel safe enough to expose themselves to the humans, giggle quietly and watch. It wasn't magic that made the trolls stop arguing and come out of the shadows, or the dwarves stop working and open their hidden doors in the trunks of trees. It wasn't magic that made the bugs stop pretending they were stupid, turn their heads and smile. It wasn't magic that made the leaves and the plants and the moss suddenly glow in vivid, translucent rainbow colors. It was love. It was Naya and Colin's pure, utterly childlike expression of love. You've heard it your entire life, yet you've never believed it could do this. But it can. It can. Watch them dancing and tell me it isn't so. Love is powerful. It has a color, an energy like everything else. And if you thrust it outwards from that amazing alchemical chalice known as your heart, it can transform into anything. Anything. Even a world like yours. Soon, but not too soon, the exhaustion of the day's events caught up with them, and the dancing turned to sleep. The tree that Naya leaned against earlier shifted, its roots retreating so the ground wasn't so rough, and made sleeping more comfortable. Naya curled into Colin, wrapping her arms around him as he wrapped his arms around her. The feeling they'd created didn't fade, but the lights in the forest did dim. They were trying to sleep, after all. It was only polite. All throughout the night, they slept tangled in each other's limbs, closer than they'd ever slept together, and deeper than either of them had in a very long time. Maybe ever. Only they knew such things. But as the dawn broke, they were woken by a terrible, terrible noise. The sound a unicorn makes when it's being captured. It is a horrific sound, a cry and a scream and a fierce, defiant neigh all at once. Colin and Naya bolted upright, ripped out of their peaceful sleep. It was Naya who instinctively realized what was happening first.
Colin, I think that's the unicorn.
She sprang to her feet, and Colin was close on her heels. He grabbed her hand and they ran towards the terrible sounds. When they emerged in the clearing, Colin and Naya got the shock of their lives. The unicorn was beautiful. Strong and majestic, its fur black as night, its horn glowing the translucent colors of the rainbow. But it was in great distress. 2 gargoyles wrapped chains around the unicorn's neck and horns, viciously yanking it forward. A 3rd gargoyle held a flaming torch to the unicorn's backside, forcing it to run away from the pain. And while all that was horrible, it wasn't the cause of the utterly confused, frightened, disbelieving expressions on the Crofts' faces. Standing there, watching the gargoyles, smiling in pure malice, were carbon copies of Colin and Naya. Oh dear.
I hope you've enjoyed listening to A Fairy Tale for Adults.
Not the oh dear.
Oh dear.
I know there was a
Oh,
lot
dear.
in that episode. Is everybody okay? Do you guys need hugs and tissues?
Screaming the whole time. First time I listened to it, now I listen to it screaming.
Oh.
That's fine. That's fine.
If
I'm
I
fine.
hurt my own
Not
feelings,
fine.
if it makes you feel better, I constantly.
Good.
Yeah. I did. I hurt my own feelings.
Oh, I have questions, of course, but I have to tell you, and I've been putting it in there, but like the notes I have on this, it's just a lot of screams. It's so many screams. Just like like one of them, I'll get to it, but just so many cursing, all of you, for all my feelings. It's fine.
No, there was a lot of hurt feelings in this episode. Now I understand. Yeah.
Oh God, it's so good. So I'll start with some like gentle questions. It's fine. This was me, lore me again, of just oh, it was mentioned that people in the 3rd and 1/2 dimension are like a lot from the 3rd dimension. So is it just the creative imagined ones, like the imaginary friends, or like can humans go, and if they do go, do they become magical beings? Like, is that how the guards were made? I'm just curious the mechanics of how Maketh works. Yeah.
So I might hurt some feelings with this answer. I think.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. And Daniela actually talks about this a little bit in the final episode.
Yeah.
But I think one of the reasons that Maketh was created is because we stopped believing here. Because the things that we stopped believing in here needed a safe place to go.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's where a lot I think that's where a lot of them are. Do I think humans can go there? Yes. I mean, Kalanon and his son Thalion kind of mentioned how humans aren't normally in around the city of Karstian. They kind of got banished to the whatever. So I imagine, some humans probably, mistakenly used stone circles or whatever, decided to stay. But, humans do as humans do. And they were like, no, if you're not going to be cool with magic, you got to go sit over there. You guys go up there type situation.
Go stare at the wall. Get in the corner.
That's right. But I think there's a very fun back and forth between people that come from our world to Maketh and kind of back and forth there. So I think it is accessible to us, but I think it was kind of created out of necessity as a safe space.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. And honestly, it's just a selfish question because I'm like, how do I get there?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, trust me, I have notes on that. It's fine. For the record, if you're not looking at chat, it's mentioning how me thinking my old imaginary friend found another kid or went on with their life. But no, Crystal says they're fucking dead. Yeah, so don't get me wrong, chat. You just give me a minute. Be patient. We're talking about that. Ugh. All right. I'm starting off with the easy questions. So I do love how Colin isn't belligerent. We talked a little bit about Colin through this, and of course in chat I'm just railing on Colin. But there is a very interesting part of him where he's so I guess what you say, like dad, you know what I mean? Like the whole like, oh, you learned that in school, or like you can't do this, blah, blah, blah. But at least in my opinion thus far, he's not like belligerent. You know what I mean? Like he's not just so dismissive and in that way. A little bit of it, but not huge. My question is, was it important to make him a bit more accepting than maybe like what we experience in our lives, like as the areas we live in, you know, that kind of thing? Was it important as the writer, even as the actor, to make sure that he wasn't too far, if that makes any sense? Because he's annoying, and there are parts where you're like, seriously, Colin, and he is a little dismissive, but not belligerent. I think is a good way to delineate that.
Yeah. I think that was important. Colin was always going to come around. I don't think Nia would have ever fallen in love with him. Right? There was always just be real. Yeah. You know, there was always
no, it's true.
Yeah, there was always something in Colin. But I mean, he says that heartbreaking line. You know that like you know when you stop doing what you love and you have to keep doing what you want to do, what happens to you? And he's coming to terms with that. And I think one of the reasons that he was having such a hard time accepting this world is very much because what does that say about, like, is that angel right? Am I actually a bad parent? And if I love my kids as much as Colin loves his kids, what does that say? What does that say about me, about the life that I've made? You know, so when we do this kind of work of unpacking stuff, that doesn't always paint this rosy picture of things. And I think Colin needs to give himself like a lot of grace and a lot of love, because I don't think he ever did any damage to his kids. Not like really hard. I mean, he did some, but not like serious, you know. Anything that Colin did was just because he was just trying to teach them how to survive in a world that is not kind. And it does not, it just isn't. It's kind of what we made it, and we did not make it a great place. So I get it, but it was also like Colin is almost like the two halves of me, right? Because I'm a very woo-woo person, but I'm also like a Capricorn, so that I have a very logical side. So I might, I believe in magic completely, but if a fucking tree picked me up and then I could sing to it, and then all of a sudden, like all the things that I
start glowing,
stop believing in, I'm going to fucking start crying too. Or maybe I just have a panic attack and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you don't know. Like, like I want to believe in all these. Like, if a dragon lands outside my window right now, am I freaking out, or do I go touch the dragon? I don't know. There's a part of me that hopes I go touch the dragon, but there's another part of me that's like, that's a motherfucking dragon.
I feel like at that point you're like, I'm gonna go touch that dragon, but I'm accepting that I'm gonna die. You know what I mean?
Right. You would hope so.
Is this an acceptable way to go out?
Like, is it a good dragon? Right? Because now the child in you would have just ran right up and touched the dragon, but the adult in you was like, is it a good dragon? Is it a bad dragon? Am I about to be eaten by the fucking dragon? Like. So
I'm like, is that maturity where I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go do this, but I know I'm gonna be burnt.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Like you accept it. I don't know.
Right. So, Colin has to, and I love that he finally got to have that moment where there was like, this was like in his face. There was no like, he literally, like, I don't know, in a way that he hadn't seen it before, which is hilarious, right? Because he's walking through Karstien, but he's literally just kind of just like not, it's like that cognitive dissonance, right? That we are so frustrated by with people right now, where you're like, I just want to shake motherfuckers. You're like, are you serious?
Open your eyes.
Right, literally, Nia, open your eyes.
And I love that though, because especially it seems to me, and maybe a good way to put this is Colin, the way that he raised kids or the way that he sees the world. I mean, I would think that it sounds like it comes from like a place of fear. It's not malice, it's not like, hey, kids, you need to grow up. The world's not gonna be nice to you. Why should I be nice to you? This is how it goes. Again, parents being a first bully kind of thing. And so I'm talking about this a little bit later, but like I love the moment where Colin, number one, starts questioning himself out loud.
Yeah.
And then, oh gosh, Tara, you did so damn well. But that moment where it's ripped my heart out, God. But that moment where Nia, and this kind of talks to gender norms or, kind of like what's expected, but like, I mean, he kind of has a little breakdown, and Nia's immediate reaction is, it's okay. like she starts comforting him immediately and doesn't tell him to stop, doesn't tell him like, hey, we got to keep going, you know, bottom lining it or anything like that, or being like, man up, you know, that bullshit. And God, that was so good. Tara, it was so good. Why do you do this to me? I know you can hear me. But God, it was just so good. Like, I know you can hear me. No. And speaking of Tara, and then this is my next question, it's actually a perfect segue. I didn't realize that Tara had been doing the singing and things like that. It was so good. Like, I loved the impromptu songs. I mean, I know y'all planned it and everything, but you know, as far as the story goes. So, was that to capture the kind of like Disney kid story feeling, you know? Because they kind of just like, they have this world and they're telling it and then they bust into random songs, right? Well, random, you know? And in the, in quote, real world, that would be fucking weird. But like, how did that whole portion come about? You know, did you just really want songs in it? Again, is it kind of like the ADHD thing? Like, hey, this would be really cool, singing. Like, you know, like, or was it for the Disney-esque, you know, childish kind of, I mean, I say childish, but you know what I mean. Like the, you know, that's more lenient in kids stories rather than adult stories, unless it's a musical where that's intended.
Right.
That, go ahead. Sorry, I'll stop talking.
So you see what had happened was a couple of our VAs snitched and said that they could sing. And then my brain went, oh, really? And then I was like, oh, what if we did music here? And then I kind of looked at Tara and I was like, hey, yo, Tara, what if we did some music here? And then Tara became a fucking angel that she is and made that happen. And that entire musical piece is because of Tara. That would not exist without Tara. And Tara was under like some BioWare fucking working conditions on that, because it was literally just like, hey, let's do this. How much time do you need? And Tara can tell you how long, but Tara just like, and then Tara realized that we needed 2 songs and not 1. So you just, all the flowers go to Tara for that, because Tara did it.
Throwing flowers, petals. So Tara, how did that whole portion come about? Because and heavy caveat, I love music, not like I can't make music kind of thing. I know I talked about that, but I'm going to reiterate. How did that come about? Tell me all the juicy
Oh
things.
wow, it's a journey. Okay, so
buckle up.
Crystal said,
"I'm gonna go pee."
Yeah, somebody did snitch. I forget who it was. I think it was I think somebody said Zoe was able to sing. I think that's where it started, if I recall. And I don't remember who said what, but yeah, people were talking like, oh yeah, people can sing. So that happened. And then Crystal was like, hey, what if we make a musical? And she just kind of said it like as an offhand comment. Like it wasn't like an official thing. Like, hey, Tara, I would like you to make blah, 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 blah. And, but me, because I'm a creative person. Like I've always been creative. I've always been, you know, artsy and what have you. But, so it was like, was it later that night or like the next day? I don't remember, but I went, I was like,
not soon after.
I have an idea. And so I just kind of hummed a thing and did like a little, very short little melody, just playing around. And then I sent it to Crystal, and that's what happened. And then Crystal was like, oh, okay. And then I think a couple of days later, she's like, you know, let me not say a couple of days later, because this is 2 years ago, so I don't remember the exact time frame. But at some point, she said, so Tara, musical. And I was like, wait, are you serious? She's like, yeah, I would like you to make a musical. So I was really nervous, because one thing that I do my best to do is I love to give my best to, especially creative projects. You know, I don't want to give somebody subpar product. Like that's not something that I feel comfortable doing, because if I'm creating it, I want to do my best. So I told her up front, I said, listen, I've not composed a song, because I used to compose songs all the time, regularly, and I had not composed a song from start to finish in years at that point. So it was like years and years and years since I really sat down and got into composing and arranging and all of that. And so I was nervous. I wanted to do it, but I was really nervous. I said, so I will make an attempt. I said, but if I am really struggling, then I will let you know ahead of time. So that way you have enough time to go find some royalty free music that you can use. And then, we can do whatever from that. So, and so I was only focused on the thing with Colin and what she did in the script. So she didn't send me like lyrics or anything. She just had like a general idea for like just points that she wanted or basic beats that she wanted the music to go through. And so I wrote lyrics based off of what she sent. And Rob and I had prepared pretty much everything, and then he and I had a session together where we just kind of went through, because I'm doing this it by myself, and I'm like, midway through, I'm like, wait, I don't know any of these people's singing ranges. I'm just making a song. I'm just making a song. I'm like writing all this stuff, and then I'm like, I don't know if their ability to actually, hold rhythm and do all of this stuff. I'm like, oh shit.
So Rob is
Damn,
soprano
it's too late. Yeah, like pretty much. But yeah, so he and I had a session together where we did like a few slight edits and just kind of went through what we needed to do. And I don't remember when it was, but as far as like the time frame, I think it was like a week and a half or something. So I have a full-time job, and I had my initial idea for the song, but then I didn't scrap it completely, but I went in a slightly different direction. So I was starting from scratch, because all I had before was like a couple of notes on a piano for Colin's song. And then writing a song, composing. And I'm sending Crystal like little drafts as it's being built. And then she said in, I think, another, was it the cast chat or something? She's like, yeah, Tara's working on the songs. And my brain was like, she said plural. What other song? Oh my God. Because I was just on Colin's. I was like, I don't remember what. And then I realized in the script, my brain had completely skipped over the tree stuff. Like,
oh my God.
It was, so there were lines, but my brain just, oh, that's just stuff they're going to say. And it's like, no, there's music. I was like, oh my God. So at some point, it was on my lunch break. I'm like, okay, I got to come up with like something. Okay, what is this? It's a musical. Let's think your typical musical. Let's get something upbeat, because these trees are talking together, blah, 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 blah. So then I just started playing like the rhythm and all that. So I'm just doing that like on my lunch break. I'm like, okay. And then I just shout out, the unicorn, the unicorn. And I was like, I love it. Let's fucking go. So then that's what that happened. And so, yeah, so there was a lot of stuff. But yeah, both of those songs, there were quite a few nights where I only maybe got like 3 hours of sleep because I was working, and then I'd spent so much time. But the thing is, some people might hear that, but I love creating, especially, music, writing, photography, whatever. I love doing that. And so even though I was extremely tired, I so tired, but it was an exhaustion that I welcomed, because it was something that was coming from my heart, and I had the opportunity to do that. And I can't even express how grateful I am to Crystal to even just asking, because I don't know if I would have taken the time to make another song. I mean, I would have made a song because I never stopped. But to make a song in that kind of way, it had been years since I really sat down and really focused on just doing that. And then, there I made two. So there's a lot more to it, but that's like the truncated version
Or
of
just yeah.
yeah.
I love that. And in some ways was like a follow-up question, was it I don't want to say riding a bicycle necessarily, but that's kind of the colloquialism, right? Because you said that you haven't been doing it for years, and especially when it's something that brings you such joy, I feel like in the same theme of what we're talking about here, capitalism kind of even curbs the way that you create in a way due to constraints of time, full-time work, whatever it may be. So like getting just that one little window open, like, hey, can you make these? Just that one little question for a project you're excited about when you're kind of writing, especially the second song that was now a surprise. Did it kind of feel like that, like getting back on the bike a little bit? Or was it just panic?
Well, it was just a lot of anxiety there. But no, it was as far as getting back on the bike. In some ways, it was because I don't even know how I don't remember what I started with. Because some people have specific ways that they write songs, or like they're like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to
Like
write
for
the
the
lyrics
process, this is
first.
how the process is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for me, it just depends on what the project is. Like I just allow the project to flow as it's going to flow. And so I think once there's always like a little spark, but I don't remember what that particular spark was for this.
Gotcha.
And then something that happens when I'm composing, I'll hear the music in my head, and I'll hear all these different instruments and stuff. And so as I'm like building the song, I might hear another piece. It's like, okay, you've got that little bit. We can come back and edit that if we need to, but here's another little sprinkle of something. Like there's a part in the tree song, and it's towards the end, and there's this da, 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 and it's kind of in the background, but there's like a what instruments was it? I think I had a piccolo in there, and there were some string instruments, and there's a celeste that's playing as well, and all of those instruments are in unison, and there's other stuff going on top of it, but it's just if you listen closely, you can hear it. And I remember it was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when that came to me, and I was getting the timing right and everything. And I don't remember which one I started with, but then I started layering it, and I was like, oh my God, let's do this, like, let's do this whole thing. And so then I did it, and I started, I don't think I had like full blown tears, but I was about to cry. I had tears in my eyes while I was creating it, or even writing the lyrics, like, because I was like, well, they're trees, and what do trees do? Trees talk to each other. So that's why throughout the song, they're kind of finishing each ot's sentences because they know what each other is thinking. They're feeling what each other's thinking. And in the end of that song, when they're like, but wait, there's something else. I sense a left. Like they're doing this whole we're finishing each other's sentences thing, but it's like it's like it's trying to get the audience into it, where it's like the audience is starting to feel this shift in not just the story, but in Colin specifically, because like there's a big change happening here because he's singing to the trees, and he's, or not him, but the trees are, I don't know exactly how to explain it, but I had like this big eureka moment when I was doing this whole like, is it considered counterpoint? I don't know what the term is, but there's like a specific musical thing that I'm doing there, and it just brought me like so much joy because all of this stuff is coming as I'm creating the song. Because I'm like, oh, maybe this, or even in Colin's song, there's is that a Celeste? It's either a Celeste or a triangle that I had because it felt empty. But all it took was just a ting, like every once in a while, just to add a little sparkle. And I don't know who mentioned it. I think it was Pixel had mentioned that she liked the wow in that space between the first part of the song and when there's a change. And I did that specifically because in my head I was seeing this interaction between Colin and Naya, and in that moment I'm like, I just imagined the forest just being absolutely fully lit up. And this is a very quiet moment, like the eye of the storm, but a beautiful storm. And I just imagine her just fully recognizing what is around her, and all she can say is wow. She doesn't have any other words for it. And then you have all of this, this.
We lost Tara. Tara was too Tara brought too much happy juju.
Oh no.
Internet couldn't take it.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if Chris got her or if the internet did.
Oh no.
And hopefully, we'll give it a second, but I do want to mention, I find it very, very interesting. There's a really cool crossover that a lot of people talk about with TTRPGs. And because the DM makes a story, right? But it's a collaborative field. And even in this kind of thing here, I feel like there's so many layers to what Tara is saying, because obviously Tara was doing the music and was adding to the story, but it's still storytelling.
Yes.
So yeah, you could have just put a catchy song in there. And again, God, this is capitalism, right? But like, and in a lot of movies and kids' stories, like the music is more, yeah, it's partially there for the story sometimes, but most of the time it's just like, let's put a catchy song.
Right.
And it'll just stay as an earworm in your head and make you come back to it and feed the marketing machine, right? But in this particular way that Tara's been describing it, it's kind of more like TTRPGs where it's a collaborative experience, and almost even like a Naya experience of going through the same journey that Naya is going through as Tara. And I know I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, Tara, if you can hear me or anybody else, I promise. But it has a lot of different parallels, at least that I hear, for how Tara is explaining it, of using the lyrics and Pixel, you can talk about this too, of course, but like the music and the turns in the music and the again, that perfect sound, or like we are talking about before, VOs and voice actors, how we just drop in and we know the amalgamations there of where we cross with the characters, and it just fucking feels right. You know what I mean? It was so good. And I loved it. Sorry. Okay, I'm done.
I just love that it
I can
landed.
get so hard.
This is what makes me
Yes,
so
yeah.
happy. And this is why I've love audio drama so much, Torrin. It is that collaboration, because I started out my artistic career as a writer, and that's a very just a book author, and that's kind of a very solitary thing. But the magic for me has always been collaboration. So this is like, just fucking stuff. And I love listening to Tara talk about them, and I'm just so grateful that she did it, because it's so like,
Right.
it's so fucking good. Like, how could that
It's
moment have been
amazing.
anything but what it was? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right? I can't imagine literally anything else. Like, no, that's what it
No.
was.
like
And
Tara's
I love
music,
the
the voice,
dichotomy
it's
of the
fucking
songs too.
right.
Like the tree song was so just not upbeat necessarily, but it has such a different tone and such a different feeling, and even just a tree feel. I know that sounds stupid, but go with me. The trees are freaking tall, right? And loud, and like not loud, but the height of even the notes and the tones and everything are so much higher, and it's so beautiful. Anyway, and how they talk, and there's glee. There's a glee there to that music and that song, and then the other one is so it's not like sad, nothing like that, but it's very much a vulnerable type of thing. Yes. Oh, it's so good. Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. All right.
So good.
Moving on. My next note says, "The imaginary friends, alibi trauma. What are you doing, Crystal?" So my question is, what are you doing, Crystal? What do you doing? What do you mean?
Okay.
What do you mean, Crystal?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Okay. So to be fair, to be fair. Okay, I just want to make it very clear.
Okay.
I don't think that
Okay.
your imaginary friend is necessarily dead. I think because,
Okay.
like Princess said, that when you stop believing, they end up having to go to where it's safe. I think Naya's imaginary friend made that choice, and Sparks explains that B decided that B didn't want to be away from Naya. That B always held in B's heart that maybe one day Naya would start talking to him again. So B chose to stay, and Naya didn't. And this whole episode is mostly trying to stress how important belief is. how important that is, because if someone doesn't believe in you, that fucks with you, whether you want it to or not. Right, we're triggered, right?
Sorry.
We're triggered, right? We're all fucking I feel like everybody on this call has somebody in our lives that does not fucking believe in us, and it has fucked us up.
I'll just say that, and then the flip side, how dare you? We're gonna get into it later.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about. All right, go ahead.
But I wanted, in a kind of adult way, I wanted there to be consequences for us giving up this part of ourselves. And I wanted you as the audience to really, as an adult, to really feel what those consequences were, because we are adults now. Like, if this was just written for children, we wouldn't have put that in there, right? We're not traumatizing kids like that. But we're adults now. So what is the consequence of you letting that part of yourself go? What does that look like? What kind of damage have we done, not just to ourselves, but to our fucking imaginary friends? Like, if, I mean, how fucking interesting is it that poor Hannah's imaginary friend dipped when the adults in the room said it was bad for her? Like, how sad is... I think even JV had a moment, too, where JV used to have... But then some fucking adult came along and took that away, and then it was just gone. So, like, what is that? In a magical way, it's a teddy bear. But in the kind of an adult way, it's Colin and Naya having that conversation about, like, we had dreams. We didn't act on them because, capitalism, because we had kids, because we had to do what we did. And it's not like I don't think Colin and I were necessarily wrong. I don't, who's to say if she had been a writer and he had been a composer, would they have made it? Would they have not? Would they have been just struggling? Are they homeless? Like, what, these are really very adult concerns. And when you have kids, how do you, if you've got to feed your kid versus write your book, how is there a choice? Like there's not.
That's such a gamble.
Right. That is
like
such
the
a
gamble
gamble
is too high.
Right. It really,
And Tara, I don't know if you're back. I saw you highlight, so I'm going to ask this because I'm going to skip some. It says, literally my notes say, the trust. I blush. Her book. So Tara, how was it wrecking my emotions? Cheers.
Well, it's funny because I mentioned earlier that Crystal didn't have the whole story written, but she had given me a basic idea as to like the dynamics between Colin and Naya. And when I got the script for this particular episode, I was like, why is she inside my head?
As a good GM should. No, I'm kidding.
Don't appreciate it.
How dare you?
Yeah, because there's...
I'm sorry we all have shared trauma. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we really do. It's amazing.
I could, I can share my, like all of the works of plenty of things that I have that no one has seen. Or maybe only a handful of people have seen. And some people, they, like Crystal and Hannah, they yell at me sometimes.
In a loving way.
In a loving way. In a motivating, loving way, I'm sure.
They but I'm just playing. But yeah, so my own feelings were hurt. So I didn't have to really do too much for Naya. Like, Naya's like, yeah, you're here with me. Here we go.
Buckle up, Buttercup. We're in this together.
Just reach out the hand, like, okay, here we go. Like, and God, it was so good though. I loved it. And I have two last questions. One's a funny one, so I'll start with that, and then I'll emotionally wreck us so we can go into 4. But Crystal, the good luck, the nope, Sparks was perfect. I love Sparks so much. Do you know where we're going? Yes. Can you tell us anything? No. Good luck. Like, it was just so funny. And this is half joking, half serious, but was that a self-insert?
Was that a
GM? I know how it feels when you do shit like that to me.
So Sparks was originally supposed to have been played by the amazing Shelley, but we couldn't get her microphone to work, so it was sad. So I had to step in for Sparks real quick, which was super fun. But Sparks was supposed to just be that, like, no, I'm not giving you. I mean, hilariously, Sparks was the adult in the room in that moment, right? Where, you know, sometimes your kids come to you with a problem and you got to be a parent and be like, nope, this one you're going to have to figure out. And Sparks is kind of in that moment. He's like, yeah, I know exactly where the fucking unicorn is. And I know exactly what fucking quest you're on. And good luck. He's like, I believe in you.
And I do love it because it did turn in the end, of course, you know, like, oh God, it's such a good parallel of, you know, when you, now, again, I don't have human children, but I taught for a long time. I was a tutor for a long time. I taught karate. Like, I've been around kids a lot. And there's that gut wrenching sometimes moment of where you got to have faith that they're going to be able to do it.
Right.
And let go, you know, because you want to do it for them, but you can't. Right. And I just love Sparks so much of that. Like, nope.
Because he doesn't have to talk
the
to them
comic
like
relief
kids.
I needed. Yeah, like it was a comic relief that was so needed in the moment after they all were like, we got you. You know, nah, it's gonna be okay. And I'm like, just shatter my heart. God, it's fine.
No, that was rough.
Now,
yeah.
Oh, and so here's in kind of a same vein of like, you know, you got to let go sometimes and let people, not just kids, but people, you know, we all go through this journey and we all hit these moments. I just had to talk like this today with somebody. There's a moment you can't do it for them. You know, you can't make the choice. You can't make them do something. There's a particular line in there. Your fear would have made you better. God damn the delivery. Thank you, Tara. But, like, I really love that. And even like on my arm, I have a quote from Ghost in the Shell that just says, your effort to remain as you are is what limits you. And that kind of idea of you're holding your own self back. Sorry. This is for everybody, chat included, but do you have ways that like you try to live this thing where you don't hold yourself back from fear, or a way that you try to cope with fear so that it doesn't hinder you either for too long or forever? You know, what's kind of y'all's ways of working through that? And I know Terry, you kind of mentioned that a little bit too, of just things that people haven't seen that you've made, you know, like how do y'all navigate that kind of feeling? If you do, you may not. I don't know. Tell me now.
Story that's wrapped around that line. So do y'all want to go first? Y'all have thoughts? You need time to think?
I think mine is kind of simple in that, like, not to get real metal into this, but like,
Let's get fucking metal, bro. Come on.
Because what I'm about to say sounds so dramatic and so metal, but like, because of how I grew up, that's not, again, this is about to sound so metal, but because of how I grew up, that's basically my 24/7. So like, it's a lot better now because I'm working on it. So it's like scarcity mindset along with other shit and like childhood stuff, but like I'm doing a better job at that. But one of the reasons that not reasons, things that help is, as like I mentioned earlier, is music. I use that for like, you know, regulating ADHD, making focus happen, and then I have like a whole playlist for like if I'm feeling XYZ, listen to XYZ. Then I have like a few good old reliables that always fucking work, and a few of those again are from video games.
Because they're so good. You know, that makes sense though, because they're good, but they're also like, the point of a lot of video game music is scene setting and vibe checks and things like that, right? Because we talked about that a little bit earlier. So that makes sense to me. Also, just note literal metal then. Cool. All right. Because you're like, I don't sound metal. And I'm like, you mean but literal metal? Okay. Just a Slipknot album. But Tara, same question to you if you wish to answer. By the way, if there's a question you don't want to answer, y'all can just tell me no. But anyway, but what's kind of your way that you kind of live through that or cope with that when the fear is just so much?
That's challenging for me to answer because
okay,
there's so I mean it's not like like a sad thing. It's just challenging because there's so many different things that I have to do because of how I have been learning to grow into myself, that I've had to approach these things from such a myriad of different ways that it might look different from one day to the next. But I know that one way that I've had to explore this in recent months is there was there was a lot of pain that I was feeling, not necessarily physical pain, but there was a lot of emotional pain that I was feeling, and I recognized that I needed to listen to what was within that pain, and there was a ton of anger and like a lot of stuff, and um even though it hurt having to hear my inner self sharing these things, I was proud of myself because I know in the past I would have maybe tried to seek help from somebody else. And not this is not to look, this is not to say don't go get help, because if you need help, go get help. Like this, like this type of work is not, you have to know yourself. And so for me in that moment, I knew that I was safe. So if you don't feel like you're safe or whatever, go get the help that you need externally. That is completely okay.
There are professionals for this. PSA. There are
Mhm.
professionals for this. Yeah.
But I knew that I was safe. So even though it was painful hearing certain things, I knew that I was safe and I was okay. And I was proud that I listened to myself, because that was one thing that I have been learning to do, and I'm still learning. It wasn't like, oh yeah, this happened in a day and then everything's healed. That's not how that works. But
only.
um, but I sat down and I listened to myself, because for so long I had not listened to my true self. Because how many times do we have to push ourselves aside for other people, for other obligations, and we don't, either we choose to not do it for a different reason. Sometimes we might feel unsafe in situations, and so we create this protective shell around us, and we tell ourselves don't say this or don't do that because it's not safe. And sometimes it really is not safe.
No,
um
absolutely.
but sometimes we do that and it ends up hurting us because we forget how to turn that off, or maybe we never learned how to turn it off. And so so I just sat down and I listened to myself, and I was simultaneously very proud and very grateful that I took the time to hear my true self, and listen. And so that's one thing, is just to, because that's scary. That's it's a very scary thing to do, at least for
Yeah,
me.
because it
Don't know
sounds
about other
very
people.
silly in a way,
Mhm.
and hearing from the outside, just like, oh, you don't listen to yourself, but truly, so something that you said here, it can be a very scary thing, and then the things we push aside about ourselves to meet business deadlines, family needs, best friends, like you're not here for me, and like there's a lot of things there, and I would even throw in there, and I'm just kind of seeing if this resonates for everybody. Also, sometimes the voice in your head is not your own. And things that people say to you really just, oh, they stick. Like it's hard to unstick that
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Like yeah, and
The level of discernment and kind of personal work that I'm even going through right now, trying to determine like who is this that's saying these things to me, is just like, bro, this is, the work is
Oh.
hard, and there is, whatever.
Fucking tiring, man.
That's so fucking tiring.
that and it's worth going through. Okay, I just want to reiterate,
It
everybody.
is, yes.
It's worth going through.
Do it. But I feel like not enough
But it is
people talk about
painful.
what it is to be in the trenches, And I think a friend of mine said
Yeah.
that too, is that like we talk a lot, especially now, about like protecting our peace. but nobody talks about the cost of protecting your peace and who you have to let go of in your life. And, you know, everybody's okay with boundaries until you set one for them. And then they're like, what the fuck? You know, it's like that shit. Right. Sorry, I didn't mean to trigger everybody again. I didn't mean to trigger everybody again.
No, you're fine, because I'm about to do it. No, but literally, it's my last question, and I was going to skip it, but I think it's really important off of that answer of, there's a quote in there of, you don't get to tell me I don't exist. Ooh, babies. Get more snacks, okay? Get some chocolate and something to give you a little dopamine. But that line in particular, I mean, got me pretty good as a non-binary person growing up in Alabama. Let me remind everybody. Also, I'm also descended from Japanese people, so you can imagine how fun that life was. Anyway,
Your ancestral work, ma'am. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Every day I got asked, "What are you?" It's great. But this line in particular really got me, and you know, was this meant to parallel, you know, that kind of experience, not necessarily trans experience, but you know, I know this whole thing is dealing with identity, especially Allie, and it was said by Allie's imaginary friend, I believe, right? And you know, when it, especially like we talked about a little bit right now, even versus 2 years ago, when people are super emboldened to try to say something like this to people, like, hey, you know, trans people don't exist, or, you know, non-pronouns are stupid, whatever it may be. Was it meant to parallel that kind of experience, especially coming from that character?
You know, this is where, as a writer, it becomes very interesting, because the weight of that line, I didn't realize when it was being written. The weight of that line when it was being written was literally Princess the Pig being Princess the Pig, and kind of just telling Colin, you know, no, motherfucker, like, you look. You don't get to say that.
I'm right here.
Right, that magic isn't real anymore. You don't get to say that because I'm in my magical forest, motherfucker. Like, you know, it kind of just meant to be a ding on him. But I keep learning this about you know, writing, and I think this might be a good lesson to writers, is that I am not always aware, or because I think I'm so just a child and so ADHD sometimes, and literally just a child with a big imagination, that we dive into things, and I dive into stories and I write them, and I don't realize the moments that are going to stick. And I don't know, you know, you don't realize that. So, you know, now I'm sitting here going, oh, we can have a really deep conversation about that particular line. It happened with Vampire too, where, you know, somebody listened to the story, and thank God I hadn't finished it, and they were like, took a completely different message from it. And I was like, oh shit, what the fuck are we saying with this fucking story? You know, and you don't always realize that, like, in the moment. You don't always. And I don't even think it's not like realizing your responsibility, but it's almost like, because I write them for me. I genuinely do write them for me. Like, it's so great that everybody is along for the ride, but and I think that's what makes our stories here at Tales so good, because I'm not catering to anybody. I'm like, this sounds fucking cool. Let's tell this story today. And that's how everything starts. That's literally, it's not any deeper than that. Crystal had a fucking imagination idea, and we ran off with it. But I love that now we can take that line, and it can be so impactful. And I love that it came from Lena, who is incredible. Shout out to fucking Lena being and just leaning in.
Love Lena.
To fucking being princess. Like, that was a great conversation. I was like in Lena's DMs. I'm like, hey, Lena, you want to be a pig? And Lena was like, I was born to be a pig. My God.
A princess pig? Fuck
right.
yes.
I love everybody we work with at Tales. Y'all are fucking, every day. You make my heart so happy.
I actually said that about the vampire, Mona. I think you popped in my DMs, like, you want to be a vampire? I'm like, fuck yeah, I do.
That's what I see. That's how you know you found your people. Because I'm like, yeah, you want to be, and you were like, fuck yeah,
no
I
convincing.
Do. None. Just like
literally
that.
One question. I was like, done.
No, nothing else about the story. Just like, I'm in. So it's fucking great. Yeah, and exactly,
Well,
Shelly.
you know-
Different moments stick with people for different. But I love that now that can be that kind of rallying cry, because no, motherfucker, listen, people, you don't get to tell people they don't exist, in a very real sense, but also in a very magical one. People need to understand how lived experiences are different. And just because you are fucking Colin and you can't open your eyes doesn't mean that Princess the Pig isn't there.
Oh God, that's so ominous. Just Princess the Pig, like the bed,
I
you know,
know,
like the
Princess
bed
just
frame,
like-
and just a little crown pops up, like Rambo in the fucking forest, just on the screen, like, oh no. But you know, I'll say just the last little, not tagline, but you know, something kind of interesting that my brain is like, because you're talking about, and writers talk about this too, just or how they talk psychology wise, like you learn more about the writer than you do about the story sometimes, as far as how the story goes and what they're typing and what they come up with. And even something Tara said just a moment ago about how we cope with fear and learning to listen to ourselves. I mean, you know, it's a collaborative story, of course, but it starts with what you put on the page, right? And I love just kind of the parallels of maybe that's your brain going, hey, Crystal.
Right.
Right. Throw it at you.
It's more than possible that that I write things and I don't realize it until later, because that always that happens too. Like when Naya was talking about the fear thing, and just very quickly, that is like being able to pull from lived experiences. A very, very, very good friend of mine. I hope she fucking listening, bestie, because I'm on your shit. I've never not been on your shit. 30 fucking years been on your shit. A very good friend of mine.
I don't know who you are, and I'm looking at the camera like,
right.
So fuck.
Right.
Anyway,
See,
go ahead.
See? Incredible singer. Had stage fright.
Oh.
Right. Had a crippling case of stage fright. But Barbra Streisand also had a crippling case of stage fright. I don't know if people knew this about Barbra Streisand, but Barbra Streisand did. And it's that energy work of what's on the other side of your fear, right? There, very interesting story where this one guy, he meditated before a speech to calm himself down. And he says it was the most boring speech he'd ever gave. Because he just mellowed the fuck out, right? But if you can move on the other side of your fear, now you've transformed that energy into something else, right? And so that's kind of the lesson there, and what we have to learn how to do. And I know it's scary in that world, so I just want to give a shout out to anybody who has the courage to step into their dreams, even if you're only dipping a toe in. Because I cannonballed in, and every day the Colin side of my brain and my trauma and, bullying parents, punishes me for it, because this is nothing that we do here is easy, but we just do it because we can't be in the box anymore. And I'm not telling you to get out of the box, especially if you've got kids. I would never tell you that.
And you like eating.
And you like, right, or like eating, or right,
yeah.
anything like that. You find what works for you. Don't Crystal's all or nothing kind of girl, and Crystal's paying for it. But it's just but if you just don't let it hold you back, because on the other side of that fear, it's cliche as fuck, but there is something really, really, really beautiful that your inner child would like you to do, and Princess the Pig is judging you.
And will pop up over your bedside if you don't. So just start seeing that shiny little crown with the pink littleness underneath it. Yeah, okay. My brain works in stickers. I know it's a weird explanation,
love that,
but I basically
okay.
like just meme stickers, and just like, just like a Princess the Pig, like the eyes, and just like a crown, just like like, you don't get to tell me I don't exist anyway.
Right.
Speaking of transformations though,
Yay!
shall we move on to the finale and see what Colin does?
This is amazing. This is the last episode. Thank you all so much for sticking with us for this fun. I know it's sad though, it's the last episode.
I know.
We're having so much fun. All right, here we go.
Pulled from the Forgotten Archives, A Fairy Tale for Adults, Episode 4.
You're back, dear listener, and not a moment too soon. To recap, Colin and Naya, after sharing a wonderful moment of reconnection, were woken by the terrible sounds of this poor unicorn being captured, not just by mean-spirited gargoyles, but carbon copies of Naya and Colin.
What the hell?
Why do they look like us?
I don't know.
The doppelgangers of Colin and Naya looked in their mirror's direction. It was cruel smiles they gave their counterparts. Evil Naya offered a mock salute before they turned, and with the gargoyles forcing the unicorn along, they ran off.
Come on, we can't let them take it.
Setting aside the impossibility of staring at her twin for a moment, Naya tugged at her husband's hand, and once more they were in motion. The villains were fast and reached a stone chamber that was similar, but different than the one previously used by the Crofts. The gargoyles, unicorn, and doppelgangers disappeared inside of it, and by the time the real Colin and Naya burst through the archway, they were gone. It is at this point, dear listener, I could no longer just be an observer. I had to help. Oh no. Oh no, oh no!
What was that?
Who said that?
Colin and Naya, while startled by my voice, began searching for it. Colin was the first to find me, of course, because he'd always loved crickets as a boy, and that's exactly what I was. I had my front legs pressed over my eyes and I was shaking my head. At this point, the Crofts didn't even balk at a talking cricket. The matter of the unicorn was simply more urgent. They both went to the ground to be on eye level with me.
Why do they look like us, and where did they go?
They are you.
Bullshit. I am not.
They are the part of you that doesn't believe in such things. What you humans don't realize is your power to create. Every nightmare or dream you give power, every deeply held belief manifests in some form somewhere. That form either does good or wreaks havoc. If not in your world, then in someone else's.
Oh no.
What the hell are you saying? That I made that version of me? Why would I do that?
Oh, for heaven's sake, why don't they teach this to you all anymore? I shoved my prickly right leg into Colin's nose, clearly frowning at him. It's the side of you that believes in order to grow up, beliefs such as unicorns and magic, as you call it, must be destroyed. So you made something that will destroy it, so you can be an adult. Don't you realize that's why you can't see us in your world anymore? When you stopped believing, you gave us no choice. Sometimes we don't just fade away. Sometimes we have to run and hide from the monsters you create to destroy us.
Shit.
Yeah. How do we stop them?
It's not that easy anymore.
Naya and Colin looked over their shoulders, and there stood the towering, imposing figure of the angel. They got to their feet, but remained careful of where I was, which I appreciated.
Why? What changed?
They took the unicorn to your world. Taking your power back won't be enough. It must be rescued.
We'll do it.
Send us back.
And how do I know you'll be successful?
You have to trust us. Let us make it right again.
Please. We can do this.
Raziel looked sternly at them for a long moment. It's unnerving, getting stared down by an angel. It can feel as if they are looking into the deepest parts of you, where not even the lies you tell yourself are safe from the truth your heart keeps. Yet, Colin and Naya were not unnerved. They were speaking from their hearts. Colin even took a step closer to Raziel, holding her ageless gaze.
We can do this. Please.
So be it.
Just like that, as if they were never gone, Colin and Naya appeared in the stone chamber on Earth at the exact moment they disappeared. Time is different in the third dimension because Allie and Ethan didn't know their parents had gone. The children were standing in the exact spot, with Allie holding their video camera and Ethan watching them. At first, Naya and Colin were slightly disoriented. They looked at each other, at the kids, then back at each other.
We're back.
The unicorn!
Colin and Naya ran out of the chamber.
Guys, we didn't take the picture yet.
Where are they going?
Colin and Naya, ignoring their children's shouts and questions, burst out of the chamber and immediately began scanning the field.
There they are!
Maybe 100 yards away, at the second stone chamber, a large van idled. A gargoyle climbed into the back with the unicorn and slammed the doors closed. Not a second later, the van tires squealed and the vehicle took off. At this point, Allie and Ethan walked out of the chamber, looking at their parents curiously.
What are you guys doing?
We can't lose them. Get in the car.
We just got here. What's going on?
Where are we going?
Hurry up, we've got to save the unicorn.
Gotta save the what?
Naya stopped at her open car door, giving her children the firm, unmoving expression of a mother that is not to be questioned.
Ethan and Allison Croft, get in the car right now.
Ethan suddenly grinned. I said before children were intuitive, and Ethan could sense that something was different. He ran over to the SUV while Allie reluctantly followed behind him.
What is wrong with you two? Who are you chasing?
I told you they stole the unicorn. Buckle up.
What are you talking about? There are no such things as unicorns.
Yes, there are. We're so sorry. We didn't know what we were doing.
It's okay, Mom.
You guys are seriously freaking me out. What happened?
The SUV was faster than the van and better off-road. Slowly but surely, they were gaining on the other vehicle.
You'll see. Are you wearing your seatbelts? I'm gonna ram this guy.
You're gonna do what?
I'm buckled in, Dad. Allie's good too.
Do it, Colin. Get him.
Here goes. Hang on.
Colin grinned at his wife. He tugged on the wheel and the SUV slammed into the van. The impact jerked them all and sent the van skidding wildly to the side.
Yeah! Get him, Dad! Have you two lost your freaking minds?
The van regained traction and the passenger side window rolled down. An angry-looking gargoyle stuck his head out, holding what looked to be a shotgun, and shouted angrily at the Crofts.
Heads down, kids!
Oh my god! What is that?
Troll! Have you never read any fantasy books? It's clearly a gargoyle.
Colin slammed on the brakes, causing the SUV to skid to a halt in the damp dirt. Colin's timing was perfect because the gargoyle's shot sailed harmlessly in front of them. However, they were not safe just yet. The van rocked to a halt and the gargoyle jumped out.
Crap. Colin, look.
Reverse?
Run him over.
No time. Everybody out.
The kids wisely didn't ask questions this time. All four jumped out of the car just as the gargoyle pulled the trigger a second time. A large beam of blue energy wrapped around the SUV, and the vehicle exploded. Naya shielded Ethan with her body, in the same way Colin did to Allie as their car blew up. Fiery pieces of metal from the destroyed car rained down around them, but luckily none of it hit the family, which is a good thing, because a hospital visit would have slowed their quest considerably. The gargoyle laughed in delight at the destruction, jumped back in the van, and once more, the vehicle sped off.
You okay? You all right, sweetheart?
That was awesome.
Both parents checked over their children to ensure they weren't harmed. Allie was clinging to their father's side, trying to come to terms with what had happened. They were a teenager, you see, on their way to becoming an adult, and because of it, it was harder for them to swallow this sort of scenario.
Where'd they go, Mom? And did they really have a unicorn?
Yes, baby, they did. We've got to find them somehow.
And get another vehicle.
Will you two please explain to me what the hell is going on?
Guardian angels. They'll help.
I don't know about that, Ethan. The last angel we met was a real stick in the mud.
Why are you all ignoring my very important freaking question?
Allie, take a breath, all right? I'll explain everything later. Right now, your father and I have done something bad. We've created something we did not mean to. It's taken a unicorn, and it's going to kill it if we don't do something.
You're serious?
Yes. This is not a joke. We're serious.
Allie glanced over at their brother, who was excitedly taking a picture of the wreckage on his iPhone. But they did take in a calming breath.
Okay. Let's go save the unicorn, I guess.
Do you know where they've gone?
Colin, the chamber. Kalanon said his son used his mind to navigate it.
Oh my god! Allie banished us! That's how we got the Cars TM!
All right, so they're us, right? Where would we go if we were going to kill a unicorn?
Wait, I banished you to where?
Wait! I know. Ethan, let me see your cell phone.
Sure, Mom.
Okay, we're going to run back to the chamber, and when we get inside, you have to think about this place.
Why that place?
When I was a teenager, one day, I got really angry at your grandfather. He kept encouraging me to use my imagination more, but we were really poor. There were a lot of bills piling up, and I didn't want to listen to him. I needed to grow up, to get a job, and find a way to support him. To get him to stop, I wrote a story about killing a unicorn, and I did it in this castle. The Death of Imagination, I called it.
Wow. That's mean. And
really sad, Mom.
I know. I was angry, and I didn't know that it might actually happen somewhere.
It's okay. We all do dumb things sometimes, right?
Yeah, we do. Let's go, you guys.
Naya quickly wiped the tears away, drawing in a deep breath. Colin bent and kissed her cheek. Naya smiled affectionately up at him and touched his face. He winked at her.
Let's go write a new ending to your story.
The Crofts ran as fast as they could back to the chamber. The children, being in better shape, got there first. Colin and Naya arrived a few seconds afterward, a bit out of breath.
Everybody, hold hands.
Should Ethan and I both think it?
Why not? Can't hurt.
Ready?
Ready.
They closed their eyes, and not 5 seconds later, the Crofts disappeared. Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited. Imagination encircles the world. Albert Einstein. Waves crashed against the cliff. Atop it sat the remains of an old castle. Nature in all its majestic beauty nearly reclaimed this magical place. The grass was tall, vines and moss caressing stone walls that still stood. The Crofts appeared in a stone chamber just outside the ruins, and as they exited, they saw the van. The back van doors were open, and tracks in the dirt led inside. The Crofts ducked behind half a broken wall, peering at the structure.
Okay, you two wait here. Your father and I will go inside.
Not a chance. We're going to help you.
This could get really dangerous. They have weapons.
All the more reason you need our help.
Exactly. We're coming with you.
Allie fist-bumped their brother, who nodded firmly at his parents. Colin and Naya shared an unspoken glance, communicating in that way parents do, with a single look.
All right, but you have to stay behind us, and you have to promise to be really careful.
We will.
Scout's honor.
Hey, Allie?
Yeah, Mom?
Naya came closer to her child, framing their face between her hands.
Who you are is beautiful. And I want you to always feel comfortable with who you are. So please know that no matter what, I love you. I'm proud of you. And I'm here for you.
Aw, me too, Allie.
Me 3.
The unexpected words went straight to Allie's heart, warming parts of them that they were once afraid of. Allie struggled not to cry, words failing them. But that's okay. Sometimes we don't need words. Sometimes a hug will do. Allie hugged their mom and their brother and their father all at once.
Thanks, you guys. Okay, enough of this. We gotta help the unicorn.
Right. You ready?
Wait for me!
Who said that?
I did.
Look down.
Their gazes lowered, and there I was, waving up at them.
No way. What's up, Jiminy?
Why do all you humans call me that? My name is Daniela Snuggums. Allie struggled not to laugh, because obviously I was very serious about this, and I was. I'd gotten into 1 or 2 arguments with Jiminy over the years, and though he was a fine fellow, he and I didn't always see eye to eye where Geppetto was concerned.
Oh, my bad. Hi, Daniela.
Let's go.
Colin kissed the top of his children's heads before he and Naya led the way towards the castle. It was probably a funny sight as the Crofts tried to sneak around the van. We all peeked inside, but there was nothing useful. We followed a winding path towards a large archway that at one time was probably a beautiful entranceway. The light of the day came through the cracks in the stone and open windows, making it easy for us to see inside. As soon as we stepped in, the sounds of the distressed unicorn echoed down the hallways toward us.
Hurry!
We all broke into a run, rounding the corner. Before our eyes could process the situation, we were attacked. Look out! 2 of the gargoyles dive-bombed us, ready to snatch up the children, and we absolutely could not have that. What the Crofts and these meanies didn't know is that I am a special agent in Her Angelicness's Secret Service. My code name is Flip, given to me by Raziel herself. With a flutter of my wings, I jumped into the air and kicked one of the gargoyles right in its mean face. And I kicked it hard, sending it spiraling to the ground. Simultaneously, the second gargoyle grabbed Allie. Ethan picked up a rock as Allie began wildly flailing and struggling, trying to get the creature off.
Don't you touch my sibling!
Let me go!
Seriously, I can beat you up!
Ethan threw the rock and it struck, but the creature didn't let go. Colin and Naya were going to help, but here came the doppelgangers too. Oh no. Colin tackled Colin. Naya grabbed Naya from behind, lifting her off the ground and dragged her backwards.
Damn you!
Let go of me!
If all that wasn't terrible enough, the third gargoyle, standing by the unicorn that was chained in the center of the room, pointed its ray gun at us, shouting for its comrades to move so it could get a shot.
Hang on, Allie! We're coming!
Princess, Sparks, and the other imaginary friends from the meeting were here! The rabbit gave Princess a boost, and she landed atop the head of the gargoyle trying to grab Allie. Thinking fast, Princess did the only acceptable thing. She bit down hard on the gargoyle's ear.
Let go!
Ethan, the cougar, and the rabbit grabbed the gargoyle's tail. Allie reared back their fist. Their form made me so proud. And punched the mean gargoyle right in the nose. And wouldn't you know it, these gargoyles are just bullies. The gargoyle howled and wailed as its eyes began to tear. It stopped trying to grab Allie and began yelling for a timeout. Can you believe it? A timeout! I kept my attention on the meanie I'd rightfully and expertly jump kicked, giving them the warning that they would catch the business side of these legs if they tried to get up. Spoiler alert, they didn't. And while all this was going on, Sparks, taking advantage of the chaos, crept to the center of the room. The gargoyle there must have sensed it was no longer alone, because it whirled around, pointing its ray gun at Sparks. But Sparks was unafraid. That old bear just kept walking closer.
You don't have to be mean, and you don't have to be afraid. It's okay to be wrong. And it's okay to say I'm sorry. And I know it's going to hurt at first, but afterwards you're going to be free. You're going to heal, and we'll help you. I promise.
The gargoyle's eyes began to water. Its lower lip quivered. A wealth of emotions ran through it. The kind of emotion we feel when we know we've done something we shouldn't. When we've stopped caring because it's easier than healing. But you don't have to be afraid any more than this gargoyle does, because we're here for you too. The gargoyle sniffled, ears lowering, wings tucked in. It dropped the ray gun, looking sad and dejected, even scuffing its feet on the ground. Without hesitation, Sparks went up to that gargoyle and gave it a hug.
Princess? Is that really you?
Yeah, it is. What kind of a friend would I be if I didn't help you save a unicorn?
I'm sorry. I stopped believing in you. I stopped talking to you. And I'm sorry.
It's okay. Your parents reminded me not to give up on you.
They did?
Oh crap, where are Mom and Dad?
Dragged away into another room of the castle, Colin and Naya were dealing with their doppelgangers. Colin was struggling underneath... well, Colin.
Did you just punch me? What is wrong with you? You made me, Colin. I'm like this because of you. Well, I was wrong, okay? You're wrong. You don't get off that easy. You made me a coward. You're a coward. You gave up on your dreams. You don't believe in anything if it's not logical, if it's not practical. You sucked the color out of my world, out of both our worlds. And now, you're gonna pay for it. Stop that. Stop it right now. We can change. No, we can't. Yes, we can. Any day, any moment, any minute we can change. I know I was wrong. I did what I thought was right because nobody showed me how either. It's not an excuse, but it's real. I don't want mundane. I want magic. I want color. I don't want to be afraid anymore. I'm sorry, okay? Is that what you want to hear? I'm sorry. I was wrong. And I'm sorry, and I'm gonna do better. But you have to give me a chance.
Oh, this isn't one of your stories, Naya. This is the real world. That means I can kill you. Wow, that got dark. I'm just doing what you wanted. I'm bringing your story to life, see? You don't get to use my pain against me. You pushed your pain out into the world like it was acceptable. You made me because you wanted to hide rather than heal. Well, here I am, Naya. I know I did. I know. But my grandparents were sick, and this world does not care. Not if you're sick, especially not if you're Black. Nobody was going to help us. I had to let that part of me go. Yes, That's it, Naya. Let it die. Let it all die. Stop choking me. Hey, wait a minute. You're in my head too, aren't you? Obviously, I'm you. Okay. We're gonna figure this out. Me and you, before I run out of air. There's nothing to figure out. You said it yourself. No one helps, and no one cares. Imagination has to die. But this is not the whole story. I can be honest about the reality of my situation and still believe in something better. In fact, I think I have to. Because if I don't, if I just accept the mundane, it will never change. I should have listened to my grandfather. I should have kept writing. Maybe it wouldn't have paid the bills. I don't know that. But it would have helped me heal. And it would have helped me keep believing in what could be. So I could teach my kids that this reality ain't it, sister. What are you doing? Stop that. Chapter 10. Naya realized she'd been mean, cruel even, to the inner child inside of her that needed her. Stop it. Naya realized that the spark of magic and imagination that existed inside of her was something her little corner of the world needed. It was something her children needed, and Naya vowed she would never, don't you dare, ever stop believing in what could be possible, what she knew was possible somewhere, ever again. No. The end.
And just like that, with a flash of light and a reverberating boom, with all the power you beautiful humans possess of healing and believing in the power inside of you, evil Colin and evil Naya disappeared. The chains fell off the unicorn. The gargoyles, rightfully put in their place, returned to their world where there was a very angry angel waiting for them. Slowly, the Crofts emerged from the castle ruins. Colin and Naya held hands, completely trusting of the unicorn that lovingly carried Allison and Ethan on its back, and the imaginary friends sat behind them. I perched on the unicorn's horn like the hero I was, of course.
Oh my God. Colin, kids, look.
Naya's voice trembled because all around them, things you can no longer see knew it was safe to once more expose themselves to the Crofts. What things, you're rightfully asking. So, I'll say to you, what have you stopped believing in? That's what they saw.
That is so friggin' cool!
I thought... but I didn't. And now... they are real! I knew they were real! I knew it!
Duh. Why wouldn't they be real?
At that moment, Raziel appeared, as I suspected she would. When she came into view, time froze. Well, for Allie and Ethan anyway. The rest of us were perfectly aware.
Well, you did it.
I told you we would.
Now you see. The unicorn was never lost. You were. If you do not change, nothing else can.
There's so much we don't know.
You do not always have to teach them, but you must let them learn.
Colin and Naya looked at their children, eyes moist.
I understand.
So do I.
This experience was for you. Ready?
Oh, Raziel, I was rude to Kalanon when I first arrived. Would you apologize to him for me?
I am not your messenger, human.
I'll do it, Colin.
I used to talk to you a long time ago.
I know. I heard you. I answered you too. You just couldn't hear me because you didn't believe I could speak. Colin stared at me with the kind of childlike wonder I'd not seen in his eyes for a very long time. I must admit, I nearly teared up at the sight of it. He brought his head down and I lovingly hugged his nose. If one must grow up and get married, though, Captain Croft, she's a really good choice. Both Naya and Colin laughed as I had intended. Captain Croft was the childhood superhero Colin had given himself when we played together. His face softened as he looked at Naya.
Yes, she is.
A blush spread across Naya's cheeks, but her smile could not have been wider. I winked at them both and jumped off, landing perfectly on Raziel's shoulder. Now they're ready, ma'am. In the blink of an eye, Naya and Colin appeared back in the chamber. This time, Allie was standing in front of them, holding up the video camera. Ethan paused his perimeter walking to watch his parents. Colin and Naya were still hand in hand as they'd been when Raziel and I left them, Naya blushing, Colin smiling lovingly down at her.
Perfect! You guys, hold it.
They did, because you could say in that moment, Colin and Naya were looking at each other the way two people in love do, who had forgotten they were in love and were now realizing it again. It was Naya who looked away first, gently disentangling herself from Colin. After everything that happened, she was a little emotional and needed a moment to herself.
I'll be right back, guys. Keep doing your experiments.
Colin watched his wife leave, understanding as husbands who know their wives do. He gave her a moment and turned his attention onto his son.
Hey, Ethan, I need to go talk to your mom, but when I come back, I want you to show me how to use your dowsing rods.
Don't make fun, Dad.
I'm not. I'm being serious. I'd like to know.
Seriously?
Yeah. Seriously.
Okay.
Colin winked at Allie and was rewarded with their playful eye roll. Colin walked out of the chamber and found Naya. She wasn't standing far from it, but her back was to him, her gaze set on the woods. Colin smiled quietly at her back.
Hey, Naya.
Hmm?
If you live to be 100, I want to live to be 100 minus 1 day, so I will never have to live without you.
What poetry book did you steal that from, Captain Croft?
Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, let's stop acting like ridiculous adults.
I agree. Come home.
Rest assured, dear listener, she did. Six months later,
Daniela, come get in the picture.
I was perched on Colin's shoulder. Colin was sitting in front of his piano, studying a piece of music he was composing and stubbornly refusing to listen to me. E-flat man, I'm telling you...
Cricket, I'm the composer, okay? You're the secret agent. Let me do this, okay?
Fine, don't listen to me. Colin and I grinned at each other. We often bickered as old friends do. I hopped off his shoulder and bounced my way into the living room. Ethan and Allie were standing with Calinan and Thalion. Thalion and Ethan had become fast friends.
Colin!
Coming! What? What's wrong?
Raziel wants to come over. She's bringing 2 dwarves and the unicorn.
Cool.
The dining room isn't big enough for a unicorn.
Oh, manifest a barn?
I will cut you.
Okay. We'll get the backyard set up. I'll clean off the deck.
There is no way I'm going to have enough time to...
Colin cut his wife off smoothly by taking her face between his hands and planting a sweet kiss on her mouth. Naya, being quite the sucker for her husband, was immediately softened by it.
Captain Croft to the rescue, ma'am. We'll handle it.
As you can see, it was shaping up to be a wonderful dinner, and I don't want to miss it. So, if you take nothing else from this story, take this. Love is powerful, as is your ability to create. You were not given imaginations just to craft fancy stories for your childhood toys. You were given imaginations so that you could build a world. So build it. Perhaps then, you and I can have a conversation one day. I would like that very much.
I hope you've enjoyed listening to a fairy tale.
Daniela, don't leave us. Come get us.
How dare you? I need you all to know real quick. I just a moment ago, I'll even give you a timestamp. 2 minutes ago, got a text from my spouse saying, "Everything okay?" I was like, "I'm all right. We're at the finale's end." And he's like, "I heard what sounded like you dribbling a basketball and screaming." And I was like, "Yes, that was me. It's fine."
Accurate.
That's what I need y'all know.
Love that check-in. Love that check-in.
yeah. That's what happens when I'm muted and like you're seeing all this happen. Anyway.
I love it.
I
love it.
God, this is so good. So here's the funny thing. So in the third episode, now I can finally talk about this now that we're at the end.
Yeah.
In the third episode, I started questioning the narrator pretty hard. Like, you always kind of like question going on, but the third episode I was like, wait a minute, what? Like something, how dare you? Something's here. And things like, are they from the third dimension? Are they from the 3.5 dimension? Like, what's going on here? Also, they really love like this couple so hard, and they're such a cheerleader. So, like, why would they cheer this? Especially cheer from Colin. I'm like, eh. So anyway, the reveal of the narrator in this episode, like in the first 2 minutes, like, it was so fucking good. And of course, Zoe did a fucking phenomenal job, right?
So killing it.
Oh, absolutely. And my question is just like what or who inspired the character of Daniela, and especially how they weave the story, because especially in this finale, they are talking excuse me, to Colin and Naya, and then still at the same time talking to the audience, and it's so masterfully done. Sorry, my throat's very dry.
Hydration is important.
So yeah, it is. But what brought that about?
Again, going that Chris doesn't outline anything, but the story, when I wrote the short story, it always started with Daniela. It always started with this, and I don't know why a cricket. I think just because it might be like a childhood thing that maybe just stuck with me, I don't know why a cricket, but it was, the story was always going to have this narrator, Daniela, that was talking to you, the adult. And it kind of just came about that at the end of it, it was like, oh shit, that's Colin's fucking friend. And when I first decided the way I was going to do this, I had written the beginning and I had written the ending mostly. I had no idea what the fuck the journey, I did not know how Colin and I were going to arrive at how they arrived. So it wasn't until I dove into the script that a lot of Daniela's personality and the interactions with Colin kind of came out, and she kind of told me that she was a shipper as I'm writing this. I was like, oh my God, that's so fucking cute that you're a shipper. But then it made sense because it's fucking Colin's BFF from when he was a fucking kid. Right. Doesn't that just break your heart? So yeah.
All right, now that I have my voice back. But yeah, I just, as, storyteller myself, VO and everything, like, it was so well done. Especially just, and I feel like just also as a DM myself, that's kind of how I personally plan the journey for my players, right? And then I'm assuming this might be similar. You can't plan out every little thing.
Right.
Like you're excited about something and you have like highlights, beats, whatever you want to call them, and then let it tell you the story. And in TTRPGs, you let your players tell the story, right? And so just in my opinion, and like I love how Daniela was revealed, as much as I'm also disliking them at the same time. I do need a shirt that says I've been personally hurt by Danielle.
She's got some bangers, man.
Yeah, she does. Oh my God. I even have a question about that later. But also, was the agent part just a fun ADHD moment? Like, it'd be good here.
Absolutely.
What does a kid think of, right?
Literally was just like an LOL. I'm like, Daniela's coming on the adventure and she's just going to be a fucking, because again, just was hilarious in my brain, this image of like this cricket jump kicking somebody. Like, that's fucking great. Like, hell yeah, let's go.
I love it. Oh, that's how I was just a DM too. It's just, I love it because I'm like, it'd be funny. It makes me laugh. Ship it. All right.
Literally.
Send it.
Just send it. Let's do it.
Oh, I love it. I'll jump to this question then about that line, when we stopped caring because it's easier than healing. So I have a joke question of just how much therapy was needed or got replaced by this whole audio drama. You. But the serious question of just what inspired like this conclusion on how some people maybe cope with the world. We talked about that a little bit about, coping fear and just kind of moving beyond that, but especially in this part of, I guess, maybe facing what's going on and working through it. Like, was there any particular spark? And I'll even extend that question to everybody here of just, we talked about the coping with the fear part, but I think more the question of what kind of helps inspire the moving beyond to the healing part, or don't have to get too deep into it because I realize that can be kind of a tender question, but I guess what motivates you to keep going for that inspiration and what motivates you to keep moving on it.
So when we got to this ending part, I say that I had the ending in mind. And when I say I had the ending in mind, I mean I had the part where Colin and I end up together happy in their house, prologue that looks like a Disney movie type ending.
Right.
This climactic moment I hadn't arrived at yet. And so when I was writing the script and I was writing Naya, I needed, we've been traumatizing the audience a lot in Fairy Tale. And
Yes, I have.
I've been sprinkling in, like my little woo-woo shit, but with a lot of practical shit and, inner child triggering and shit like that. And when I was writing this for Tara to read with Naya, I was so interested suddenly in how she was going to come to terms with this, because that's so fucking real, right? Like us being from a marginalized community or just having to take care of somebody. Like we can't be off and about in a magical land when somebody's sick or somebody needs to be there. So I thought it was very beautiful for this idea that despite how terrible the world probably was, Naya had this person in her life that was like, you can't let go of this. And so it was so important that when we got to Naya, for her to find a way of how do we balance that? How do we find the happy medium there in that? And that's the conclusion that she gets to, that, sure, maybe in that moment I did have to do what I needed to do, but my grandfather was also right. Like, so like us being storytellers and artists, it's a human thing. We love art. We consume art. I don't think we realize how important art is in our lives and how it can heal us. I don't think we take enough responsibility as well for our beliefs and what we believe and how that shapes our world. Like, not even from just a woo-woo perspective, but you hear this all the time about how athletes will envision a shot before they make it. And that's pretty fucking common. And I think that we, even as human beings, don't realize how powerful it is for us to just believe in ourselves and believe in what we can do. And you can't look at the world and how it currently is and just say, I accept that. That's why we're here. That is literally why we're here. We just said, oh, it'll never change. This is that. This is the other. And we see moments in history were overcome because someone had the or just to say, no, I see something different. So even more than 2 years ago, we are at a pivotal moment where you cannot let go of belief or imagination. We have to believe that something else is different. Because we know what the story is that is being told for us, and we know where it goes. So if we are not going to be brave enough to tell a different story, we might get punched by our doppelganger. That's all I'm saying.
And as Chat said, did you just punch me?
Right.
I have to have a side note here. So I revealed a little bit. I used to teach karate for like 10 years.
I love that you're a real life ninja too, Torin. I love that you're a real life ninja. That's great. That's fucking awesome. I love it.
Yes, as I'm like, yes, I will squat now. My knees go. So ninja, it doesn't work that way. Why can't you hide anywhere? Because I can't stealth for shit. Anyway, but I have to just interject real quick. That line is more true than you think it is. Like, you know what? When you get punched in the face, a lot of things happen that you wouldn't expect to happen. And later when you retrospect it, you're like, that was dumb. Because I have been hit in the face before. And I go, did you just slap me? And they're like, yes. And then I hit them. So
Nice.
It's a true statement.
I love that.
As
I love
stupid
that.
as it sounds.
Right. It's real moment. Like, what the fuck? Like, this was not Colin being Colin. This was like, bro, did you for real just punch me?
Did you just hit me? And like, because that moment where your brain just like, 4 exe has failed kind of thing. You're just
Right.
like, excuse me, and then like you need that confirmation. Yeah, just let me know.
As a quick side note, jumping off of that because it's fucking hilarious. I've never been in a karate class before, but I was walking down. See, I can't remember where this was, but it was like, you know how some towns have like a downtown section that's like, historical downtown, right? So one Halloween, I'm walking down this street and it's dark as fuck, but it's like decorated for Halloween, right? And as you keep walking, there's different alleyways that you pass by, right? Does everyone here know what Slender Man looks like?
Yes.
Yes. 7. What is this story? What is this new story, Hannah?
No. Just wait. I hate cosplayers so much because this one did too good of a job. Too good of a job. Their job was too good. Did it too well because I'm passing by this alley and there's the lamplight shining perfectly down on this dark mass on stilts that looks dead on like Slender Man.
Absolutely.
And you know how you have that fight or flight in your body because what the fuck am I staring at? Before my brain can catch up to maybe logic, there was that fraction of a moment I was like, it's real? And I felt my soul leave my body, and the people he were with, like hiding out in a different corner, were laughing at me.
It's so true though, and that was one of the main things that I would teach, and because I had more self-defense focus, and because the thing is, your body's gonna do whatever the fuck it's gonna do. So essentially, the idea is you train your muscles and your actual physical being to do these things automatically, so that when your brain goes and just freaks the fuck out, your body just reacts.
Right.
Yes, and it's not pretty. It doesn't look good. It's not textbook, but that shit works.
Mhm.
So like, that's exactly what it is, though. It's so true.
Coming to Washington for fucking Torin to teach us how to be ninjas. I'm doing it.
Right.
All right. No, again, can't make you stealth.
That's fine.
I can't control that. But I can teach you how to punch something without breaking your hand.
Fantastic.
Oh my god.
Fantastic.
Now I want to go real quick back to the how much therapy was needed or got replaced by this. But again, just more so of what inspires y'all to move beyond the fear or the creative part, because we're all creatives here, and this is chat too if you're still awake. What helps move and propel you through that and makes you keep coming back.
I don't have a goddamn choice.
I was about to say, like,
God, I fucking feel you. All right.
That I could not feel that harder because the only answer I could come up with, because backwards looks really shitty.
Can't go back.
There
are side steps. I'm just going to point that out just for some realism.
True.
No, but
It's true. But yeah, because I've
Oh.
been like backward. Like I've taken steps backward. And ain't no one want to go backward. So like, yeah. So maybe that's also in and on itself of a trauma of like I can't go back because that's failure. But
Well, and I was literally debating this in my head of it's okay to step back a little bit, or if you need to, and I say that more in like a cosmic sense, if you will, just like it's okay to not always be productive. And I say that because I am a perfectionist, and I personally tend to go, I'm productive, thus I am worth. And like it don't do that, folks. It is okay to step back, okay? Like it is okay just to again, analogy, be where you're at, step back a little bit, gain perspective. Sometimes it's necessary. It's more of the don't go too far forward where you can't come back. Anyway, that's a philosophy type of thing. I'm not trying to be like, no, Pixel, it's like this. Nothing like that. And Tara, if you're still with us, is there anything in particular that helps propel you forward into inspiration and continuing with the creative things?
Pretty much what Crystal said is that I don't have a choice, because there will be times where I won't pick up a you know, pencil or pen, and I won't go do my photography. I won't make music. I won't do voiceover. Or, like there's times where I won't do it, but I know how sucky it feels, it enriches my world. It enriches my world in a multitude of ways. And yeah, there's no choice. There's this one little phrase that this one little saying that I wrote like years and years and years ago. And it was something like, it doesn't matter. You can try to bury your heart, right? You can take your heart, you can put it in a steel box, and you can put have the walls like 6 feet, 7 feet, 10 feet thick. And you could take that box and you can stuff it all the way down into the core of the earth. It does not matter where you send that box. The heart, all it has to do is whisper and you will still hear it loud and clear. Like, it does not matter. And that always pulls me, because I know how I feel when I'm not creating. It sometimes I'm able to kind of, make it through, but I'm always thinking like, oh wow, like, look at these birds. I wonder what the birds are thinking about. Wouldn't this be a funny little story? Or, like just random stuff all the time. And to me, it's important to, humans have always been creative. That is inherently in what we are. It doesn't matter. Some people will look at STEM and they're like, oh, well, that's not creative or artsy, but you have to have an imagination if you're doing, discrete math or whatever the fuck you're doing. You have to have an imagination. How your imagination works might not necessarily look like somebody else's that's doing, like composing symphonies or whatever, but it's still an imagination. You're still being creative in some sort of way. And this idea that imagination is like fluff, and then STEM and chemistry, or like chemistry, physics, and math, that's the hard stuff, that's the rigid stuff, that's the real stuff. That's an illusion. It's not separate. you know Math and science and whatever, those are just languages that we're using to explain a universe that is doing what it's doing, regardless if we have a language for it or not. And I find it exciting to just think beyond what our normal everyday experiences are, or even tapping into what our normal everyday experiences could be. And also, just it's never made sense to me that this particular society that we have in the West, how it was created, it never made sense to me that this is the best that there is. Like, it
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Are you kidding me?
And not even like the best, but like you have to. Like
you have to.
Oh,
It's
right,
like
from me.
like what? It's something that was created, and people like to act as if, like it's a seed, like an oak, like an acorn, right? If you plant an acorn and you have good soil or whatever, you're going to get an oak tree. Like, that's what's going to happen, because that's inherent inside the acorn. That's what it is. But this society, this was a collection of agreements that was made over a long period of time, and this is what it is. It's not an inherent characteristic of what society is. This is something that was created. And so why is this, like, is this the limit of your imagination? Because
this mundane is
Like,
shit.
oh, baby.
This is a mundane.
I think we could expand.
I think we can do a little better.
and
I think we can do a little better.
I love this because so the way my neurospicy works is I tend to map, like I tend to be high level and map things. But it sounds like, from what everyone's saying, is curiosity is kind of the, at least a tether, I think, between all of this. And God, I love that. And I feel like, even if it comes to the point of just like, it'd be funny because even that question's a curiosity question. And like, what could be? Put the acorn in and it becomes an oak tree, and it's like, but does it? Like it could be something different. I love it. And just from a STEM background, I had a friend when I was doing my software development degree. I was talking to him, his name was Adam, funny enough, but I was asking him, like, did you always want to do this? And he goes, no, I wanted to be an English teacher. And I was like, I'm sorry, because English, humanities over here, and software development, hard science. And it was very interesting. I'm like, why didn't you? And he goes, oh, because I wanted to live, to make money. And I was like, oh. And I was like, well, are you happy? Like, he goes, and it was, he said yes. And I'm like, because he had such a different way of programming. And the way that I talked to him and the way he spoke about it, I mean, I could sit there, I talked to him for literally hours all the time, every day, because it was so the way that he did programming. And he said he thought of how he wanted to write a story and use programming as a language to do it. Now, in software development, yeah, that's obvious because they're literally called programming languages. But he would learn enough about a language to be able to speak in it, essentially. And he was one of the best programmers I've ever met. Like, it was like I fought to get him a job after college, kind of thing. Like, I will put my reputation on the line to get you here. But like, it was such a fascinating way to do things. And he had that same focus that I think a lot of us creatives do when we really dive into something, and we're like Tara, you're talking about this before, where you got like 4 hours of sleep because you're making music. And like, Crystal, the story you had from so long ago, and it still was there and it had to come out somehow. And then even with the music, Pixel, like you were talking about, like, it has to be present, so then you can dive in and focus on things you want to do. And leading to a question then of, I think JB maybe have asked this, but when you've given yourself over to this process and the things you've created in the world now, is it a relief? Is it or stressful? Like, is it something, because I know you're talking about like, you have to do this. Like, is it like the valve you've got to let go, or the pressure is going to, all over the place? And then on the flip side of that, what does that recharge look like for you? And as a businesswoman, how do you balance the need for more content and a growing network, or in this case, more artistic things with living capitalist society, versus the need for quality and the need for yourself as a person to take care of yourself? I think that's a very good time to ask that question. So I know it's a long one. I'll break it down a little bit. Just first part, when you've done the creative part and got that creative thing out of your brain or out of your soul, wherever you want to think about it as, is it relief or is it stress that you feel afterwards? Like, is it stressful to have going through all those crunching things, or is it relief just to have it out of you? And it's a real thing instead of an ephemeral idea. And then the second half is, what does a recharge look like for you? How do you take care of yourselves? So whoever would like to take that away.
You have thoughts, babe?
See, that's a hard one because whenever I, like, not just with audio dramas or anything, but things that I either draw, paint, write, or just ideas that I have to first get over the hurdle of even wanting to show them or tell anyone about it, because and childhood shit, because you love those wounds. It's that rejection or to be shut down immediately as you say something, right? So I have like a really hard hurdle that I'm still actively working on, is like even getting to point A, like, do I want to show you this? Is this even a thing I want to do? But like, I'm ridiculous in that way, because after I've done it, it's like, oh, huh, that was fun. So it's kind of like, I would
This
say
is a little
it's like,
therapy part, but it's not ridiculous. Keep going. All right.
right. But
Thank
it's
you.
like,
Thank you. Now there's somebody else who tells her this. Thank you.
But out of love, I promise. Go ahead.
I know. But like, after I get over that, it's like, oh, that's fun. Maybe it wasn't so bad. Maybe I could do this later. And then like later on, when I have the other idea, I'm like, so it's like, I think it's like both. Yeah, the cycle continues. So I think for me at least, it's been both. Like, it's both a relief, but the struggle to get to that point is like a little spicy, but it's always worth it. So eventually I'll just end the circle.
Good. Is there like a self-care like toolkit or practice that you have for, especially in that relief moment of like, oh, okay, it wasn't that bad. We did it. It's there. It exists. Uh-oh. Do we need to make one? Like, do I need to follow back in a month? Hey, Pixel, how's that self-care toolkit? Did you make it? Again, lovingly asking. Okay.
You need to follow up in a month.
Let me just put in my phone.
I do have one. I do have one because
Okay.
after it gets like, hey, I did the thing, and I'm like, guess I'll just go have some water.
Okay, that's a need. That's not a want. As we exemplified earlier, when I almost died.
You literally asked something that I've never thought about before. Like, oh shit.
Oh God.
I feel like Torin is the adult we need. Like, I really feel like that right
Right?
now.
No, that's a very big lie.
Because I was just like, I guess I'll go get some water or some coffee. Like, I have these like flavor packs I put in water sometimes. Like, I guess I can get one of those, as a treat.
Fuck yeah, you do. Because water's boring as fuck.
Yeah.
Spice it up. No, but really, like, legitimately, put some fucking delicious shit in it.
It's great. I call it my bougie water.
She does. That's a true
Yes,
story.
that was
That's a true story.
this, and then it's all gone.
Yeah.
Now. See, I drank this first, not this.
Right?
No, I love that. I love that. Tara, same question to you. Questions, I should say. But is it a relief when the creative thing is out? Is it stress? Is it both, as we've heard? And afterwards, what does that balance and self-care look like for you?
So it kind of depends on the situation. Like with making the songs, it was very stressful because there was a deadline, right? Like it wasn't just a personal thing. So there was a deadline, and I had a lot of stuff going through my mind, but throughout the process, I was very excited about creating. But there was a point where I had to tell Crystal, like, I have to sleep. I need to take a break, like a little bit of a break before I finish these songs. So I do need some more time. So I did ask her for some more time because I wouldn't have been able to go like 2 weeks straight just on 3 hours a night of sleep. So, but when I finished them, I was elated. I was beyond elated. So I didn't have to do any self-care necessarily, aside from just, not staying up and
Hey,
sleeping only for 3
sleeping
hours.
longer is self-care. I did that this morning. 'Cause I also pulled 2 4-hour sleep nights this week. It sucks.
Yeah.
Sleep when you can,
Yeah.
babies. I love it.
But I can say, so you had asked earlier if all of us, like, you didn't know necessarily what level of TTRPG we're in. Like, I'm currently playing my first campaign with Hannah and Crystal and some others, and creating the character that I have, it was a lot because it just started out with a question that Liz asked, like, just how do you think your character came to be? And it started out with a very short little thing, and then stuff started to come to me, and I was really intimidated because I'd watched Crystal and Hannah, and Shelly, if Shelly's still in the chat, and Vander.
Hey,
I'd watched them play tabletop a few times on Crystal's stream, and they had like all these details and all this stuff. I'm like, wow. And for me, as somebody that's written before, I've never written anything super long form or super in depth. Like the majority of things that I've written were poems and short stories and songs, lyrics and whatever. And so it was very intimidating. And then also because DM needed the information about my character so that she can incorporate stuff into the story. And I'm like, I really don't know if I can do this. Like, I would tell them, but I really didn't tell them just how deeply I felt that, like, I really don't know if I'll be able to do this thing. So stuff was coming out, and then I was surprised, and then I would ask more questions like, oh my gosh, and then I get excited. But there would be points where I could feel myself trying to push information into the story where it was being forced. And I was like, okay, like I'm stressing at this point. Like this is not organic. This is not,
Oh, yeah,
conducive to the story. And so
right.
with those, then I would just, I would just step back. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't look at anything. Sometimes they might ask me a question. I'm like, I have no idea. I don't even remember. So like, I don't know what's going on in there.
I was
And
just gonna
so
say,
just
very common for TTRPGs. Don't be afraid of that.
Yeah.
All right, keep going.
Yeah, that's so real.
uh,
That's so real.
but like just stepping back when I get to that point, because I I I'm a vessel for the things that I create. It doesn't matter whatever it is. If it's photography, painting, writing, music, crafting, like whatever it is, I am a vessel for what pours forth. And so if I'm trying to force something, then that means that there's something that's off. There's an imbalance. And if it's something that I'm enjoying creating, is something that I'm loving to create, I don't want I want it to be done in as harmonious a way as possible. So that it can come out in the most organic and authentic way, like whatever it is. So
Right.
yeah, so just stepping back. And also I tend to hyper focus. So especially if I'm loving something, oh my God, it's hard
The
for me to step
dopamine,
away.
give it.
It's
Mhm.
hard for me to step away.
Sniffing
So
that
if I
shit up.
notice that I'm hyper focused, yeah, if I notice I'm hyper focusing, I'm like, okay, I guess I have to go like eat an apple or
Yes.
something.
Literally, that was my
Okay.
brain. But I was like, usually for me, it's when my stomach goes, "Hey, hey," and it's just like screaming, like I'm gonna throw
Yeah.
up right now if you don't put food in your mouth.
Right.
And I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Oh, it has been 6
Fine.
hours. Oopsies.
Right. Right.
I
So
love
it
that. And
just
oh,
depends.
sorry, go ahead. Mhm.
No,
And
you're good.
like I've had to, so before being a voice actor and everything, I was obviously a software developer and I was a scrum master. So what that means is I basically was a project planner and kept the train moving, but keeping the team alive.
Mm.
So it was a very
Mm-hmm.
interesting balance. But the reason I bring that up is there's a technique that a lot of them use of just introspection and then Pomodoro. And it's very focused on taking breaks. So even if you are the hyper focuser, whether it's fueled by, I know I can do better, because a lot of engineers do that. They're like, I know I can do this perfect. I know I can do it better. And they're fueled by it. And then we'll just dig deep and they've been doing it for way too long. And now there's no way out. The flip side of that, like, hey, I don't want to do this. This project sucks. I hate doing it work wise. And it's like, hey, do it for 30 minutes, then you get a 5-minute break kind of thing. It's very much a balance. And I'm bad about that. I literally will stop eating because I'm just like, I will dig my heels in. And whether it's for the dopamine of hyper focusing and doing something fun, or I know I can do better. And I think that's really important. And that's why I'm taking too long to highlight this. Take a break, y'all. Take a step back, even if it's good. Take a break and take a step back. I love that so much. And is that everybody? I didn't skip anybody for that question, did I? I don't think I did. Crystal, you answered first? Did I make that up?
Oh fuck. I will say.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
did you? I think you punted it. I think you punted it.
I
That's why I'm like,
totally
wait a
punted it.
minute. Yeah,
punted
how
I think
dare
you did
punt
too.
it.
Yeah.
No, you punted it.
I punted it.
So now that I've caught you, you can't get away from me now. Yes, just a reminder of the question, when you created it, is it relief? Is it stress? That is what follows. And then how do you take care of yourself?
To all the eldest daughters out there, you are allowed to celebrate your success and your wins, and what you do is enough. So I will say that because I am also like wildly ambitious, I have a tendency to just jump into the next thing. And so what we've started to do is Hannah and I, we will celebrate every small little win. Like every small little win. Like somebody signed up for a membership yesterday, we celebrated that shit.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, every little because we live in this fucking Western world. we're so, weighed, measured, and it's not even just that, it's the voices in our head from our childhood and our bully and all this, that, and the other. So I have to now, because we are moving into a healthier version of oneself, especially as we step in and become a business owner and building community and that sort of thing. So it's very important for us to kind of walk the talk and that sort of thing. So we're just making a lot of changes this year kind of that reflect that. So one of those things is Hannah and I taking the time that when we're done with something to celebrate the fact that we have finished it and that we love it and that we think it's good. And whether that be that it got 10 downloads or 20 downloads or, whatever, obviously I want more because I think Fairy Tale is amazing and I think it should have 25 million fucking downloads because it's fucking great. We celebrate that. So we're by the way, we're 8 downloads away from Fairy Tale finally crossing the 1,000 mark. So I know we're gonna get there. I can't wait.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends.
Share it.
About Fairy Tale.
You get on that social media.
But,
you share that. Okay, sorry. Guys.
Right, but again, 900 people have listened to Fairy Tale. That's incredible. Damn near 900 fucking people have listened to fucking Fairy Tale, and some of those I'm probably sure were transphobes, which is fucking hilarious.
Good.
Good. Fucking good. Stay mad. That's
Stay
right.
petty.
That's right. I'm kind of also the opposite of Pixel, where she was talking about how she, is hesitant to say. I sometimes overshare before things are ready, and now that we are becoming a company, I was like, okay, well now I have to be quote unquote an adult. I gotta be a little bit more Colin, and I was like, well, we kind of have to act more like CD Projekt Red, where Crystal does not immediately go, hey guys, guess what? It's not done, Crystal. Let's wait until it, and then and I'm like, we've got a whole different channel where I can go, hey guys, I've got an idea, so I'm not, because also I have incredible time blindness, and I didn't know this about myself. Late diagnosed ADHD, didn't know. And all of a sudden, I thought it was just normal to spend days in your own world doing things. I thought that was just a thing that people did. I did not know that meant I had ADHD. No, nobody told me.
It's normal to me.
Yeah, I thought it was normal to me. I was like, yeah, bro, I'll stay locked in my creative world for like 8 days. That's not fucking normal. Oh, I didn't know that. But so we're doing different things now where we, more like we're finishing shows before we release them because the week by week was killer. And yeah, so now that's why, so now after Vampire, we're taking a break, and now the next time we release something, it will all be done, and then we'll release it. So we're not doing what everybody here has done. There's been 5 a.m. nights and 4 a.m. nights and crunch, and, listen, hyper focus is great, but we're like, well, bro, that's not how I want to roll anymore. I don't want to.
I'm so called out right now.
Yeah, listen, I get it, because the only time is now. And then, I get mad that I can't do something in 15 minutes, and now I'm beating myself up because I'm not good enough. I can't do the thing now. Now I've made a promise, and I can't meet the promise because I didn't know that it actually takes 2 hours, not 15 minutes. And that was a pattern that we had to break out of. So we're doing a better job. We're just doing a better job of just celebrating wins, whatever they look like. Bob, I am so fucking happy that you came here tonight. That's so fucking huge. So thank you so much for being here and chatting with us. And I'm so happy that this touched you, because this is why we do it. So
I will share something that so I'm a voice actor, and I only started doing it, let's say 5 years ago, maybe now, because I got laid off. But I will share something that I learned very early on, because I did the smart thing and I learned from professionals that are really awesome, like Jennifer Hale. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not name dropping because I know her or anything. I'm just taking classes from her, and she's fantastic. And just one thing that I think was really good that I got from her, and I tried desperately to do because I'm so bad about being productivity is worth. I'm really bad about it. And one thing was, it's so bad.
Yeah,
and
it's if you're not productive, you feel like you're not
doing shit.
You're not doing
right.
shit.
And the thing is,
and I had to, and I'm still learning this. I don't mean to cut you off. I'm still learning this in that trying to, at the end of the day, when I figure out if I've had a good day, I will judge that by what I have accomplished. So it's been really hard for me to sit down and go, shit, I don't actually know if I've had a good day or not, because I've been measuring my days literally by how much I got done or how much I didn't get done. And that was that's how I decided whether or not I got to be happy about the day or not, and y'all don't.
It's rough.
That's rough.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
and the thing, I don't know if this will help you, Crystal, because I have the same problem. Now, this is from me, not Jennifer Hale, but I started writing my self-care into my business plan, because I am also a small business owner, and I know shit. like in Scrub and stuff, you measure with points or however you want to measure it, but you manage your how much you know about something. Like, do you not know something? Do you know something? And it's about effort. So like, how much do I know about it? How much do I not know about it? How complex is it? Is it simple? And then how much effort? And I put in my own personal, like, I make myself work out every day because as a voice actor, if you're not physically healthy as much as you possibly can be, barring, you know, if you have some disabilities or other things going on, it's very difficult to record for 4 hours straight if you don't have the air to do it. So I wrote that into my business plan, literally, as self-care as part of it. So I don't know if that helps, Crystal. It might.
It might. No,
But,
it might.
like,
Listen, I'll take any good tips that we can get at this point because I'm literally a baby trying to learn this. I literally am. Especially, oh, I had a thought. It left, but it'll come back. It'll come back. It was around productivity too and how we judge ourselves. ADHD.
Oh, this might help. This might help. From Jennifer Hale again. I don't know her, but this was really good advice I got from her one day. Is what they call or what she calls RAC, which is recognizing, acknowledging, and celebrating.
That's it.
So recognizing what you've done.
Triggered my brain. Thank you.
I got you.
Thank you.
And taking the time to do it after everything you do, whether it's big, whether it's small, whatever the fuck it is, recognize what you've done, acknowledge what you've done, which I think is the hardest part maybe for all of us in this room.
Yes. Yeah.
Acknowledge that you did it and then celebrate that you did it because we get so easily into that checklist and I live on checklist. It's my dopamine. It's bad. Yeah, which is why I had to start adding walking and physical therapy. Oh my God.
I love that.
Everything a part of it.
I've got to put we're working on it. We've got to put more self-care back in the routine. It's hard. It's hard because as small business owners, if we're not hustling, then how are we paying?
Famine, baby.
Right. How are we paying our bills? Right. How are we doing all that? And especially too, I think this is doubly hard for you if you are an eldest daughter or like Hannah, you were factored in to be an eldest daughter because we are supposed to be exceptions to the rule. So I have a hard time especially when you were talking earlier about like effort. I'm supposed to put in more effort. I'm supposed to be above. I can never be average. I always have to be above average. And it's been very fun for me to discern where this is ambition, where this is trauma, where is this healthy, where is the line that I want to have. Like what's me and what's all my bullshit? I don't know yet. We're still learning. We're still learning.
That or who others' voices in your head telling you.
Exactly.
So, emotional damage. So I have one last question, and well, technically I have two last questions.
Let's go.
One
We're here.
I'll tell you is just well, it's capitalized in bold, just going, she's his imaginary friend, Crystal, Albatrava. Get me with Winnie the Pooh too. That was just funny. But as far as my last question for a fairy tale story here is, I really, really, really loved the story focus on the couple as after the happily ever after. And, you know, their parents, this is after they've done the first kiss. This is after they got married. You know, that's usually when a kid's story would end, right? And so there's been a few explorations into that, but I really love it how y'all did it. So they gotten married, they have a teen, they have a preteen. So it's been, what, 14 years? I can't quite remember how old Allie is, but
at least I think Allie's like 16.
with this,
so they've
16, right?
Yeah, they've been together for a while.
Right. And you know, it's not, I mean, I don't know, maybe they were a shotgun wedding, but it's been a minute. So was it priority one to have like that style of story where these adults are, you know, they're not beyond the happily ever after, but they're, you know, far after that moment of time? Like, was there a particular emphasis in that in your brain for the story, or was it more of just kind of like that's what sounded fun? You know, how did that come about?
So I don't remember why the original idea was. Might be childhood trauma. But I think that it was, as the story kind of evolved, it was important that this wasn't just like a story about two people finding themselves, but it was also a story about two people finding their way back to each other.
Right.
So that was kind of like the part of it, and like, what does that look like? Because I think around the time I had wrote this, I'm pretty sure this was after my first divorce. Around after it, because I think that it's kind of all tied together, right? So I think that a fairy tale works because you do have two people who are trying to figure out how do they get back to each other, but also realizing that it's because of the fact that they haven't healed so much inside of them that they are having these problems. Right. And it's kind of it was a really important lesson that I heard, which makes me such an excellent partner to my current wife, that that you have to know yourself, because if you are not aware of what baggage you're bringing into the relationship, then you are going to end up hurting your partner. And that's just real. And because it will
show up in very surprising ways.
It will show up in extremely surprising ways. She triggered me a couple nights ago, and I'm still mad at her about it in a good way. But I'm going to tell this story. I'm going to tell this fucking story. I'm going to tell this story right fucking now. So we laying in bed,
you can
right?
Put my tea out there. Let's go.
I'm putting it out there. I'm putting it out. Buckle up, y'all. We on this. You're up late anyway. Fuck it. Just hang out. So we was laying in bed, and we were talking about future home, right? And we was talking about like decorating future home and stuff, right? And we were looking at houses and whatnot, and I was basically talking about how when we were looking at like fixer-uppers or whatever, and we weren't even really looking at fixer-uppers. I'm being so fucking dramatic right now. Also, this bra might come off because it's poking me in this tit. Just be so fucking real right now.
Bras are the worst.
They're the worst. Okay.
Yeah.
We were talking about how like sometimes like if I'm like Texas is ridiculous with how much people like fucking wood. Let me just you'll look at the outside of the house, you look at the inside of the house, and you're like, what the fuck? But
this is a cabin in Houston. What is happening?
Right.
Yeah.
I am not an artist in the way that I can look at a house and like see potential, and Hannah could.
Right.
And so I'm looking at some of these things that she's picking out, and it was just a day, and I was just thinking about all the fucking work that was going to be required to fixing this up. So I was kind of feeling a little bit overwhelmed. So I was saying to her, like, babe, like one of the reasons that I'm knocking this, this isn't a knock on you. I'm just like, I don't want to do this work. Like, I'm just being so fucking for real that I don't want to do this work. And she's like, well, I'll do it. And I'm like, that's not acceptable. Like, I have to help you do the work. And she's like, no, you don't. And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean?
Sorry.
What? I was
just
just like,
this because my face gave me away.
Right. I was just like, what do you mean I don't have to help you? And she kind of paused because Hannah's wonderful and very intuitive and knows me. And she kind of looks at me and she goes, babe, if I want to do something by myself, I'm allowed to do that. And I'm just like, and I have eldest daughters know this. You are not allowed to not do things. Okay? Your younger siblings can go fuck off. You cannot. You are always helping. Even as an adult, if you are still in contact with your family, when you return home, you have to be doing a thing. And if you do not help, you have fucked up. You have fucked up as the elder. Daughter. You are a bad daughter. Exactly. So she literally looked at me and she was like, no, I am allowed to do a thing that I want to do and you can just go play. And I stared at her. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, babe, you're allowed to go play. I said, no, the fuck I'm not. Like, what do you mean? And she's like, no.
I also added in that, babe, sometimes you're allowed to be the younger sibling.
Fuck me up.
What is this emotional damage?
Fuck me up. I know. She fucked me up, bro. I was like,
is Danielle in the room with us? What?
Right. I was like, you could just, what do you mean? I don't always have to help you do a thing. And she's like, if I want to do a thing, I can do a thing without you. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
I have to laugh because my spouse did the same thing to me a while ago.
Did it?
Like, and he was just fucking something up, and I was like, and it wasn't necessarily like that I had to help him kind of thing. It was because it was going wrong. And I was like, oh, I don't like it's going wrong. And my brain's like, I'm trying real hard. I'm keeping that part to myself. Right. And I'm like stressing out. And I'm like, he was just like, please go away. And it's something to the same effect. And I was just like,
right.
Rude. And like, I just like walk away.
Rude. Like, oh
like I got this, babe. Right. Go on.
Like, and that's like so real because I'm like taking away her agency. Like she's not allowed to do shit without me, right? But it's just because of my own fucking. I mean, like I could just be in the pool while you're painting a wall. What?
Yep. Oh, I feel that in my soul.
I
Oh,
know.
I hate
I'm
it.
just
I don't
like,
like it.
right. I'm just like, panic.
I even fucked her up more by adding like increasing detail to this, like, cause I know how to do some stuff around the house. So I was like, babe, if I'm up on a loud ladder and I'm removing crown molding, you're allowed to play outside in a sandbox. Like,
Panic.
it's fine.
I'm like,
and I'm gonna tell you,
Torin, I asked her so many questions. I'm like, you mean to tell me that you would not secretly be mad at me? She's like, no, you're not going to hold this against me. No. Something in me healed while also being triggered because she was so, I'm like looking her deep in her eyes. I'm like,
so true.
you're going to do some work. Tell me that I don't have to help and you're not going to secretly be mad at me for that shit. And she's like, no. I'm like, what the fuck?
Because I went on to explain, because like I know, like, being, because I was more like the replacement eldest daughters, because I do know how some rules work with this, right? So I went on to explain, like, the reason why I can do this is because with my particular personality, I love a good fucking project. So you leave me the fuck alone while I'm tearing out the fucking molding between doors, like the trims behind next to doors. I'll tear that shit out. I'll rip out that carpet. I can put tile down. I know how to do that. I can put wood flooring down. You just go outside and be a girl. And I'm gonna do the
I don't
man
want to
shit
do
over
none
here.
of that shit. I don't want to do none of that shit. And she's just gonna do it, and I'm gonna be triggered the whole fucking time.
And that's it, you can't relax.
Right.
Just for the record, us oldest daughters cannot relax.
They can't. No,
Like the whole time we're trying to learn
Right.
through it. Again, I'm gonna wrap it back though. Do the work. It hurts.
Do it
sucks.
anyway.
But
Do
it's
it
worth
anyway.
it.
So
Do
worth
it
it.
anyway.
So-
Face it. Face it.
I know.
Anyway.
That's it. Your doppelganger will punch you in the face.
I was like, as you see, as I stress squeeze this
Yeah.
poor giant Care
I'm
Bear.
still I'm still fucked up about, because we have such a nice distribution of chores and stuff around here. Like, you know how it is in a
Yeah, yeah.
relationship, but but I'm just like, and it's so silly that I'm so like adamant that she can't do something by herself. Like, that's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
I was like, I'm gonna pull the same move. It's
Yeah.
not silly.
Yeah, thank you. I know.
Objectively speaking, outside, if you're looking in, it could appear silly, but
Right.
it's not silly. All right.
Yeah, traumatized.
And on that therapy note,
Right. We just, so trust me, if I write something, trust me, I traumatize myself first. All right. So take comfort in that, everybody. I traumatized me and then I shared it with you. You're welcome.
because I'm a good eldest daughter and I share. No, I'm kidding.
That's
All right,
right.
everybody.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. But that's all the questions I have. And also thank you to, I believe it's JV.
Yeah, JV.
For submitting the question as well. And yeah, so now we're all traumatized. How's everybody feeling? No, seriously. I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I hope everyone else has as well. And everyone in chat, thank you. I know we stayed probably a little later than intended because I talk a lot. Sorry.
I love
But,
this. This was so great.
Oh, good. But I was gonna just say, like, chat, any last thoughts, concerns, questions, but also from everybody here in Discord, anything y'all want to add that maybe I didn't touch on, forgot about, anything about a fairy tale for adults?
I will ask you, Torin, what was your favorite moment?
Yeah.
I was about to ask the same thing. Yes.
Also, Shelly, you are the best.
Shelly, you are the best. Yeah.
Yes.
Everybody watch your ears. I have to do something.
Shelly!
Shelly, I love you, Shelly! Shelly! All the time.
Thank you, Crispin Discord,
Mhm.
for protecting my ears.
Mhm.
I might not sleep. I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. What was my favorite part? Now, here's the thing. My nerve spiciness, it's hard for me to pick one thing. When you say favorite, I'm like, wait, do you mean like favorite metal song?
I love
you mean
it.
my favorite pop song?
Right.
That is a very different question.
I understand.
Now, I've worked on this though. See, face it. You gotta face it, guys.
Yeah.
I am used to be so black and white thinking, and I'm better.
So
Not
proud
good,
of you.
I'm better.
Proud of you. Proud of you.
Thank you. I would say my favorite part overall, if I had to just generally pick something, would be the moment where in the third episode, I'm just gonna say third episode, period, but especially that moment where Naya is there for Colin and that breakdown that Colin had and that turning point for his character. Uh, if anyone talks to me about Dragon Age, you're gonna realize real quick my favorite thing is character development. And so that character development for both of them, really, like it was catalyzed by Collins and him going through it. But Naya also had it as well, because it even shows a little bit about how they didn't really communicate before, because it was leading up from there of, I was never unhappy with you.
Right.
And then Naya saying things like, I didn't know how to say it and I didn't have the words for it. So that trigger moment of when they both have character growth was my favorite, I think, in general terms.
Yeah.
So yeah,
That was
my favorite moment.
Yeah, yay, that was such an important. Listen. Tell your partner things, how you're feeling. Don't assume, okay? Because Naya just assumed that Colin didn't miss her, and Colin just assumed that Naya wanted to be away, and really both of them just didn't know how to fix anything. And if maybe they had told each other that, they wouldn't have been apart for 6 months. Just saying.
Was it 7 months?
They were like
also,
6.
I also have one last question. What happened to Jacob? We heard about. I see. No one even knows what I'm talking about. At the very beginning. Yep.
So
What happened to him?
Jacob is in Don't Look. So
It's the same universe.
So a fairy tale and Don't Look exist in the same universe.
Oh my god.
And listen, Torrin, if you're available in June to join us for the Don't Look anniversary,
always.
Yeah, we'll let you host again, and and Naya actually makes a cameo in Don't Look.
Ooh, this is gonna be great, and I'm gonna brew tea for that day.
So Jacob is actually gay, and he is a sheriff in Don't Look. So Jacob was literally just Naya's friend that she would call to bitch about Colin. Basically, Jacob wasn't anything, but Naya didn't tell him that, and Colin didn't ask. See how communication is so important?
I love this so much. Okay.
And I just have to say, I adore all of the Tales shows so much. I love them all, but I think Don't Look is my favorite that of the shows and the shows that I've helped work on, because I love me that horror shit.
Sound design.
I get to let my colors fly.
Oh no, it's a horror story. Okay, I'm fine. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And it's not too bad. It's alright.
So
It's not too scary.
it's a horror story in the vein of Alien and Prey. So if you like that type of horror story, then you will enjoy Don't Look.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Because I will run away from horror stories. So yeah,
that's fair. I mean, listen, if you don't want to
I'll run away.
If you don't want to do the live listen for Don't Look, it's fine. I completely understand.
Girl, I already said yes.
Okay, that's
How
fine.
dare you?
I just making sure, because second we would on it anytime. But that is some of our best sound design work. And there's a lot of fourth wall breaking in Don't Look, which is fucking hilarious as well.
Yes.
So yeah,
love it.
I'm so excited to cover that one, because my favorite genre for video games is horror. I do love that so much. There have been many a times where I was too young to play very certain games, but that's not the point.
That
so
never
they definitely
stopped
had a lot
us.
of inspiration. They definitely had a lot of inspiration in some of the things I did in Don't Look, and can't wait to talk about that.
Can't wait.
Oh lordy.
I'm so excited.
And just real quick, any last thoughts from Pixel or Tara? And also thank you for Bob for sharing. Bob shared the waffling about the lead in Once Upon a Time. No, it was a dark and stormy. No, I like it. And I love that second guessing that y'all put in there. That was great. Of just, and it even goes to everything we've been talking about, right? Like you second guess yourself, you shut it down or anything like that. Like, and you're trying to find the perfect thing. Anyway. It was very lovely. But yes, Pixel and Tara, anything I missed or any last closing thoughts?
Go, Tara.
Go ahead, Hannah.
Okay, fine.
Right,
I do have.
Go ahead.
I do have one little snippet for funsies, a fun fact, if you will. The when Colin and Naya are awoken by that distressed neighing sound. The source of this SFX is hilarious, because the distressed neighing scream that you're hearing is Ginger the Clydesdale. And Ginger the Clydesdale is very upset because there was a rainstorm that has since ended. And the problem is she can't leave her barn because there is a puddle in front of the entrance to her barn that is wouldn't even come up to her ankle kind of deep. It's just like half of the hoof. And she was very pissed off about it, and that is what the SFX is from.
Oh my god. I love that so much. Oh my god. Talk about a temper tantrum. And I love that it was used, it had the same like level as a unicorn dying. You know what I mean? Like
Isn't it great that animals are just as dramatic as we are? Like it's fucking like chef's kiss, man.
Well, and you know, to my point of like, that's not silly, that, you know, that's not ridiculous. And it's kind of like, oh, baby.
Just so angry
I'm gonna
about
pull
the
out
water.
you know, like, I'm gonna pull out a Southern, bless your heart, darling. Like, you know, that's just an acknowledgement of just like, I know that for literally every other horse, they may find that fun even. And they're like, yay, puddle. And then like Ginger's like, fuck this. This is not okay. Like, no. I love
Staring
it so
at you
much.
like,
oh my god,
get
that's so
rid of
funny.
it. Just fucking get rid of the puddle, bro.
Fix it.
Fix it. Right.
Give me a bridge.
Right.
Put your coat down. What is this? Maybe that's maybe what Ginger wanted. Just put your
I'm
coat
not
down.
going outside. Are you kidding me?
There is water. Like, you never know. And I will punt the question then to Tara. Any last comments? Tidbits, spices.
Fairy tale's fun. It's such a fun story. I'm really glad that Crystal decided to turn it into an audio drama, and she let us play in her world. I do have a fun fact about studio session. So, I mean, I think it's hilarious, but other people might not. But when Colin and Naya are fighting their doppelgangers, Crystal had me and Rob do that in one go, in one take. So we were switching between each character live recording that. So I didn't know that we were going to do that. Before we started the session, I'm thinking, okay, this is, we gotta do Naya and then Naya. So maybe we'll do like one where we're skipping, where we're just doing the regular Naya voice, and then we'll do a take where we're just doing the evil Naya and she'll do it in post. Nope. She was like, all right, yeah, just go ahead and read it through. I was like, wait, what?
Okay. My voice actors are very lovely because I really do just be having them do shit.
Yeah.
Y'all are great.
But yeah.
I love it.
So that's what happens in studio sometimes.
Oh, it's great. And I think just as an important VO lesson, because I know I believe it was Bob, but someone was talking about they wanted to be a VO. Improv, and improv. Go learn improv maybe as your number one thing that you dive into. Because it will help you learn to take direction. It will help you learn to make strong choices. And that is incredibly important, especially with directors like Crystal. But legitimately, it's very
Torin's
important.
been in a directing session. Torin's been directed by me. Torin knows.
I have. and even like relating that to other things that we've talked about, TTRPGs are really good for that because that's all it is. You have an idea, you have like your bumpers for your character, you have your idea of who they are, and then they just get put into everything. And you're like, what? Excuse a freaking blah. And so you've got to learn how to navigate that as you are in character and enjoy it and learn how to enjoy when things surprise you. And so that will be, I think, where I will leave that. And my last thing here, just, my coach I paid has just added improv. Fuck yeah, they did. And it's very important. Especially taking direction.
I will add to
direction.
that too. Not all directors do this, but I'm one of the directors who I really like to hear my actors take first. And I always want
that is surprising.
I stole that because I learned that actually Quentin Tarantino does that. And the reason that Quentin Tarantino does that is, and I agree with this 100%, is because as soon as I give you a note, you're going to take my note. But I want you to take ownership of this character, and all the voice actors who work with Tales, you all do that so beautifully. So as soon as I tell you something, you're not necessarily going to give me your thoughts on it. So I always want to hear, for the reason that I don't say shit first run is because I want to hear what you thought this character sounded like. And then from there,
Right.
you and I can collaborate and we can craft it together. A great example of that was when the villains for Vampire Episode 7, Tara and Adam, that was a very rough draft with them. And I'm so glad I didn't give them any notes, because the voice that Tara brought to her character, I wouldn't even have thought to give her. I would never have directed her to read for her character that way. But then as soon as I heard her, I was like, that's the fucking character. Like, that's fucking it right there. So listen, I'm just trying to tell you that sometimes low key your director don't know. Your director wants you to tell them some shit. And then they'll be like, all right, from from this mold that you have just given me, now we gonna sculpt some shit out. So don't be afraid to come in with the whole, because worst case scenario, they're just like, all right, we're gonna do it a different way. And then you do it a different way.
Yeah, absolutely. My last little thing here, just we've listened to all of A Fairy Tale, which was lovely and wonderful, and I needed it for my soul.
Thanks, everybody.
I was going to mention have you mention, it sounded like there was some follow-up with membership. Is there things there that they can explore further if they wish? Also, apparently a crossover with another story. What? Where can people go to learn more, and maybe potentially what could they hear if they're looking for more from Tales? Yeah.
Sure. We would love people to join our membership and or just support us because we are indie, and that's all we got to say. We're fucking indie. So we have a wonderful group of investors. Tara is one of our investors, and they were just people who gave us different amounts and wanted to jump on the train. And I don't say this enough, but just as my inner child is healing, and as someone who has authority figures who do not believe in what I am doing, the fact that we have so many investors who do believe in what we were doing, Hannah and I are doing in here at Tales, is really wonderful. And I don't think they know how much I appreciate and adore them for their support. And just anybody who comes out to these live listens and listens to us, sometimes I feel like my face doesn't give away all the happy juju that is inside of me. So I hope you all know that I hope you all know that anytime you come to the live listens, that you hang out, even if you're just lurking, it means so much. And I know that it means a lot to a lot of other creators. So I will drop links and stuff in a second, but I just want to encourage people to talk more about the things that you love. That is so fucking important, especially now. So if you love something, even if you are an introvert like my lovely wife, I would encourage you to send an anonymous message, leave a review. That 5-star review that you've left, the time that you take to tell somebody, hey, I really enjoyed this, please listen to it. We don't have marketing budgets, y'all. So I cannot stress enough how important and how much it means to creators when you show up in the smallest of ways. It is so fucking huge. So if you have things that you love, tell people about it. Please do, because we will listen. I love a good bitch fest. Don't get me wrong. I'll bitch about some shit, but we don't talk enough about what we love. We just fucking don't. So thank you everybody who came out tonight. Torrin, thank you so much. It's so late. Thank you so much for doing this and asking such amazing questions, and Tara for taking time out of your day to be present. If you want to support us, yes, go to talesmembership.com, talesoftheforgotten.com, literally talesoftheforgotten.com, I think it's / membership. I don't fucking know. I made the fucking website. I don't fucking know. I'll find out. There's also a support tab. There's links. You can see it. The navigation is actually pretty fucking clean. You can support us in all kinds of ways. If you don't want to sign up for a membership, you can just drop us $5 or whatever. We, listen, we love it. We appreciate it. We got voice actors to pay. We got bills to pay. We got all that shit to do. We love that. So right now, what you get for a membership is you get ad-free episodes. You get ad-free versions of all of our shows. You get some behind-the-scenes stuff. When I write scripts, you get versions of script. You get first looks at that. You will always get first dibs to shows as we release them. I think there is a sneak peek of Vampire Beginnings that has not been released to anybody else. There is also a Dragon Age story on our website that is only available to membership. It is single narration, Inquisitor and Liliana angst. It is a very sad story. It is currently on I'm so sorry. It's on our membership. But Torrin, we're going to do a happy Dragon Age story. Dragon Age is the next fandom that we're going to. We've done Star Wars. We're going into Dragon Age next. I've got 2.
I have so many thoughts. and we don't have enough time.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that later, but that's coming. But yeah, we do that kind of stuff for our membership as well. I can promise you that this year there will not be content every month because we're kind of in a grow up year. So I just want to make that really clear, so you can judge the level of support that you want to give. We're doing our absolute best to get in bloopers and behind the scenes, and I've got so many because of Vampire. Y'all are fucking hilarious. But after Vampire, things are going to be a little quiet because we've got to tell everybody that our shows are amazing and get them to listen. And we're going to start. We're cooking. I promise we're cooking. We have so much planned. But yes, we would love your support, or just, tell your friends to listen to Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale does not have enough love, and we've got all kinds of other shows. And yes, the Tales universe is interconnected in different ways, which I love a lot. So different shows are in shared universes. So, for example, I thought it would be funny if Fairy Tale and Don't Look were in the same universe.
That is very funny.
Yeah. And there are other shows that will be in like the kind of the same universe. So I think, Vampire actually has a callback to a TTRPG show. Right, you heard it, Torin. And kind of the Snarky universe
I picked up on it.
that we will eventually get to. So I need at some point I actually do need to sit down with my conspiracy theory board and figure that out so I don't write myself into a hole. But we'll get there. But anyway, sorry, I rambled, but thank you all for your support. And,
No.
Yeah, it's all on the website, talesoftheforgotten.com. I'll throw the link down in the description so you guys can check it out. And I've got a link to Torin's website there as well. So you should definitely go and hang out with Torin. Torin does amazing things. And Torin, actually, as a web designer, I really love Torin's website. It is so well done. Torin, great job.
Oh,
great
you're
job.
so nice. Thank you.
Oh, fucking great. You did that yourself, too, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah, you did a great job. As a web designer, I was like,
Okay.
so nice. Chef's kiss. Great job. So proud of you.
Stop it.
Yep. Torin streams too. Torin has the great cozy vibes, and we've just adopted Torin. Like, we love Torin so much. So Torin doesn't even know that she's been adopted, so it's fine. It's fine.
I'm so mad.
Yeah.
Like, oh no.
So please click all the
I'm
links
bummed.
in the description. Torin, do you have anything going on that you want to shout out? I know we'll be doing our TTRPG session on Sunday, you guys. It's going to be very heavy on the role play. We'll be here Sunday at 2. Back to Forgotten. I'm DMing. I don't know if Tara's going to show up, but Tara does have a character in Forgotten Season 3. I know Tor will be there. Hannah will be there. Yeah, so I'm very excited. We're gonna have a lot of fun with that. It's Cypher System, homebrew, sci-fi adventure. We're gonna stick more to the rules than we did in The Last Stand, but it's still we still have a lot of homebrews. I know we still have some homebrew stuff. Well, until we get to Tuesday, and then the episode that's called Tuesday, things change. Hannah knows.
Okay.
It's fine.
Oh
It'll be
no,
fine.
it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
What do you mean?
I can't wait to RP with Beth.
Oh, darling, that just sounds so fun. Oh, Beth is a trip, y'all. I love her.
Yes.
And hate her all
I
the time.
love that all these characters live from the last. I was rooting for you guys so hard. Sometimes I don't think I'm mean enough.
I
Sometimes
was
think
trying
I'm too mean.
so hard. Y'all need to go watch it. I'm just gonna put it this way: I was trying to kill Beth. I'm so mean to my characters.
Oh my
Anyway.
god.
No, it's funny.
Me.
Hey, you
It's
don't
me.
tell me prep 3 characters
Mhm.
because shit's gonna happen and
Right.
then not kill them. Anyway,
I tried. I fucking tried. That dice had a story to tell.
too.
Those fucking dice were like, nah, bro. I was like, okay.
and I love okay, that was the prompt we got. Create multiple characters because shit's going down.
Mhm.
And then all of them banded together to save each other. And I was like, what is happening?
Right, right. It was
This
like
was like
incredible.
a meat grinder.
It
Yeah,
was.
great.
I was. They
Um,
had so many death rolls that they just made. I was like, shit.
and saved each other. It's
And
great.
saved each other, yeah.
To answer your original question, I'll make myself swallow the growing going now about it and tell y'all I have a series that I have dubbed Elder Millennial Plays New Game. And as someone who has OCD and then anxiety and then also perfectionism, it's hard for me to try new things. So these are all games that were gifted to me that I don't know what the outcome is. I don't know anything about it. I don't research it like I normally would and pick something that I would normally pick. And so it is just a series live on Wednesdays that you can see me fuck it up, just do my best and try to accept that I suck at it. Because I just did Pikmin 1. It didn't go well. Which no one told me before I started, which by the way, they're not supposed to, but no one told me before I started how brutal that game actually is. Cause it's like, cute little Pikmin and like cute little songs. And it's like, hey, the margin of success is actually incredibly low.
Oh, I wouldn't play.
And like
I'd
people rage quit that game.
I would have.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
play
they
games
rage
on
quit.
easy. Fuck that.
Girl,
good on you. Good on you for playing. I don't play no hard games. Stop it.
Yeah.
Talking about working on yourself, that's what this series is. It's great. And y'all get to witness it. It's funny as hell. Because I could feel the the depression of like, I know I'm not gonna make it. And then I made myself finish it. It's hard. So that's live on Wednesdays on Twitch. And then on YouTube, there are edited episodes where it's just gameplay, not necessarily all of my ramblings. And so it's gameplay, my reactions. And if a game doesn't have voice acting, I'll do bad voice acting for it. It's a fun time and it's still a cozy time. So that is on YouTube and then live on Wednesdays on Twitch. And that would be me. And I'll stop talking because it makes me anxious.
I understand. All right, I'm gonna let Torin like take a break, and we're gonna get the hell out of here because it is. I mean, it's not late for me. I'm a fucking night owl, but for the some
I'm
of
sorry, I know it's late, guys.
I'm not. Don't do no apologies. Absolutely. If you're here, you want to be here. We are all adults. God damn it. You know, like Pixel says, she's allowed to do shit without me. Crazy. That's wild. That's wild. But I will thank everybody again. I will thank all my voice actors for coming and being a part of Fairy Tale and making Fairy Tale how special it is. I love that you loved it so much, Torin. That actually makes my heart so full. Cause it's always so scary. I'm like, I'm gonna have her. She's gonna be like, this thing fucking sucks. Like, what the fuck?
So like, I guess you made something. Like, how was it?
Right. Like, okay. Like,
and here I am. Like, tell me the lore. Tell me how the magic works. Tell me how all this stuff works. Yep. You good.
I think it's just that creator thing that you're always so surprised when somebody likes your stuff. You're like, for real? Oh shit. You know.
I get it.
I still have that. So, but thank you guys for coming out. So come hang out with us on Sunday, and then Vampire episode 7 will be out TM soon. We're working on it. Soon, and you'll get to hear Torin in it and Tara in it, and all right, y'all. Have a great night. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary to A Fairy Tale for Adults. Daniela has traumatized. Go do magic. Go do magic and heal your inner child.
Go do magic.